Alrighty. Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boat campaign real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready for the inflation report. CPI is tomorrow. A little bit of jitters today. We are actually down quite a bit. Everybody was kind of waiting and seeing. You got a little news out of China there. Their market's moving. You got to hear a little bit more out of Japan. That dropped the dollar even more. Bitcoin over the weekend. That was the number one story. A lot of people talking about oil and the war, and we're going to get a couple of headlines. But other than that, we're kind of continuing some of that negativity we had on Friday, still elevated, but now we are in the wait and see mode until the inflation report tomorrow morning. So Chad, I hope you're ready for it. I hope you're excited to be back. Happy Monday, but Chad. Good morning. How are you, baby? What's going on? Happy Monday. Daylight long terms. You know, like daylight saving? No, okay. Candy, good morning. Ansel, Jeff, baby. Gary, Najee. Laker, Jay, good morning, baby. What up, Open Face? What up, Wise, Mark, Zoraz, Farm, Farce, Winning, Loser, baby, Popeth, Christina, Gary, Floor, Pear, baby, Mavis, the Holy Trinity, Hobby Life, baby, John, Daniel, Nambrano, good morning, baby, Gunnar, Wandering, Ramiro, Monica, Carissa, Haynes, good morning, baby. What up, Holly? What up, Rico? Ben Stone, Nate Positive, Poseidon, baby, Dinosaur, Joey Kagamo. Good morning, baby. What up, Rodney? What up, Jesse? What up, Avon? How you living? Equity, baby, Dirty Bird, Ben, Hobby Life, Ken San, Evan, Canella, yay! Oh my goodness. Good morning. What up, Mayhem? Alejandro, Daniel, Ben, Burrito, Troy, Lenman, baby. Ready to go. Good morning, Light Abyss, CDC Money, Cam, Vet, Orlando, Me Nacho, Jared. Good morning. What up, Lori? Oh, what up, Raider? What up, Daniel? What about the Twitch? Ripping Snipe. One positive dude. Oh my gosh. Good morning, baby. I'm still on 2K. Is that for the, what's it called? Oh, is that for the Twitch? We'll make it 2K. Thank you, Twitch. I forgot. What up, One Positive? How you living? Great reminder there. 12 Jimin, Lizzie, Epic Eric, Most Dope Andy, Big Curly, Angelus, S. Jones Dax, Blowing Dough, baby, Lizzie. Good morning. B-Nail, 333, Ronnie Gonzo, 8012, Charlie in the Tree, Mr. Belvedere, T-Toxie, KJ Lamer, 12 Jimin, Robo Hand Tech, Danny V, and Robo Hand Tech to start it off, baby. Good morning. So, Chattadonia, happy Monday. Bro, happy daylight savings. Oh, my gosh, Kelvin, sending in the Jets, baby. Good morning. So, it's going to be a wild one. We're going to have a fun one again. Today is kind of taking a breather as we get ahead, or maybe it's just all the jitters. So, hope you're ready for all of it. We got a lot of things we're going to get into, but now the goal is to capture as much news as possible. I have my assistant, Josh AI. He is going to give you the morning news, and I'm going to come in and close it out with the rest of the morning news and the plays, all right? Sound good? Sound good, baby. Good morning. Like the video. It's good. We'll do the random play when we get to the plays. I'll set that up now.
U.S. futures slip as countdown to inflation begins. U.S. equity futures started off a data-heavy week on the back foot before a key report on U.S. inflation that will test the resolve of a bull market riding on bets that Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell and his colleagues are moving closer to a pivot to easier policy. Futures on the S&P 500 slipped 0.2% while those on the rate-sensitive and tech-heavy Nasdaq 100 were steady. The 10-year Treasury yield was flat. Tuesday's U.S. Consumer Price Index report is a key piece of the puzzle toward completing the backdrop for the Fed to start cutting rates in the middle of the year. Comments from policymakers last week appeared very dovish, and swaps traders see a June rate cut as a virtual lock, even with another set of strong payroll data on Friday. A stronger-than-anticipated jump in consumer prices could derail rallies in stocks and bonds fueled by confidence that the Fed is on the verge of pulling inflation back to its target. That was the case last month, when the CPI data triggered a market sell-off. The impact may be stronger this time because it's the last major piece of economic data before the Fed's March 20th meeting. The bottom line is that loads of folk are preoccupied trying to predict or front-run a first Fed rate cut, said Mark Dowding, the CIO at RBC Blue Bay Asset Management. I still see this as some months away. Further moderation in U.S. prices would support the disinflation narrative that broadly remains intact, despite a pullback in the number of Fed rate cuts expected this year. Core prices in the Consumer Price Index are expected to tick 0.3% higher in February from a month earlier, and 3.7% on a year-over-year basis, which would be the smallest annual rise since April 2021. Recent comments from policymakers have supported the case for easing. The S&P 500 rallied 1% Thursday when Powell said in his testimony before the Senate that the central bank is not far from being ready to cut interest rates. The same day, Powell's European counterpart Christine Lagarde said the European Central Bank could start reducing rates as soon as June, sending the Stoxx Europe 600 index up 1.3%. America's improving economy and a slowing rate of inflation are making the case for bears a little harder. Exuberant positioning, stretched technicals and shaky earnings forecasts are among the few arguments left. A lack of a second-half growth inflection could serve as a headwind for economically sensitive areas of the market, particularly if the Fed holds off on cutting rates longer than expected. According to Morgan Stanley's chief U.S. equity strategist Michael Wilson, one of the most prominent bearish voices on Wall Street. His 2024 target for the S&P 500 is 4,500, implying a roughly 12% drop from Friday's close. Elsewhere, Europe's benchmark stock gauge dropped 0.4%, with basic resources leading declines after iron ore slumped on slackening demand from China. In commodities, oil held a loss ahead of reports from OPEC and the IEA this week that may provide clues on the demand outlook. Gold hovered near a record on the Fed outlook. Key events this week. CPI reports for Argentina, Brazil, Germany, India, US, Tuesday. UK jobless claims, unemployment, Tuesday. Japan PPI, Tuesday. India industrial production, Tuesday. Mexico international reserves, industrial production, Tuesday. Philippines trade, Tuesday. Turkey industrial production, current account, Tuesday. EU finance ministers meet in Brussels, Tuesday. ECB Governing Council member Robert Holzmann speaks, Tuesday. Eurozone, UK industrial production, Wednesday. India trade, Wednesday. South Korea jobless rate, Wednesday. ECB Governing Council member Jonas Stornara speaks, Wednesday. Swedish Riksbank First Deputy Governor and Deputy Governor speak, Wednesday. Saudi Arabia, Spain CPI, Thursday. US PPI, retail sales, initial jobless claims, business inventories, Thursday. Australia Treasurer Jim Chalmers delivers pre-budget address, Thursday. Canada housing starts, Friday. China property prices, Friday. France, Italy, Poland CPI, Friday. Indonesia trade, Friday. Japan tertiary index, Friday. New Zealand PMI, Friday. Philippines overseas remittances, Friday. Sri Lanka GDP. U.S. industrial production, University of Michigan consumer sentiment, Empire Manufacturing, Friday. Japan's largest union federation announces results of annual wage negotiations, Friday. Bubble anxiety. Some of their charts may dispel concerns of a bubble forming. Namely one showing an equal-weighted version of the S&P 500 just hit a record, an indication that the rally isn't as concentrated as feared. JP Morgan's strategy team has also weighed in, noting that the so-called Magnificent Seven stocks, a group that includes Apple, Alphabet, Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, Nvidia and Tesla, are actually cheaper relative to the market than they were 5 years ago. Morgan Stanley's Michael Wilson, who has been a bearish voice on Wall Street, says the burden is now on improving earnings to support the gains in stocks. Meanwhile, the team at Barclays says investors should consider selling U.S. government bonds after an excessive rally. Betting on calm. It's not quite a repeat of the trade that imploded in the Volmageddon event of early 2018, but it's a distant cousin. Known as short volatility bets, they're now back in a different guise but at a much bigger scale. Billions are now pouring into ETFs selling options on stocks or indexes in order to juice returns, translating into a huge bet on stock calm. Assets in such products have almost quadrupled in 2 years to a record $64 billion, though some of that will be paired with a long position on the stock market. With the short volatility trade sucking up assets and major event risks like the U.S. presidential election on the horizon, some investors are starting to get nervous. Unstoppable crypto. Bitcoin has just topped $71,000 for the first time, advancing for a sixth straight day and taking this year's rally to almost 70%. Digital assets scored another win today as the London Stock Exchange said it will soon accept applications for ETNs backed by Bitcoin and Ether. even as the UK regulator said such products could only be available to professional investors and are ill-suited for retail consumers. A batch of new Bitcoin ETFs in the US has attracted almost $10 billion in net inflows since they launched 2 months ago, igniting a broad surge in crypto markets. And Coinbase, the biggest US cryptocurrency exchange, is one of the top gainers in early New York trading today. Last week it climbed above its listing price for the first time in more than 2 years. Nerves fray in Japan. As the Bank of Japan's March 18th to 19th meeting draws closer, the country's markets are beginning to price in the risk that policymakers will scrap the world's last negative interest rate. A stronger yen is hurting exporters, triggering the biggest drop in Japanese shares since early October today. The latest round of speculation has been fueled by media reports that the central bank is considering scrapping its yield curve control program, and that a rising number of policymakers are leaning toward ending negative rates due to expected larger wage increases. Data earlier today also showed Japan's economy avoided falling into a recession at the end of last year, an outcome that could improve the optics for any tightening of central bank policy. The BOJ didn't buy ETFs to support the market even as the topics fell more than 2%, a level widely seen as a trigger for previous central bank purchases. Top overnight news. European stocks fell along with U.S. equity futures at the start of a data-heavy week that will test the market's conviction that Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell and his colleagues are moving closer to dialing back their inflation fight, BBG. Japan's economy avoided falling into a recession at the end of last year, helped by robust spending by businesses. An outcome that improves the optics for the central bank as it mulls the timing of its first interest rate hike since 2007, BBG. China's CPI overshoots expectations in February while PPI deflation worsened, -2.7%. Down from -2.5% in Jan and below the street's -2.5% forecast. SCMP. Since touching a 5-year low in February, China's benchmark CSI 300 index has climbed 14%. But traders and analysts say those searing gains have been driven chiefly by China's so-called national team of state-run institutions buying in tandem with the CSRC's punitive actions. There is little renewed appetite among either local or foreign investors, many of whom want to see much more monetary and fiscal stimulus from Beijing. And strategists point to a rally in Chinese government bonds that they say reflects persistent concerns over slowing growth. FT. Iron ore slumped 7%, dropping below the $110 a ton mark, after disappointing demand in China left the market lumbered with swelling inventories. The plunge in the steelmaking ingredient was the most since mid-2022 on an intraday basis, and it was headed for the lowest close since August last year. BBG. Apple and Tesla cracked China. But now the two largest U.S. consumer companies in the country are experiencing cracks in their own strategies as domestic rivals gain ground and patriotic buying often trumps their allure. Falling market share and sales figures reported this month indicate the two groups face rising competition and the whiplash of U.S.-China geopolitical tensions. Both have turned to discounting to try to maintain their appeal. FT. BOE comes under growing pressure to ease policy as the UK jobs market reveals cracks. The latest Recruitment and Employment Confederation KPMG report showed starting salary growth falling to the lowest level in nearly 3 years. London Times. Ukraine could begin flying Western F-16 fighter jets as soon as July, although there won't be many of them initially. NYT. President Biden signed a $460 billion spending package on Saturday to avert a shutdown of critical federal departments even as lawmakers continue to wrestle over a financing blueprint for many other agencies more than halfway into the current fiscal year. NYT. IRS says it can deliver an expanded child tax credit automatically to families without any extra work, meaning Congress isn't facing a deadline of April to pass the needed legislation as the IRS can remit the cash automatically regardless of whether a family has filed taxes. WALPO. OpenAI said that Mr. Altman, who returned to OpenAI just 5 days after he was pushed out in November, did not do anything that justified his removal and would regain the one role at the company that still eluded him, a seat on the company's board of directors. NYT.
Thank you, Josh AI. I appreciate it. A decent amount of news here to start off. S&P futures are down by 0.5 Monday morning, near worst levels. Comes after U.S. equities put in a mixed performance last week, though the S&P just missed out on finishing higher for the 17th time in the last 19 weeks, something that has happened in 1964. Treasuries mixed with some curve flattening. Dollar index little change, though some weakness versus the yen. Gold is flat. Bitcoin futures up by 3.9 above 72,000. WTI is down by 0.6. Waiting game for CPI on Tuesday. However, some focus on Friday's reversal in Nvidia NVIDIA, which went from being up 5% to finishing down 5.5%, fits with some of the recent pickup in scrutiny surrounding the momentum factor. However, a pickup in focus of broadening market strength with S&P equal weight outperformance last week. Move party underpinned by soft no landing narrative, which itself received further support on Friday from the February employment report. In addition, more pushback against market bubble concerns, including in AI, where Street is increasingly talking about the second derivative plays. Quiet on the U.S. economic calendar today with the New York Fed one-year expectations for February. Also a $56 billion auction of 3-year notes. Busier on the macro perspective over the next few days with February CPI on Tuesday, PPI and retail sales on Thursday, and first look on March data on Friday with University of Consumer Spending and Consumer Sentiment and Empire Manufacturing. CPI will be the highlight, with Street looking for core to increase 0.3 in February, pushing the year-over-year rate down to 3.7 from 3.9. Follows hotter than expected January print that some firms blamed on the start of the year price increases. Quieter on the earnings calendar this week. Tech and retail still getting the most attention. Notable tech reporters include Oracle, ADM, Adobe, while Kohl's, ONON, Dollar Tree, Wolf, WSM, Dollar General, and DKS among the highlights in retail. Market just went just over a month out from the start of Q1 earnings season. According to FactSet, looking for the S&P earnings to increase 3.4 in Q1, while this is down from 5.6 at the start of the year. The 2.2% decrease is the bottom-up consensus thus far this year, is better than the 5 and 10-year average decline of loss of 3.7 and 3.4 respectively. Not bad. Don't worry, there's more. Strong U.S. growth prompting investors to scoop up broader set of stocks instead of just surge in U.S. tech megacaps. Investors placing vast sums into short volatility bets, including ETFs selling options to boost returns. J.P. Morgan strategists downplay concerns around valuation bubble for Magnificent Seven. Sources say Bank of Japan getting closer to exit of negative rates in March, though no consensus on the board on timing. Japan revised Q4 GDP shows economy avoids recession 1 week before BOJ meeting. China CPI turns positive for the first time in 6 months, boosted by Lunar New Year spending, while PPI extends declines. Apple set to open its 8th store in Shanghai this month against the backdrop of slowing iPhone sales in China. China's housing minister says the country strives to stabilize property market, but allows some troubled developers to go bankrupt. China has banks to enhance financing support for State Bank China Bank and calls on creditors to consider private debt maturity extension. China's human resource minister says still faces structural employment issues and overall job market pressure has not ceased. Bitcoin continues its recent rally, now at more than 70% year-to-date. Biden will use budget proposal for fiscal 25 to double down on tax hikes on wealthy Americans and large corporations. China's MPC offers little for new commodity bulls as investors weigh Beijing's goal for growth and markets' lack of conviction for it. Biden administration weighs sanctions on CXMT to block China's semiconductor progress. Wow. Oh, King, welcome. And humble business. And Jake from State Farm, baby. Happy Monday. So, Chad, not bad. Not bad. A lot of headlines, a lot of wait and see. Again, tomorrow is the big day here, but we got a couple of pre-market movers. Honestly, the list isn't that crazy. Again, crypto names, they're getting a lot of the attention here this morning. Legend Biotech, LEGN, is up 4.8 off earnings. XCL is up 3.9. Barclays upgrade. LIN up 1.9. FNV up 1.7. Hood 1.5. SMR is up 13.8. MLTX is up 9.6. R&D Day. MRVI is up by 9.5. ETRN up 8.3. EQT to acquire for $12.50 a share. NWTN up 6.6. STAA up 4.5. Stifle upgrade to buy. RXRX up 3.6. CHH up 3.4. Expiration of exchange offer to acquire Wyndham. Withdraws nomination of director candidates. Increased share repurchase authorization by 5 million shares. Jeffrey upgrades to buy. ARQT is up by 2.0. Data from Integument PED phase 3 trial of roflumilast cream, 0.05%. SCX is up 55.8. Go private transaction with middle ground. All cash transaction for 16.19. UMAC is up 40%. Meso up 18.6. US FDA supports accelerated approval pathway for Rexlemestrocel L. GRPH up 14.6. Special dividend of $1 a share in connection with proposed merger. AMPY is up 11.3. Update on Southern California oil sheen. LXEO is up 7.8, 95 million equity finance. CRDF up 7, NRIX up 6.1. FDA lifts partial clinical hold on NX2127 phase 1 trial. LXRX is up by 6.0 to resubmit sotagliflozin, I think that's falizolin, for type 1 diabetes following feedback from FDA. 250 million private placement offering. CTMX up 5.6, RVNC 5.5. CEO bought stock. It doesn't say the headline there. EOELS 5.2, prices 3.5 million shares at 14 a share. SILV up 4.8, NRDY up 4.0. JP Morgan assumes overweight. Bitcoin stocks trading higher. China stocks trading higher. SMCI down 4.3. EQT down 4.2 to acquire Equitrans Midstream for $12.50. Broadcom down 2.1. Crowd down 2.0. Boeing down 1.9. Department of Justice opens inquiry following Alaskan Air window blowout. Media report. Delta expects 737 MAX 10 aircrafts could be pushed out as late as 2027. AMD down 1.8, ANET down 1.6, Micron down 1.4, FTRE down 10.3 earnings, CAMT down 3.6, WH down 3.3, Choice Hotels announces expiration of exchange offer, BNED down 16.8 to delay first quarter, concern of ability to continue operations, Chero down 13.2, DHCA down 13.1, XBP down 11, ELTK down 10.5 on earnings, and then metal and miners trading lower. Ba-da-pop-pop-pop. So, Chad, I think we're making great time here. We're making great time. I'm going to be watching oil, gold, the yen. Keep an eye on Mara and Coinbase for crypto. TSM and Micron, I was going to look at those, but they did not start off good. We'll see what happens. SPR, if there's any follow-up effect with Boeing and that buyout deal, and then keeping another eye on weed stocks today. And then just getting ready for tomorrow. Slight eye on bonds, but not going to force it. Not going to force it, but Chatadonia. Do I have time for a bathroom break? I might, but let me do this before we get a bathroom break. The random account generator, baby. So if you've been on the watch list, that's every single night. Shout out the watch list. We asked for a random play here today, so you guys came through with it. Let's see what we got, baby. Let's see what we got. Brrrah. Lord bless it. Let's go. What do we got? When the F is CPI tomorrow morning, baby. Tuesday morning, baby. Brrrah. First, LOL. LOL. He got the first. Let's go. Third time's a charm. Brrrah. Oh, finger to the sky, baby. Much love. Amen. Tell him, baby. Brrrah. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Brrrah. When the F is CPI, why are we getting a CPI again? If he's going to give me the same comments, come on, give me a good one. Give me a good one. What's the original beat, that intro from? Tony legs in. I'm waiting. Getting drive mode. I'm waiting. Random play. DraftKings 47 call, 93 cents. Mr. VIP. Let's do it. April 19th, DraftKings. The Giraffe Kings call. Giraffe Kings. My goodness. So not bad. Not bad at all. I think I got a minute. Here, I'll be right back, Chad. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Like the video. Let's go, baby. Stay in the game. It is daylight savings. Some of you may think I am an hour early. Like the video. Okay, I'll be right back.
Story is challenged. The data is challenged in China despite the support. Can you still buy Chinese equities at this moment in time?
Well, ultimately, we think there's an allocation for Chinese equities in a portfolio. Just think about it; it's still a sizable percentage of emerging market equities. It's close to a third. So you don't want to ignore it entirely. I guess the question more is, do you believe this is an opportunity to be tactical and really kind of allocate it to it? I think there we're a little bit more cautious, given sort of the fits and starts in policy. I think investors are a little bit skeptical. So we would sort of have some allocation, but not be looking to be tactically overweight to the Chinese equities at this point in time.
Kelsey, Jason, really appreciate your time this morning, setting us up for a potentially challenging week. Kelsey Barrow of JP Morgan and Jason Draho of UBS. This is Bloomberg.
You know, Doug, ever since switching to Workday, you've been a real rock star.
Rock star? What do you know about rock stars?
What do you know about rock stars? All right, Chatadonia. Happy daylight saving. You guys wake up earlier today? Do you guys feel more alive? You get a longer day, easier to go to the gym now? Oh, yeah, baby. Easier to get the sunset at the beach. It's kind of a blessing and a curse, but Chatadonia, You're here right now. You got 1 minute. Let's go, baby. You heard a little from the TV. It's CPI week. It's Monday today. What's your first play of the day? Post it in the chat. What do we got? I want Disney, SMH, Spy puts, NVIDIA calls, Legend, Baidu calls, NVIDIA puts on NVIDIA, ARM puts, Apple call, NVIDIA call, 500 likes, AMD, coin calls, Apple, NVIDIA, Macy's coin, Holden Spy, SQQ, ARM puts for lockup, Apple calls, coin puts, Riot call, coin long, AMD, coin long, NVIDIA, Apple, SoFi, sitting on my hands, gold calls, BITX, Boeing, GER40, coin sell, Coinbase puts, Spy calls, SMCI, Palantir, SMH, Spy, Tesla, ARM puts, Easy, NVIDIA strangle, gold longs, Holden NVIDIA, Mayan low shares, puts on Starbucks and Nike weeks ahead, betting on China, TSM call, watching to see where we're heading, watching SMH, Melly, Clean Spark, Telecris, Spy puts, Intel, waiting, DHT, NVIDIA calls, coin calls, and the final plays. AWK calls, Rivian calls, bidding, JD, Enphase, and Apple and Intel calls. Oh, and Spy 0 days. Or RTX calls, baby. Wow, so let's go. I already gave you guys my plays. Surprisingly, I don't have too much of a comprehensive list, but there's something more important than plays, ladies and gentlemen. It's more important than the stock market. And here every day, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and never will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families, for real. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your dedication to this country and to your fellow citizens that you have never met, regardless of whether you agreed with the politics at the time or not. Y'all held it down and made that sacrifice. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the garbage men, the coaches, the janitors, anybody giving out, making things run, baby. That's what I'm talking about, but... Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senator Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horn. Oh, whoa. Oh, wow, that was aggressive. The sending the Jets sounded like Eeyore, too. Oh, man. Good morning, Chattadonia. Good morning. Good morning. Do. That's it. I know, man. We're going to have a good one. It's going to be a good Monday, man. You woken up bright and early. Some daylight long term. You get it? Like, no? Okay. I already said that? Okay. I'm happy. Anyways, Chad, we got about a minute and a half here till the bell. Again, the rest of this week is probably going to be crazy. Enjoy the calmness while you can. Maybe we get an exciting Monday, but like the video, this is your time to do that. We need 1,000 likes to unlock all the features of this channel. It's amazing. So we're no, we're not almost there. It glitched. I thought it was. Oh, yeah, we got a lot more likes to go. A lot more likes to go, baby. Thanks for the IoT last week. Of course, my brother. Of course. I think there'll be some good ones here, too. So let's see how things play out. Let's see, baby. So we got 53 seconds. Post any plays. You got any questions? Let me know. Source that info. Let's have a good time. Like the video, and good luck. Good luck. I had a great weekend. I didn't like the daylight savings. I didn't realize until it was too late, but other than that, it's good. Oh, yeah, we need the like. Remember, there is a like fee after the bell. It is Monday on daylight savings. Maybe I could be a little bit generous, so we'll see, man. We will see what happens. My thought on red pill's wrong. Well, listen, man, as long as you receive the love, that's all that matters. Amen? Amen, baby. Good morning. Happy Monday. Yeah, hit the like button. Again, watch crypto, China, and then chips. Those seem to be the biggest factors there. Oil, gold, and the dollar. Another one, again, the Japanese thing is March 18th. So keep that in mind. 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. Okay. All right, let me get this DraftKings. Is it DraftKings, what, 47 for April 19th? Options. All right, I think I got it. Yeah, I grabbed the DraftKings. All right, random play executed. DraftKings April 47. All right, and then let's see now where crypto, bonds, and the chips end up taking us. Again, I wanted to see Marvel JKS on the high. They're still going Marvel 73. This was around the price I wanted to flip it at. So I might give it a little bit here. RVNC, NVIDIA pushing, Pfizer. RVNC, this one's moving. CEO bought in. I have old shares of this. I'm considering going for another average. Pfizer is breaking out. Again, I told you, keep an eye on Altria. That's one I want to keep an eye. Yeah, that one for the value if we get more of a rotation this week. JD Pop. Oh, wow, that's up a lot. RVNC, yeah. They've been clapped. They only have the Botox thing, but they've done really bad recently. But CEO just bought in. I flipped them a while ago. They had some news, but I'm down like 60% on those. I was thinking averaging, so we'll see if that comes back. MO, let me know when we get a red candle on that one. I still do like the Marvels now. Marvel is entering into the flip zone, so that is the good part. Oracle has earnings, so it's one of the few here. MPW coming up. What is that? RVNC. Ruckus. Oh, I forgot about the HPQs from last week. Those got clapped. And then the Square, that one's up. And then those Pfizers are up 500%. I forgot about that. So we have Pfizers in the money. Yeah, those Pfizer 27s. Those are up 5.50, 8 cents to 50. And then Square, NVIDIA dump. Square keeps going up. SMCI, damn. Let's see. I'm going to wait till they stop. I'm going to see if Marvel breaks out from the pack. Yeah, that's the Square. Pfizer, man. Almost 28. MO keeps going up here. UMAC, that was running in the morning. I don't know the news. Airbnb down 1. Amazon down 1.7. Apple's in the green. Remember, they were outperforming on Friday. We made that little move on there. ARM dumping 2. Yeah, you're down 0.4 on the NASDAQ, 0.27 on the SPY, Dow down 0.1, and even the Russell. MO keeps going up. My goodness. And then Square just had a bunch of options go through. Let's see. MSTR, INSM, AstraZeneca to develop Brenscotab beyond phase 2. INSM. Meta Clapperonis. INSM Holton. Abivi's on the high. Again, value plays still doing good here for now, but everything is starting off pretty whack here. Yeah, chips, they're pretty much continuing whatever we got on Friday. Remember on Friday, that was again 10% move on NVIDIA intraday. MO's breaking out. Bailey's Court paused due to volatility. Still going. Apple. Macy's on the high. Remember, there was all that news on Friday. Intel's starting to go up. Intel's actually running. That one's interesting. And then SPY going a little lower. Marvel 72 now. Where is that from earnings? Oh, went as low as 70. eBay 1.4. Oh, I forgot. I think we still have those eBay contracts. I don't know if I closed those. Yeah, they're at 100%. I want to say they were up more, but we have eBays that should be getting near the money. PayPal running up. Square was doing good. Yeah, PayPal's up 1.7. Square's up 2.6. Again, chip makers not having their best day. Intel is going up though. Zim on the high. ALB. Oh yeah, where's Cameco? Futu, Workday, JD. Damn, JD's at 26. So China names are still going. Again, Baidu, Baba, both of those are bouncing up. Standard General proposes $15 a share for Bailey. Oh, no way. They're at 1068. It's halted. If you could get filled, I mean, it just all depends where they open, but that's big. Yeah, they're halted right now. If you get a good fill on that, you would be good. Baba, oh yeah, where's GLD? Again, China names are running right now. Baba, even gold is coming up here. Again, gold's a little off the highs compared to Friday. Mara, they were moving up, but they're up 5. They're just holding. Again, Coinbase is up 4. Apple, they're still breaking out. Macy's on the high still. Again, they had news on Friday. Starbucks going up. eBay, 52-week high. So those contracts are up like 130. Are those in the money? We have $52 calls. Apple. No, I sold the Apple play on Friday, unfortunately. Meta's down 3.5. Again, eBay 52-week high. Square also. That's finally breaking out. Again, we have those Square plays too. They've been all over the place. Those are up 200% now. Baba on the high. SMH, NVIDIA. Baidu's going up there too. Again, China names all just woke up. Tesla's even on the high. NetEase, that's another China name. Baba 76. Kind of out of nowhere. Let's Square. Belander. Again, SPY, a little cheek clay, or a little green off the bottom. Pfizer's still going up. Again, Baba names are still moving up there. Where was it? Square, Baba, and then eBay, I think. Pinduoduo at the high. Yeah, Pinduoduo is up 4. All of them. Remember, Pinduoduo, they were struggling on Friday. So NASDAQ had a nice little bounce there. Again, everything's still red. NASDAQ's doing the best. It's kind of might go green, but still down by 0.1. Huya on the high. HPE still going up. Marvel, I got to wait till the lower 70s. JD still going. NVIDIA, I mean, if NVIDIA goes green, my goodness. So again, they were down another 4%. Oh, I guess they're trying to come back up. It's actually crazy how much they're moving. Market sold off last CPI. I think briefly, and then we came right back up. It's kind of the theme of every single one of the data sets. Yeah, Pfizer. A lot of value plays still moving up. Again, Coinbase. That's taking care of some things. Disney, they're actually in the green today. So Disney's holding up 111 for now. Then PayPal, Square. Square came down a little bit. Pfizer. Yeah, JD's killing it. Again, China names just, they woke up. Baba, Baidu, Pinduoduo, JD, even if they were underperforming last week, all of them ended up doing very good. Again, Baba at 76. We were as high as 78 not too long ago, but that's still a good sign for them. And then bonds are slipping a little bit. They're still in the green. SPY trying to come up. High-low ticker's pretty balanced out, but I see a lot more China foreign names on the high. I'm seeing a lot of solar. Again, clean energy is on the high ticker a lot right now. And there's Marvel, Myrna ripping. Yeah, Myrna's up 5.8. They were doing that on Friday, too. Melly popping. Melly is waking up there. Booking, Airbnb still down. ARM is finally going up. ARM's at 127. Bally's or Zoom's up 19. Oh, not bad. It's still a little bit. You get $2.50 a share. LYT on the low. Coinbase rises 4.1. MSTR's up 9. That's crazy. Oh, no, 4.1, not 9.1. Meta, I have no idea. Remember, Meta was at like 520 last week. I don't know if it's news. I think it's just more blow off top with the momentum. Let's see. NYCB, AMD. I have the hiccups. Baidu on the low. Or on the high, excuse me. Yeah, AMD's still down 2. Oracle, again, they have earnings here. Is that today or tomorrow? I think Oracle might be today after the bell. News or sentiment, kind of wait and see. And then again, a little bit of shakiness out of China. But for the most part, it's just kind of the get ready for CPI day. That's been a lot of the vibes. Square calming down. Zeta. Chewy's on the high. Today's Oracle. Oh, Abivai came down after going. And so did Altria here. No, these are too expensive. Gold rush in China over the weekend. They were sold out of over-the-counter gold. Has your friend said anything about it? No, I haven't heard about that. I could ask around, though. LT Chewy. No, I think we had this talk on Friday. I don't know if you were the one who asked me. Abivai CEO sold 20 million in shares. Let him, Habibi. Give the guy a payday. He has done very good, you know. Very, very good for our shares. Let him have a Christmas gift. Don't worry. Myrna's still going up. And then Pfizer. Honestly, the MOs are kind of jacked there. I kind of messed it up again. Meds halted up 36%. Redfin, Myrna's still going. NRDY, Kava's on the high. Wheat stocks finally moving up. MSOS. Oh, they gapped down. They were up in the morning. UWMC's going up. Mara is very dramatic. Coinbase still holding very well. Again, up 3. MSTR's up 9. No, I'm still in Mara. I'm getting murdered on that. MO shares. On the long term, the shares are great. I want to see, though, again, if we get more broadening out, I think MO over the next couple of weeks will get very fascinating because that move was very aggressive. And then if we see more broadening out, and that kind of is the trend, I think, yeah, MO hit above yearly high. So today is the highest it's been trading in 2024. Not bad for 3 months, but if we get up here with X dividend, it might have a lot of juice. But the options are fucked. You can't. They're charging an arm and a leg for the MO options. Yeah, if you got those long-term shares last week, though, you got a great pickup. Good price for now. Even if it comes back down to X divvy, at least you didn't overpay. Tesla's on the high now. Coin tried to bounce a little bit. SPY right at VWAP. Bonds near the high of the day. They were trying to sell off earlier. Dollar is still green a little bit, interestingly enough. No, I'm in those MNQs. I'm murdered on those. I'm down $1,000. But I'm going to ride those out. At least we'll see where they're at before the CPI. I might be down to hold them for that too. Yeah, MSTR again. It's just been getting hyped up every time Bitcoin's up. Yeah, Myrna literally all day. I got Pfizer on the high ticker now too. But yeah, Myrna is going insane. CPI is tomorrow morning. ZM on the high. Root, more Myrna. Again, Pfizer was climbing with that. Gold. GLD's moving up again, and the bonds. Continental CFO Katya Garcia to step down in December. Again, gold and bonds just got a rocket green candle at the high. CPI, it's kind of weird. I mean, some people are expecting it to come in hotter. However, people do think core is going to come down. So there's kind of like a positive towards core. And then headlines expected to hold around 3.9, not really get below 4. Oh, Mira, that was one from Friday. I got out of that one. BYD up 6. CPI is tomorrow morning. So, again, you don't have to wait too long. That's the good news. TCBP. TC Biofarm. TCBP. What is this one? Pfizer 2.23. And Myrna, I don't know if it's related to Pfizer. Maybe, I want to say. But you never know. EH on the high. Kind of ripping. E-hang. My goodness. Oh, yeah, let me check Myrna. Myrna did that on Friday, too. Yeah, JD, all the China names. No, Myrna. Let's see, outsized volume. Shares up 20% from February lows. That's all I see. I don't see anything else, my brethren. Bitcoin up 4.4 still. Again, all these China plays, E-Hang, JD, Baba. Coins coming down. SPY hit a low of the day. Yeah, JD and Baba, they're actually kind of slipping a little bit there too. So they're not holding up in the same way. Yeah, Bob. I mean, Bob has done that at like 78, 79. All the China names, we were just saying new high, new high. Some held up better than others, but a lot of them did kind of flip right there. Tesla 180. Yeah, Tesla's doing good. Tesla's holding up 3. Going higher. Is that Expedia on the high, 0.9. Mr. Airbnb still down. But, we'll see how he holds. Russell, I mean, I think just giving up. Remember, Russell has outperformed the last couple of days. So that's why, again, everyone keeps bringing up the equal weight and all that good stuff. So I think that's been playing out with it. Tesla, MSI on the high. And then there's Marvel. That hit the low. Boeing on the low again. Damn, SPR. They're even dropped. 34.63 though. They're still, damn. SPR is holding up very good regardless of the Boeing news. So again, remember they're expected to be bought out. Where's that other one? ATUS. That one, I don't even think we got that confirmed. Tesla 181. So that's breaking out to the high. GE on the low. If you guys remember on Friday, GE was like running it. What's waiting on SPY? I don't know. I think we're just kind of like taking a breather mode. It's kind of like a continuation from Friday. Because remember, Friday we did sell off most of the day. Yeah, right now, NASDAQ 100's 50-50. 50 names in the green, 51 in the red. Dow Jones, 15 names green, 15 names red. And then S&P 500, 300 red, 200 in the green. And Moderna's a leader on most of the indexes. So literally, I mean, we're borderline 50-50. Everything's just kind of taking a breather. Half the names up, half the names down. Oh, those DOCU options started going up. Remember, DOCU was all over the place on Friday. They had good earnings. They popped and locked. PIK. Oh, they did a reverse split. I don't think there's any catalyst on that. It's just moving. Mo, Pfizer, Bally. Again, they got a $15 offer here today. They're at $13.19, still up. Vanny, $2 flat. Boeing selling off more, and Mara, and coin, and crypto. All of it. Zoom info on the high. Yeah, all the crypto plays giving it back up. And the NASDAQ too. SPY just hit a new low of the day here. So you're at 5101. Not bad. I guess 5100. So again, you were at 5189 on Friday. You're almost, down 100 points in the last 24 hours of trading hours, that is. Not bad. PTN on the low. Meds, I saw the call out earlier today, but I think it's still halted. I don't know if they're getting a buyout offer. That's been longer than 5 minutes. Marvel starting to flush. Still waiting on that one. All the chips are just getting murked. And SMCI's down 9. And then Intel, they were green. They're back to break even. Fun on the high. Huya. Again, SPY. We might test 5100. So it's either we break 5100 or not. I mean, but this level, you're either going to bounce off of here or we're going to flush it. So this is kind of a key level here for the market. Yeah, Meta's down 4. Tesla. I love it, though. Tesla's finally finding its breakout day. You know, on some of these other days, everything would be green. Tesla would be red. Now everything's red. Tesla's getting some of the love. So I don't know. Bittersweet? TGI. Some of the China names are still holding. Again, Baba, JD, trying to bounce a little bit. They're all in the green still. Yeah, they just gave up there. They're all still there. And then oil's near the low of the day. Oil's down 1.2. Google holding up. Tesla. All right, 5103.85. 3 more points. So get ready at the 5100 test. We'll see where that takes us. Square came down. Scammers. Pfizer coming up. Pfizer. And then again, Baba, China name still holding. Again, most of your big tech is down. I want to say Apple is the only one in the green. Microsoft's down 0.8. Amazon's down 1.4. Netflix is down 1.4. Meta is down 4.4. And NVIDIA is down 2.0. SMCI now 9.4. So we got quite the craziness. Beyond on the low. Humana on the high. Watch a couple of healthcares and even Trip. XLV's only down by a quarter. SPY hitting another low. And then bonds catching a bid. 5101.51. So that's a little PIK. Damn, that was the reverse split one. They just dropped $3. Yeah, Baidu still holding. NASDAQ low of the day. Oil trying to catch a candle. Gold is still up. 0.15. Bookings going up. And then there's 2 Tessies. Walgreens up 2. Dude, Tesla, 181. About to hit 182. 5 cents away. I like Baba and JD. I have JD. Actually, no, I got out of my JD flip. I have Baidu for a flip and then Baba in the long term. I still think, again, I mean, it's already been 3 months to start the year, and the narrative on China hasn't flipped. So it's been pretty long since you've had a lot of people pump the whole China rally. But generally, I mean, I'm pretty confident we will get a China rally pump at least one time this year. Ater up 5 for the homie. Yeah, the homie on Ater. It's good. It's only a couple of trades on it, but I'll take it. We have a 3-year bond auction today, but otherwise there's no real data for Monday. Bro, Tesla's still going. Google is on the high. So, yeah, out of the big tech, it's like Google and Apple. Those are the ones that are up. You're 80% of your money in China, so you better be right. Yeah, I wouldn't put 80% down. I only have like one long-term position on Baba. But we'll see. I mean, I think China's extremely high risk, high reward. If that pays out, it'll be great. If not, I mean, China is still going through deflation. You know, their CPI this morning was positive, but then PPI was still low. Oh, there's the Fed consumer inflation expectations. That comes out at 10, but I don't think it'll be too crazy. So yeah, it's just the New York Fed consumer inflation. We'll see, though. I mean, watch the bonds. Watch the dollar as well. Let's see if anything gets us moving. Apple's still trying to climb. Myrna's still on the high as well. Pfizer and Mo's still holding. Oh. Meds got unhalted. Meds 44.56 halted again. All right. U.S. Employment Trend Index 112.29 versus 113.71. Meta falls 5%, most since October. Where is it? Consumer inflation expectations. U.S. Conference Board February employment. I have that one. I don't see the consumer inflation expectations. Not an hour? Oh, maybe I'm. Oh, I think daylight savings. Oh, I forgot. My calendar is 1 hour different schedule. Yeah. I was like, wait a minute. Yeah, my calendar. All right, so I made a play. Not a recommendation, but we don't have the likes. So again, y'all didn't. Y'all, it's been the first time in a while. You guys have been really good on those likes lately. Daylight long term, baby. Get you some good savings. Get you some good savings. It's 1K. It's 1K. That's the price before the bell, sir. After the bell, it goes to 1,200. So unfortunately, by the time the first play was made, we are still lagging a little bit. I don't make the rules. Carissa does. So I'm just here to enforce them, unfortunately. Shake it off. Shake it off. Apple SPY going lower. UVXY on the high. Very interesting. And then Pfizer, then eBay and Square. Those Squares keep hoeing us every time. They literally go up like 200%, and then they just start tweaking out. Then they calm down. My goodness. You think tomorrow will be pumping up? If the CPI comes in good, I mean, you could definitely go high. I mean, every time we're within 100 points of a new high, I mean, it's never out of the question. So I definitely think a good print tomorrow will be very juicy. Same thing to the downside, but then also, too, you will have more. Yeah, it was tech flows where I think I have a diagram. I have a bunch of diagrams I actually could show you. So I showed you guys this one on the watch list. Literally 5 months, 25%. Has only happened 9 other times in history. Oh, I have the chart of every bubble going back to 1721. So if you want to compare the Magnificent 7 bubble, Bitcoin, crypto, we could go over this. And then I have the performance of every asset class under Biden. And then I have the performance of every asset class under Trump. But I thought I had the diagram of the outflows. Let me see if I can find it. I should have had that one. I remember reading it. Yeah, oil and energy was one of the best under Biden. That's probably because of the war, but literally, oil and energy under Biden was the best return over the last couple of years. And then surprisingly, China did bad. So under Biden, China dropped 48%. Under Trump, China went up 85%. The irony. The irony. Where is it? Yeah, here it is. I have it. Let me. Oh, hold on. My thing's tweaking out. And then SPY's still just flushing a little lower. My goodness. Tesla looking good. Tesla all day. Yeah, so here's the chart. Largest outflow by tech ever. So weekly and 4-week moving average, you could see that over there. But this was like literally last week. So you had like what, 3 billion or so out of tech? That's more than 2020, more than even 2019. It's literally just been one of the biggest outflows ever. But then granted, too, recently we were just on a streak of insane inflows. Tesla is going up. Again, even last week, too. Again, remember Apple, they got a little bit of it. It seems like the underperformers as of late, they've been doing good. And then again, value, they're also getting hooked up. But Pfizer's starting to sell off. They were holding up a little bit better. Check Cello. Is that a crypto? Don't load up when I put in cello. The RFK Jr. interview on Andrew Schultz? No, I did not. I didn't know he got on there. That sounds entertaining. Revenants came down. Nap on the high. C gone. It's weird. High ticker's pretty active, but then low ticker's getting more. Myrna keeps going up there. That's another one. SPY lower. So we are below 5,100 now. You're actually 8 points below it. So it's going to get weird from here on out. Yeah, if you go below 50.92, you're liable to fill the gap of 50.79. So then we're going to just go back to literally where we were a couple of days ago. So, yeah, Boeing's been dropping all day. Again, new updates or like a new investigation, I believe. Airbnb even on the low. Boeing 191. How many more likes before 1.2 thousand? I have no idea. Oh, we're off by like 4 likes, I think. It's just 1.25. I don't want to be that guy, but, we're looking for 1.25. So we're almost there on the likes, but a little bit behind. Arms lockup, it could have a big sell-off effect tomorrow. And then, like we said, though, maybe it could be a little dramatic. Because I remember CART had their lockup expire and they went up. So CART's lockup was around here, I believe. And they've gone up. So keep that in mind. But ARM is tomorrow. And then all the semis are just getting knocked from NVIDIA selling off the other day. NVIDIA. And then SPY still near the low. China name's holding up quite nice. Dude, dollar keeps climbing. That's the thing that sucks. Yeah, VIX is at 6. Damn, what? I didn't really quite realize that. Yeah, VIX is near the high of the year. VIX looks like our Altria. It's near the high of the year, about to break out. Again, last time the VIX got up here, we got a little concerned. But yeah, VIX is pretty elevated. I mean, we do have event risk. From here on out, from here till the end of the month, every week, you are going to get one big event a week. So, I mean, kind of makes sense. I guess I would be expecting some volatility. Dollar, probably yen reversed. And then everything else overseas. Is it still dark out? I think so. I don't know. I need to look. No, it's a little light. I had to look out my window. Oh, SPY. Roblo on the high. MU. Yeah, the BTFP is expired, so they won't give any more new loans, but if you already have money, I mean, you still get to, like, borrow from it, I believe. MTUS. And then gold finally came down. Gold is negative on the day. So dollar's coming back up, gold back to negative. Again, yen gave up some too. Marvel. I like, oh, did it hit 70 flat? Oh, it hit 70. I would like 70 flat. I'm going to keep up Marvel. TCBP. That sounds familiar. Oh, that was the one that one just ran up earlier. Off the halt. That one's still going. Up 161 TCBP. The ADR. They literally have no news. They appeared on a show. February 22nd, Achieve UK trial. MRAI running. That one sounds familiar too. ENVB. Yeah, Roblo is going up there. Roblo's up too. They're actually holding really well. ELTX. Yeah, Roblo's $41. SDAO. This one's a liquid. SPY going lower. CPI, I don't know if it'll be good or not. I think it's going to be delayed. So I just think we're responding to data that's far back. So that being said, I don't think it's going to change too much. I think give or take, because everything, the problem for the last 6 months, every single one of these CPIs is that we're sitting there and we're like, oh my gosh, if this goes below 3 or 4, we're going to be really excited, and then it never does. So it's like the number's still low enough where it could move crazy, but then it's also still like, you know, we might not really get much. So there's potential for really good news, but otherwise, I'm assuming everything should be status quo. I don't think inflation should have moved too much by now. Microsoft down more. Again, Google and Apple. Those are the only ones in the green. And then Meta. Bro, Meta's having one of its worst days since October. That's after hitting 522 the other day. SMCI, short sell restriction. SPY near the low. SQM on the high. CCJ waking up a little bit. Gold trying to fight back. Oil still negative. Oil's near the low of the day. Bitcoin popping. Coin still holding again, 264. Quite impressive. Good morning, Josh and Chad. What up, San Antonio? How you living, baby? Is the bull run over? I think it's too early to say. Is that Bitcoin running up? I think we're getting a new high on Bitcoin. But again, this week is filled with catalysts. So, your answer to that question, I think you'll find out in a couple weeks. Again, March has a very interesting history. We talked about this on the watch list yesterday, but like March's history is, you've had events. It's either March is drama or nothing at all. And then, these next couple of weeks, you do have these events we've kind of been waiting for months. Again, a SEP next week, CPI, inflation numbers this week. I mean, it's going to be quite fun. Oh, morning, baby. Young Buffett. What's up, man? Good to see you, baby. I hope you've been doing good, man. I hope I hope that's been a good adjustment. Say what's up to little Romeo. Oh, Romeo, I want a long time. Nah, man. Dad got me a long term. Won't you get my long term today? Okay. Oh, Romeo, get a long term. Yeah. My dad already made my long term. Won't you make my long term? Okay. It's a good one, man. It's a good one. Young Buffett. There's another Young Buffett. It's a fake Young Buffett. That name is a popular name, Young. I was like, that's not Young Buffett. It's on Wall Street stocks. Man. Get qualified for American Idol. You think so? Wow, thank you. Man, I like daylight savings. Y'all came a while. I thought y'all were going to wake up angry. You know what I'm saying? There you go. He's calling me cringe now, finally. I was like, oof. I was like, man, y'all really nice today. Myrna's just been going up all day. And SPY near the low of the day. Bonds gave up. Couple names still holding. Again, there's a couple of value names up here. Even some tech. But overall down 0.5% on SPY, NASDAQ, and Dow. And Russell is down by 0.7. So a little less of the broadening, Friday options. It'll be a big one, but I do think, again, everything is just hinged upon tomorrow, or a big portion of it. And then once we get past tomorrow, before you know it, we will be looking at the Fed and the SEP. Tesla even came down. Rivian on the high again. Rivian. SPY, little green bounce. We'll see how long that lasts. I mean, see, dollar came down a little bit from the high. That could also help out here today. MP Dub. Airbnb 162. You better stay in your home, Airbnb. NVIDIA. Yeah, NVIDIA is actually holding up quite nice. GM is on the high. They're running up now. GM in the green. Just red to green right there. And Dell. And HPE. Yeah, HP rocketed up. Okay. NVIDIA, Dell. We already have that one up there. Then Qualcomm. Airbnb bans security cameras indoors starting April 30th. No. That's okay. I got rid of my indoor. Yeah, people didn't like them. I have noise monitors though. So I have like fire alarms, but for noise. So if they get too loud, it notifies me. And then it sends them off a warning if they get too loud so that the neighbors don't complain. Good morning. You screwed up the timing on daylight saving. Don't worry, baby. Don't worry. It messed me up yesterday. I thought I slept in and I was like, what? And then I was like, what the time? And then I realized. Oh, Meso. Qualcomm still going up. And then SPY, 3-4 candles. Wheat stocks just dumped. Meso blast. Oh, they had news this morning. They had something. Meso's starting to pop. They're up 35%. INO. Is that Inovio? Inovio. Friday's triple witching. It might be. I'm not too sure. But I feel like every Friday monthly expiration is huge. But yeah, I'm sure there's going to be a March 16th, middle of the month. Yeah, because I do. There's futures. My MNQs, they only have 4 days. And then I think the Japanese yen. So it probably will be. Yeah, I think in the next couple of days we're going to get a lot of them. A lot of expirations on different asset classes. Gold trying to wake up now too. FTRE, DEN. And SPY got right below VWAP and gave up. Bonds are still in the green, but they look like they want to give up. Hood moving. They were up in the morning. Hood's actually holding up great. UNH, there's Zscaler, where's Net? Who was the other one on Friday? Wasn't there one more? Oh, Mongo. No, they're still down. I don't think Meta had anything like major. Like in the morning, some people were saying Trump was talking about him, but I doubt that's what caused this move. I think just a blow off top after hitting 520. Yeah, oh, I see Meta down 1.7. Trump CNBC comments. While discussing impossible ban on TikTok, Trump said that while he believed the app was a national security threat, he considered Facebook an enemy of the people and noted a TikTok ban would only make it bigger. Yeah, they got little headlines of it.
Talking about China, I want to ask you about perhaps one of the biggest business stories and policy stories of the moment, and that is TikTok.
BRB.
You have called TikTok a national security threat. At one point, you said that their, quote, data collection threatens to allow the Chinese Communist Party access to Americans' personal and proprietary information, and yet it appears that you've now reversed your view on banning TikTok. Why is that?
So I had it done. And then Congress said, well, they ultimately usually fail. They are like extremely political, and they're extremely subject to people called lobbyists who happen to be very, very talented, very good, and very rich. I could have banned TikTok. I had it banned just about. I could have gotten it done. But I said, you know what? But I'll leave it up to you. I didn't push them too hard because, let them do their own research and development. And they decided not to do it. But as you know, I was at the point where I could have gotten it done if I wanted to. I sort of said, you guys decide. You make that decision because it's a tough decision to make. Frankly, there are a lot of people on TikTok that love it. There are a lot of young kids on TikTok who will go crazy without it. There are a lot of users. There's, a lot of good, and there's a lot of bad with TikTok. But the thing I don't like is that without TikTok, you can make Facebook bigger. And I consider Facebook to be an enemy of the people, along with a lot of the media. What Facebook did with lockboxes, with the $500 million Zuckerbucks lockboxes that he put in, I consider illegal, but, they put people in jail when they spend... They put people in jail when they spend more than $5,600 in a campaign. They go to jail if they're $200. Look at Dinesh D'Souza.
Right.
They put him in jail over a couple of $100. And yet here's a guy spends $500 million and he doesn't go to jail.
Mr. President, though, is TikTok, but do you believe that TikTok is a national security threat or not? Because if it is, and I believe that the emergency powers order that you had put in place at the time suggested that it was that not true?
I do believe that. I do believe it. And we have to very much go into privacy and make sure that we are protecting the American people's privacy and data rights. And I agree. But, you know, we also have that problem with you have that problem with Facebook and lots of other companies, too. I mean, they get the information. They get plenty of information, and they deal with China, and they'll do whatever China wants. You know, if you look at some of our American companies, when you talk about highly sophisticated companies that you think are American, they're not so American. They deal in China, and China, if China wants anything from them, they will give it. So that's a national security risk also. But when I look at it, I'm not looking to make Facebook double the size. And if you ban TikTok, Facebook, and others, but mostly Facebook will be a big beneficiary. And I think Facebook has been very I think Facebook has been very bad for our country, especially when it comes to elections.
Mr. President, you met recently with Jeff Yass, who's a hedge fund manager.
There's no way. That's the only thing I see that brought Meta down today. It says Trump comments.
Steve Bannon has suggested that you've been paid off to switch your view. How did your view change? How did that come about?
Square on the low now.
Did you have a conversation with Jeff Yass about it?
No, I didn't. I met with him very briefly. I made a speech, and I said hello to him and his wife, who's lovely. And actually, her primary thing was on education. She wants choice, as I do.
Snaps even down 3-4.
And she mentioned to me more than anything, we talked about education. It was a meeting that lasted for a few minutes. No, the only one I met was I met them both, and they're, I don't think I ever met him before, but he never mentioned TikTok. She did mention school choice, and that's what her whole. In fact, she said my whole life is based around school choice. It was a very important thing to her, and I agree with it.
Interesting. Former president on Squawk Box. Well, yeah, I didn't listen to that, but again, when I did just go look up why they were down, the only headline for Meta said Trump comments on CNBC. So there's Marvel a little bit off the bottom. I mean, we've been here for what, an hour? Give or take, just shy of an hour. Let's see what the volume's at. Volume, 12.37 million. Not bad. 3M on the low. So that's a value play, trading lower. Most of them have kind of been up. Again, today is 50-50. Mesoblast, that was another biotech. That one's still running. They had news in the morning. 2 standard deviation spy play on CPI. We could all see where they're at the end of the day. Remind me towards the end of the day, and we'll take a look. Because even now, I mean, you're still paying for all day today and then tomorrow. Take 2 is gone. Also, Trump talking about Bitcoin. I tried to click it.
Little things sometimes. Well, it's taken its own life. I do little things sometimes for fun and, make money with it, but I have fun with it too.
You mean you bought Bitcoin? No, but I sometimes will let people pay through Bitcoin, or will let people get involved in a new. If you think of it, it's an additional form of currency. And I used to say, I want one currency. I want the dollar. I don't want people leaving the dollar. And I feel that way. But I will tell you, it has taken on a life. I did a thing that people smile at, but it was wild. We did 1,000 sneakers, so limited edition sneaker run. The last one, and you could go through, our crazy new currencies, because that's what I call them. They're crazy, whether it's Bitcoin or others. And so many people were buying these things. And ultimately, the last pair of sneakers sold for approximately, I hear, $450,000. It was a
sorry. Oh my God.
Well, it's taken its own life. I do an addition. The last pair sold for $450,000. People were going crazy for these sneakers. You probably were too. Everybody was. I have every friend I have has sold me for a pair of sneakers.
Crazy for them.
So it just took off. And I noticed that so many of them were paid for with this with the new currency. And it is that. It's a new
one.
Crypto, yeah,
A new
cryptocurrency. And
cryptocurrency.
I couldn't believe the amount.
I couldn't believe
And I'm
it.
saying, this thing has really, and other things I do, people are using it. And, I would be, I'm very much a traditionalist. I like staying with the dollar. You know that from when I was there. It's make the dollar the choice. I hate when countries go off the dollar. I would not allow countries to go off the dollar because when we lose that standard, that will be like losing a revolutionary war. That will be a hit to our country, just like losing a war. And we can't let that happen. And
Bonds
too many
break
countries
even.
now
SPY
are fighting to get off the
for 1
dollar.
hour in.
And,
back to
and
5100.
frankly, and I know Jay feels strongly about this, then
Okay, thank you, Donald. Thank you. Meta, that is Trump. That was Trump. Again, Meta's down 5. That's what started this conversation. We're wondering if there was anything that brought it down, and it seems like Trump comments were the only headline here. And then eBay's still climbing up. Again, those Pfizer's came down, but still got a gain. Oh, there's one more I was looking at. Oh, yeah, those Ferg puts, those came back up.
Yes, we're going to make the dollar great. Once the dollar, if you lose the dollar, it's like losing a war. Who wants to lose a war?
NVIDIA in the green? No way. Yeah. Even SMCI, they're up 2 from the bottom. ARM is still down. Again, Intel was very strong this morning. They're still in the green. TSM, all the other chip makers are dead. I think Qualcomm and Intel were the ones really running. But yeah, NVIDIA has gone green. NVIDIA to 940, 879. Dude, it hit 960 and then just sold off. That was crazy. It's a lot of fun on Friday. Rivian ripping. They were going a little bit earlier too. Yeah, 1326. Again, 12. Anything above 1240 is good. They already made that move prior, so it's kind of difficult to go after. ATMU Atmu. ARM on the high. Is Google again? Google was leading. Roblo's doing good too. They're on the high again. SPY, you're above 5100 again. 3-4 minutes right there. You just rocketed up. We still got an hour. We still have an hour till Euro close. ARM still going. ON on the high. Googly woogly about to break out. SPY at VWAP. Even Microsoft moved a little bit. Where's Apple? Apple staying pinned. Yeah, Myrna has been on fire today. Pfizer was doing good, but not as good. Again, in Myrna, I don't have anything on Myrna. It's just continuing. It's up 20% or something over the last couple of days or since its lows. SPRB. AMC. NVIDIA is going up again. So there, again, NVIDIA is down like 2-3%. And then now we have this SPY at VWAP. So you'll fill the gap 20 points higher from here. We did not fill, we still haven't filled the 50.07. So kind of in no man's land. Added Valet. Nugget on the high. Is gold moving up again? It's trying to. LYT. That was the random mover from last week. Penn on the high. And DraftKings. DraftKings is down. Coinbase still holding up. Again, Intel. Euro closes in an hour. Oh, wait a minute. When is Euro close? Now that I think about it, daylight savings. Is it an hour later? Or is it now? I forgot. I have no idea. It could be at 9:30 for like a week or two, or it might be now. It's wonder it's either forward or backward. I don't know. So 2 hour later, I think that makes sense. Because right now would originally be 6:30. So yeah, maybe 9:30. Might have 2 extra hours of Euro close, and I think it lasts for a week until they adjust their clocks. They rally amid notice of new skin cancer trial with Merck. That makes sense. I didn't see that one, but that would make a lot more sense to giving it juice. STM root on the low. Bro, Roblo about to hit 42. Roblo's up a ton. What's this? For a Reuters poll, Federal Reserve first cut to Fed funds rate in June, says 72 of 108 economists. Reuters poll, Federal Reserve to cut rates by 75 basis points or less in 2024, says 52 of 108 economists. 26 say 110 basis points. When oil, I'm seeing JNUG on the high now too. You got to pump it up. We still need like another 100 points. We were close again on Friday. You guys don't remember Friday? We hit 51.89. That was insane. I thought we were gonna melt up and do it again on Friday, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, bye. Rivian still going 13.45. So again, you guys called that one out. Remember, it's been going crazy since their event and last week. Taboola, TBLA on the high. Nvidia staying pinned. Pfizer. There's eBay. We're 50 cents and then we'll be in the money on eBay. Those are up 180%. Oh, even the JDs went up. I forgot. JD's at the high. No shit. So China names are starting to wake up again. A lot of people have been saying Rivian buying out Apple, but I don't know. I think it's still too expensive. I feel like Apple usually, Apple would buy Hyundai or something. I don't know. I feel like they would just go with something cheap and make it popular. But you never know. That Rivian, though, a lot of people are getting hyped up on the, what was it, the R2D2 or whatever it was? The R2 and the R3. People, they want more info on that price. Yeah, Booking and Expedia are up, and then Airbnb's down. LVS. So again, LVS and Win both running. So we've given up 5105, 5106. That's kind of the level. That's where you flushed and where you filled the gap a couple days ago. But let's see if we go any lower here. Again, you still got an hour till Euro, or 2 hours till Euro close. So we still got a lot of time. Has to hold. I mean, we have enough time. You could flush. You could go all over the place. Just remember, last couple of days here, even the fact that we're down almost 100 points, this little like flush and pop and flush. I mean, we have done this a couple of times at least. From end of February? Or is that beginning of February? A lot of these up and down, back and forth. So at least we have data, though. Again, no matter what happens by today, we're going to wrap up, and by the morning, you'll have a whole new set of catalysts to respond to. Poll says the bigger risk is that March dot plot shows fewer rate cuts. says 38 of 44 economists. I think ARM is going to have an interesting week. I think there's going to be a lot of drama with the lockup, and then it's going to kind of work its way out from there because it's kind of led the chips, and then now it's in its own little world. But I think ARK is going to be very volatile, or ARM is going to be very volatile this week. AISP on the high. What's that? Looks like a small cap. Yeah, AIS airship. Oh, yeah, we saw that the other day. That's going up. Again, China name still holding. I thought that was interesting. JD is near another high. The SEP is March 20th. So, like, literally 2 days before, you're going to have Bank of Japan. And then you're going to have Powell in the SEP. And then you have CPI this week. Microsoft in. Yeah, SPY still holding. Euro close at 9:30 Pacific. I think so. 1 extra hour. Meso, is that still running? I was running again. I forgot what their data was in the morning. They had 2 little pops there. You can see Bros is popping. Bros is up 4% going through the high. Literally up 20 cents on that candle. It's not loading up. Neo's up 7.2. Smuckers. Yeah, tech. Everything's still down a while. I mean, it was everything down 0.5%. Now NASDAQ's only down 1/4. But SPY down 0.4. Dow down 0.5. And then Russell down 0.7. CPI is 8:30 tomorrow. So 1 hour before the bell tomorrow. SMR, new scale. They're running up new high. They're already up 16. Uranium came down. Dollar near high, Habibi. Does it again? Again, some people, I think the dollar was negative today. This could have been like the 7th down day in a row or something. SMR. Snap, I don't know. I think it's getting just some of the negativeness from the meta move, but that's why I was like, I don't know if those Trump comments make as much sense because he was saying other people would benefit off of it, but seems like all social media stocks are in the gutter today. And then Roblo's hitting 42. That one's been nonstop, 5%. And then Baba, China names are holding again. Today is still kind of taking a breather, but more so we're kind of in wait-and-see mode ahead of this data tomorrow. And then Pfizer, they got a lot of volume, but still kind of low. Ultra came down. Yeah, M is breaking down. So remember, they got that news about potentially getting the deal without a board review or whatever. Bros is killing it right now. Over 100 PE. 1,000 PE? Oh, wow. Good afternoon. What up, Millie? Happy Monday. Happy daylight savings. Happy long term. Do you guys get it? Daylight long term? Like you're saving? No? Okay. I'll be making sure you guys get that one, but I don't. I thought it was, yeah. Big numbers. Gold is moving up. Mara on the low now. INO. So, yeah, literally Mara is Riot selling off too. I think maybe just Mara, though. Mara's getting hammered. And I don't see any news on Roblo. I could double check, though. I remember Friday there was news on, like, Unity and Apple, but other than that, I see a form. Insiders looking to sell on Roblo. Hugo Boss lands on Roblox to promote new denim clothing. Yeah, I don't have anything on Roblo. I wish I could help my friend. Marvel's coming back down. ARM's coming up still, so they've been on a tear there a little bit. I'm on point with the info. You like a better version of Jim Cramer? Well, thank you. I hope you get a long-term, because I'm not against Jim Cramer. Jim Cramer, I learned about the long-term early on. So always get a long-term, man. Baidu. I like Baba a little better, but, Baidu maybe. It is the Google of China. I have more confidence long-term wise for Baba. Marvel has a little to do with AI, but again, their last earnings, their AI guidance was not good enough to outweigh some of the losses in their other segments. The random play was a DraftKings call for April, I believe. Of ASTS satellite phone, Starlink. Good and bad. The satellite stuff, people like it and don't. It just depends on what technology they get in. So remember, ASTS, didn't that move with Apple off of the satellite phone feature? So I think they're kind of linked to that, but it just has to kind of proliferate. And if it does, I'd trade it. I don't know about long-terming it though. And again, like we talked about on Friday, a lot of people were asking different names. And like I said, you could buy whatever you want. It just really boils down to make sure, GSAT, that was the one, not ASTS, thank you. But just make sure that you don't, make these your biggest in your portfolio. That's all, as long as you avoid, outsizing it and, putting that much risk, then you'll be good. But until there's more, until we start seeing phones with satellite stuff, I don't know how well it's going to do. But again, I don't know much about that industry. And then bonds are selling off now. Again, they went green to red there. So TLT, down by 0.14 right now. That was green by almost a quarter. Chata Communications on the high. VSAT. They're up. Apple came down. Still green, though. And then ARM again. ARM, Intel, and Qualcomm. But Intel and Qualcomm, those are standing out. I guess Qualcomm just looks better. Qualcomm just flipped red. Roblo's still going crazy. Up almost another percent. 42.20. Orbital VSAT inbound. We'll get him again next time. Nugget on the high. Gold's making a run for it. Everybody in the GLD. Gold is insane. Hey, bonds trying to bounce a little from the low. Did I make a Mo play? Oh, we have the likes now, but yeah. So you missed the play that I made was MO. I did a small option trade on MO for the divvy run up. And just value rotation. I like that MO is near the high of the year. Your dad must be buzzing if gold is smashing. Not really. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm pretty sure my dad, I don't think he knows how to check the price of gold. If that makes sense. I don't know. It's hard to explain. He loves gold, but I don't think my dad knows how to check prices online or look at it, he just, I don't know. He likes the gold. It's hard to explain. Hard to explain. Yeah, he just knows it's worth something. And then it goes up or down, but he doesn't he's not glued to the prices like we are. ZB not pretty. I mean, it's held up quite amazing the last couple days. That's why it's kind of interesting, but it does need to give up a little bit. We'll find out by tomorrow morning. Bank of England sells 799 million pounds of bonds in auction, receives 2.2 billion pounds. Says gilt operation bid to cover 2.78. I think silver will eventually catch on, but again, silver, if we start seeing inflation come back up, and then silver will. Because silver is, again, just more industrial, related to other factors beyond just like, protection against the fiat currency. Yeah, Costco has pamps. I thought they got rid of them, but yeah. I gave you guys that up. Ever since Costco dropped the gold bars, gold has been going insane. Silver, I mean, you go silverprice.org. But you could buy silver the same way you buy gold at accredited dealers. TBA. Agriculture. Yeah, coin's still holding up, man. It's great. Let's get the long term loaded up. I want to see coin in the long term. Fidelity application update. I have to update Fidelity. Marcus Hanlon, baby. Finger to the sky. Tell him. What's up, man? Good morning. Good morning. Let's get a little one in there. Say what's up, baby. Great idea from Costco. At least they have gold bars. Yeah, and I mean, they were selling them at a discount. At one point, you were able to buy it below spot price. So even if you buy your gold from Costco and then you get 1-2% back on the platinum card or the executive, it was actually below spot price. Oh, Marcus again, baby. Ah. Good morning. My man said finger to the sky. Blessed Chad. You know what I'm saying? Costco Gold. I like my Pamp Suisse bars too. They're pretty. Oh, we're down today? I thought we were up. There's coin. Look at little coin working for us. It's amazing. It's amazing. AMD's on the high. And Netflix and ARM. So hold on. SPY's above VWAP. A couple of things are running up here. I have no idea why Roblo's up. I don't have any headlines on that. Check Snow. They're popping here with everything else. I'll check right now. Good call out. Snow getting a green candle off the bottom. Hugo, I saw that one. I don't know if that was it. I don't see anything on Snow. I see register 680 of Snowflake. That's it. Well, then the AM Dizzles. Well, yeah, Snow moved a little bit off the bottom. Again, ARM. Now Mobileye, too. Again, Intel was running up early. Remember last week we saw a random Mobileye run? EA on the high, Autodesk, Dell again. Dell was running maybe a couple hours ago or an hour ago. It was just a lot. It was just up from the morning because we're only only been an hour and a half here over the day. No, I got rid of the Apple shares. Yeah, Roblo still, ARM again, ARM, Intel, Qualcomm, and then I guess NVIDIA too. Because NVIDIA's in the green. NVIDIA's up 1.0. SMCI's recovered 6%. So literally SMCI went from short sell restriction to up about almost $100 intraday. MTN on the high. And then now SPY's getting back to opening candle. So, yeah, you're like right at the low of the opening candle. Where does that put us? 51-1. Austin Alexander, baby. God bless America. Good morning, brothers and sisters. What's up, baby? You started showing love last week. Yeah, he's back, baby. Back in full force. Good morning. Happy Monday. I hope your daylight savings was a good adjustment. So SPY's starting to break out now. Again, Micron, Disney's already up here too. So again, remember, it's 50-50. I'm sure if I look even right now, it'll still be 50-50. Yeah, Dow Jones, 19 green or red, 11 in the green. So Dow Jones has more names red. NASDAQ, 52 green, 49 in the red. S&P 500, 325 red, 177 in the green. So you actually have more names red than not across every single index. And then NASDAQ is about to go green, though. NASDAQ's only down by 0.01. It's funny, NASDAQ itself is barely red. Futures are down more. Nintendo and Illumination teaming up for a new Super Mario film. I saw that. I think it's a Super Smash Bros, right? Aren't they trying to make a film on that? I saw something on that this morning. RL on the high. Or what was that other one? Estee. Oh, remember Estee Lauder? Didn't they have that cancer allegation on Friday? Damn, they're still holding up. And then CLSK, Mara on the low. Crypto names kind of selling off, but like Coin and MSTR, pretty sure they're holding up. So the miners are just getting moved. Little oil pop. Watch out for gold. Again, see if the NASDAQ comes green. Yeah, oil a little bit off the bottom. Still down. Still right on the day, almost 1%. Biden remarks at the National League of... This early? I don't know, man. This fourth quarter Biden is getting crazy. They chanting 4 more years like he's Kobe. They're 4 more years. But like, dude, like he waking up early. He be like doing speeches hella late. People were like, oh, I can't sit through the State of the Union. I'm like, he's 97 years old and he made it.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Although I didn't realize that guy's a PhD. This guy's a pretty smart guy. Please have a
ADI
seat
on the high.
if you have one.
Okay, well, I'm going to go pee. I'll use this opportunity.
It's so great to see you all. The mayor mentioned I started off with the county council. That's what I learned early on, that if you want to get something done locally, send it directly to the local officials. You don't have to pass go. You don't have to go to state legislature to compete for the money. Folks, I only ran for the Senate because local government was too hard. You all think I'm kidding. They know where you live. They think you can solve every problem, even if you don't have the authority to do it, and they hold you accountable for everything. So God love you, as my mother would say. Thank you all for being here, and congratulations to the National League of Cities. 100 years. Now, I want to make it clear, I've been a strong supporter here, but I wasn't at the first meeting. I wasn't. Swear to God. I've been around a while, but you first came together on a college campus in Kansas at a time of transformation in America.
He joked about how
cities
he
and
understands.
towns were growing fast. Our economy was changing.
That's why he waits for everyone to laugh too, because he's like, "You see what I did there?
Reform and efficiency.
He's like, you see what I just did?
And you help one another deliver.
I joked about being old, so I'm no longer old.
Since that time.
That's how it works.
I mean, look, think
Logical.
about it. All kidding aside, people come to you
cheering
first.
because he's so.
In your communities, they're
he's
knocking
not
on your
old
door. They
by,
expect you to be
by
able,
joking about how old he is. That's why they cheer.
Safe?
Because they're like, fuck
will
yeah,
the
I
bus
knew
be
you
on
weren't
time
old.
and going to have them run on
joked
so I
about
can get
it.
to work on time.
You
My
know?
kid's going to have a good fortune of being able to stay in their hometown and make a living. You do what matters. You do what matters to people. You know, my dad used to say, a job's about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about your ability to look your kid in the eye and say everything's going to be okay.
No, exactly. You're right. It's the 8 mile
That's why
strategy.
I feel my administration with so many former local
Biden
officials.
learned what B-Rabbit
like
learned
Councilman
at the
Tom
last
Perez, who you just heard.
I know everything you got to say against me. I am old. My son is effing
Former
dumb.
Mayor Steve Benjamin,
He did
Secretary
live in the
Buttigieg,
White
Fudge,
House with his
Vilsack.
mouth. And Trump is an Uncle Tom.
We know
I did
what you all
get
do.
jumped by all of
And well, the
Russia's
measure of
chumps.
success isn't
And
how
I'm
many
still standing
partisan
here
points you
saying,
score.
defend the
It's a
free
basic
world.
thing we've all got involved
Don't
in the
ever
first
try to
place.
judge
Can
me,
you fix the
dude.
problem?
You don't know
Can we fix the problem?
what anything I've been through.
We're here for
I
one
know
reason.
something about
To
you.
deliver to families and communities
You
for the
sent
country.
money to Russia. That's a
You've been an
sanctioned
essential
fool.
partners in
Oh.
delivering historic results.
What's the matter,
for the
dog?
American
You
people.
embarrassed?
When
You
I
guys are
ran, I know it
gangster. He
sounded
doesn't
silly.
even
I
have a
said I
climate
promised to be
goal.
president for all Americans, whether they voted for me or not. And we're making that real progress in red communities and blue communities. In fact, there are more investments going to red communities than blue communities. It's about politics in many people's mind, but not mine. It's about investing in all of America and all Americans, so everyone has a fair shot. And leaving nobody behind. When I came to office, the pandemic was raging.
New York Fed 1 year
Communities
expectations unchanged at
faced
3.
devastating budget
February
cuts.
3 year
We turned things
2.7
around.
versus 2.4.
3 years ago today, I signed the American
February
Rescue
5
Plan.
year 2.9 versus 2.5. Home prices expected flat in
Instead
February
of just
at 3.
helping a few big cities, we provided.
February year ahead rent lowest since December 2020. Consumers more downbeat on job market. New York Fed consumers hold steady on expected income. Earnings gain in February. So 1 year expectations stayed the same. 5 year and I think 5 year and 3 year expectations went up. So that's kind of bad there. But we're right back at open level.
Use those funds to vaccinate your communities, to keep essential services going. Put cops on the beat. You put teachers in the classroom. You kept small businesses on their feet and families in their homes. Then I proposed and signed the most significant investment in our nation's infrastructure in generations. 47,000 new projects announced so far across communities, modernizing American roads, bridges, ports, airports, public transit, and more. Creating jobs now and jobs for the next decade. We went through, remember we had Infrastructure Week for 4 years? Now you're going to have Infrastructure Week for 10 years, and only every week there's going to be something every week. Look, I've stood with mayors out where you're rebuilding. The Blatnick Bridge in Wisconsin, Minnesota, $1 billion operation. The Brent Spence Bridge in Kentucky and Ohio. By the way, it's not only changing the economy for those communities and all up and down the coast, up and down the country, but it's doing something else. It's generating really good jobs, and it's bringing communities back together. And working with many of you, we're replacing every poisonous lead pipe in America for every child can drink clean water without risk of brain damage. In January, I was in Raleigh, North Carolina, where we're investing $3 billion to connect the entire state for affordable high-speed internet to end by the end of the decade. And we're doing it in all 50 states. It's critical for children to be able to do their homework, small businesses to be able to sell their products,
Humana popping.
folks to have access to
Keeping on
telemedicine when they're driving without driving to see their doctors if they live in the countryside. We've already saved 23 million families $75 a month on internet bills. Congress needs to reauthorize that program now, by the way. I need your help. We're also taking the most significant action to fight climate change ever. You know, I mentioned when we talked, well, I won't get started on all that. I feel pretty passionate about it. Look, I visited many of your towns as we work together to respond, rebuild, and increase reliance and resilience. But the resilience is the important part. We can't build back to what it was. You've got to build back better in everything we're doing, for real. The climate's already changed things. resilience to extreme weather, revitalization of fence-lined communities smothered by the legacy of pollution. We're also promoting clean energy, advanced manufacturing, and other industries, a future that's made in America. You know, there's a law that I didn't even realize, and most didn't realize, that back in the 30s, when they were talking about whether the unions could exist and so on and so forth, there was a lot of legislation in the Roosevelt administration. One law that got passed was any money sent to the president to spend on a federal project should be spent with American products and American workers. Well, here's what happened. A lot of folks, both parties, didn't pay much attention to that, but not anymore. We build American, we buy American, and we are American. Folks, thanks in part to the CHIPS and Science Act, the United States is investing more money in research and development than ever before. During the pandemic, a shortage of semiconductor chips about the size of the tip of your little finger drove prices up for everything, from cell phones to automobiles. Well, instead of having to import semiconductors, which America invented, I might add, private companies are now investing billions of dollars to build new chip factories here in America. And we're creating tens of thousands of jobs. Many of them pay over $100,000 a year and do not require a college degree. Folks, in all, my policies have attracted $650 billion in private sector investments from companies that are bringing jobs back to America, back to the communities where they belong. For the longest time, both parties sent jobs overseas because the labor was cheaper and imported the products. Now we're sending product overseas and we're bringing the jobs back here. Look, folks, in thousands of cities and towns, we're seeing a great comeback story. Nearly 15 million new jobs created so far. That's a record. Growth is strong, wages are rising, inflation is down. Individuals have filed to start an additional 16 million new businesses since I took office. Each application to do that is an act of hope. Along the way, we reduced the federal deficit, I might add. It hasn't gone up, it's gone down under us. We cut it by $1 trillion already, another trillion over the next decade, and that's my goal, to cut by $3 trillion by making the wealthy and big corporations finally begin to pay their fair share. Folks, look, I'm a capitalist. If you can make $1 billion, wonderful. Just pay your fair share, man. Not 8.2%. If you paid 25%, we'd have $500 billion more over the next 10 years to cut the deficit, to provide child care, to do all the things we need to do. But there's more to do. Look, for example, I know the cost of housing is critical to families nationwide. If inflation keeps coming down, mortgage rates are going to continue to come down as well. But I'm not waiting. For those seeking to buy their first home or trade up for a little more space, I propose a tax cut that will provide $400 a month for the next 2 years. Because every family deserves a place to call home and a place to have your American dreams come true. Look, millions of renters are also out there in trouble. We're also cracking down on those landlords who break the antitrust laws by price fixing those rents. Landlords should be competing to give folks the best deal, not conspiring to charge them higher rent. We also cut red tape so more builders can get federal financing, which is already helping construct a record 1.7 million new housing units nationwide. Because of you. And the federal budget that I'm releasing today has a plan for 2 million more affordable homes, including housing, a housing innovation fund to help communities like yours build housing, renovate housing, and convert empty office space and hotels into housing. Housing for renters, for owners, middle-class families, and folks struggling just to get by. Look, and we realize many of you are dealing with homeless encampments in your cities and towns. Well, we're providing $8 billion to allow you to provide alternatives, to move unhoused people off the street, getting them into homes. The bottom line is we have to build, build, build. That's how we bring housing costs down for good. Folks, at the same time, America deserves the freedom to be safe from crime. And America is safer today than when I took office. Starting with the American Rescue Plan, I made the biggest investment in public safety effort, and you used it well. You, all of you, have done a tremendous job in your communities putting those resources to work. Using federal money to hire more officers for effective, accountable community policing. Expanding violence intervention programs to help prevent crime. Folks, we don't always hear about it, but today's violent crime rates are down nationwide, nearly every major category, to one of the lowest levels in over 50 years. But there's more to do. But we're making American progress, serious progress. Look, there's another piece of unfinished business, the border, the federal border we keep talking about. In November, my team began serious negotiations with a bipartisan group of senators led by a very serious conservative Republican senator, as well as Democrats. The result was a compromise bill with the toughest border security reforms this country has ever seen. That bipartisan deal would hire 1,500 more border security agents and officers, 100 more immigration judges to help tackle a backlog of 2 million cases that are just waiting to be heard, 4,300 more asylum officers, and new policies so they can resolve cases in 6 months instead of 6 years. 100 more high-tech drug detection machines to significantly increase our ability to stop fentanyl from being smuggled in America. By the way, no one questions those numbers. This bill would save lives, bring order to the border. It has the funds that many of our cities badly need as well. It would also give me as president new emergency authority or any other president temporarily shut down the border when
all right, little bond pop and then Raul.
Regain control of the border. Border
no
Patrol
headlines
Union
again.
endorsed
That
it.
New York Fed.
Federal Chamber,
The
National
expectations
Chamber of
were
Commerce
kind of
endorsed it.
bearish. Everything
And
else
I
was
believe given
chill.
an opportunity, the House and Senate have the votes to pass it if they just bring it to the floor and vote on it. But up to now, politics has intervened. Folks, we have to end the games. We have to deal. This deal is about a win for America. Your cities and towns, you all face the issue every single day. So it matters to you, your community, to tell your members in Congress to show up, show a little spine, and pass the bipartisan border security bill. You tell me I'm your last speaker. I've already kept you too long, but here's a go. Let me close with this. Last week, I delivered my State of the Union address, where I said, I stated what I believe to be the empirical truth. The State of the Union is strong and getting stronger. That's what I see. As I travel the country, folks often tell me how back in 2020 they were down. They'd lost their business. They'd lost their faith in the system. And then the laws we passed, the work we've done together, got them back on their feet, creating new jobs, new businesses, a new cycle of hope. We've got a long way to go in terms of, and by the way, public confidence in the economy is coming back. So when you see shovels in the ground, people going to work, I hope you feel what we do, and you feel it with a sense of pride. Pride in your hometowns, pride in making a comeback, pride in America, pride in knowing we can get big things done when we work together. Folks, as I said, I've been around a few days. But I've never been more optimistic about our future, and I mean that sincerely. We just have to remember who in God's name we are. We are the United States of America, for God's sake. There is nothing beyond our capacity. I mean nothing beyond our capacity when we work together like you all do. So let's work together. God bless you all. May God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really, thank you. You've been great. Time to do the job.
All right. He said, really, thank you. Joe Biden, ladies and gentlemen. Joe Biden. There it is. There it is. Welcome. Election. Election is good. You guys know that. Like, think about it. We are almost halfway done with March. Yes, I said it. We're just starting March, but by the end of this week, you will be halfway done with March. So that means you have, what, 7 months till the election? At the end of it, 6-7 months. So welcome to 2024, baby. It's already running through. It's already running through. Yeah, I don't know. You want me to give you guys a hot take? I could give you guys a hot take. I don't know. I don't want to heighten up any tensions. Should I heighten up any tensions? I have a hot take. I don't know. You guys barely hit the likes. So I don't know. I'll charge you likes for this. Just give me 25 likes. You might get mad. You may even dislike the video. I don't know. Some of you might like the video after I say, though, too. That's the beauty of diversity. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if they feel me. We need 25 likes for the hot take, and I'll get it to you. Uh-huh. All right, are you ready? Are you ready? For some reason, I still feel as if Mr. Joseph Biden is going to win. So I don't know. It's a couple months still left. I've seen Trump get a lot of momentum, but I still see Biden hanging on there. And as more and more people are getting in election mode, yeah, you could see that. I don't know. I could see Biden kind of holding up for some reason. So I don't know. You guys got to get out there and vote. You guys got to get out there and vote. Welcome to the election. That's my hot take. Like I said, I don't know if that was worth the likes. Y'all gave me like 100 likes for that, so I hope I hope you're not too disappointed. Am I trolling? No, I'm not. I'm being genuine. I'm being like dead serious. Like, I don't know. I feel like it's turning into the same election, but then again, I mean, the incumbent, it was already rare for Donald Trump to lose his incumbency. That was already a difficult task, so we'll see, though. I don't know. I feel like, again, because a lot of it's like people are quiet about the election and all of the news sounds the same still. So, yeah. Oh, welcome. 2024. 2024, man. 2024. You got credit on the likes. I'll give you something. I don't know. I kind of, I didn't want to scare you guys. I tried to make a watch list yesterday. Like, I wanted to go back to, I wanted to see if I could sound like I did in my old videos. Like, just, I feel like if I talked, like, softer, I don't know. Hey, guys, what's going on? Is this too soft if I talk like this? I don't know why I make it sound so weird now. I'm not trying to, but I am. I don't know. I was going to do this on the video the other day. So, yeah. Josh, I'm not being weird. Am I being weird because of the voice or because of who my election prediction was? I know. I feel like I'm talking like Michael Jackson. Yeah, stop it. Stop it. They're just ignorant. No, I can't. No, stop it. Okay, great. All right, guys, have a good day. Maybe we'll see. You might get a soft watch list today. It's ignorant. Stop being so ignorant. Mm-hmm. You're used to loud nasal, Josh? Is that because I have a big nose? Do you know? How do you know that? You don't even see me. Incoming. I'm waiting. We've talked about how I sound for too long. I'm surprised. I have not seen a Pat Mahomes joke yet. I'm waiting on the Pat Mahomes. You know what they say about men with big noses? Kanye West doesn't like him? No, is that? Oh, no. Oh, you meant something else. Oh, I was like, damn, that's crazy. It's crazy. It's like, Kanye jokes? Are this early, man? This early for a Kanye joke? Man. My goodness. I think an impulse upside. We already had a nice little rally. I mean, we kind of came up out of nowhere. NASDAQ almost went green. Again, the broadening out calmed down here a little bit. But today's just a breather. Remember, Friday was kind of nuts how we moved. We were very green on Friday and then sold off pretty big. And then now we're getting ready for the CPI tomorrow morning, baby. Lex, new all-time highs. Lexaria Biosciences. Do they have anything on the calendar? I think I will be live early, but it sucks that we just had daylight savings. So I think I will be live 1 hour before the bell tomorrow, but very disappointed that it's daylight savings. And then now, like, I'll be up at like 3 a.m. technically or something. So I'm going to try to eat Taco Bell tonight. So that way I just get woken up by the shits anyways. So then that way I'll be up naturally because I'll have to go to the bathroom. It's great preparation and planning if you think about it. But other than why, I am planning to be here early. Again, it's a very, very big day. This is going to be the last inflation data ahead of Jerome Powell. It's not supposed to move too much. You know, really, we're going to be picking apart clues for tomorrow. But at the end of the day, that SCP will be big. This will be the one before the final inflation data ahead, and then we'll find out. Biden to host Czech Prime Minister April 15th will underscore NATO commitment. My chat disappeared. Yeah, I thought we got rid of daylight savings. I guess they didn't vote on it, apparently. They let that one because of the government shutdown, maybe. I don't know. Reddit, we're going to apply the IPO criteria. So if you guys have ever watched, we have a little IPO criteria. So it really just all depends how it trades. I'm not too excited about Reddit for some reason. I don't know. You know, I guess the latest IPOs were ARM and then Instacart. They weren't too bad. And then Birkenstock. All of those IPOs are actually up. I think they went down after their first couple days of trading. But I don't know. I like it. I like the idea of Reddit, but I don't think the IPO is going to be good. I think it's going to be, or I don't know if it'll meet criteria. But we have a criteria we look for. The premium the stock opens at, how much volume it trades on the day, and then how much volume it trades in the first 10 minutes. That will tell you a lot. They were talking about it on Bloomberg this morning. They were saying how there's like posts on Wall Street Bets of people already saying to short Reddit. So like apparently Wall Street Bets doesn't even like the Reddit IPO. And Reddit is small. I don't know. I have to double check this. But I think I'm correct. Let me double check this, but let me blow your mind right now. There is more people who use Pinterest than Reddit. Would you believe that? You have more daily active users and monthly active users on Pinterest than you do on Reddit. So like, here, let me give you more perspective. Are you ready? Are you ready for this one? Some of you may not like this. Are you ready? There is more people who go every day on Snapchat than they do Reddit. You're reading fake news. I think this is part of the data that they've given out. So just Reddit is actually like small. That's just what a lot of people don't realize. So like you know about it because of the GameStop situation and Wall Street bets, but they're literally like they're pretty tiny. You know, they're not like as far as like social media and users, they're not the biggest in the world. They're nowhere near close to it. But like straight up Snapchat and Pinterest have more active users, I'm pretty sure. I could be incorrect. You could correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you could go verify this. We'll see when we go over the IPO filings, but I heard this morning they have like 80 million daily users or something, and that's, you know, compared to a lot of other like PayPal. Who else has more? Etsy, I think they might have as many people as Etsy as they do on Reddit. Like Etsy and Reddit, and even Etsy only has like 1 million sellers, but I think like 40 or 80 million shop on Etsy. So, yeah, but that's the only thing I don't like about it. Beyond just the IPO, and you know it raised a lot of money, but I mean just Reddit is comparatively a little bit or a lot smaller than all of the other. So again, Snapchat, just Snapchat's dead. Who uses Snapchat? So like literally more people use Snapchat than Reddit. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? M.O. Lil Popper on the popper. So in other words, they have the most to grow. They do, but they have been around for 18 years. So they've been around longer than Snapchat, I think longer than Facebook. So they've been around for a minute. I wonder what their financials look like too. So they may not have been public, but you know, they've been around for a while. You could go and look back. Yeah, we'll see. They're going to have a premium. It just depends how many shares they sell. And then what's the market like too? You know, that's another thing. This may be the perfect time to IPO. You know, if the market really broadens out, we don't have any bad news, everybody's feeling good, you're at all-time highs. I mean, that day of trading, I mean, if everyone's just feeling jacked up and they got some profits out of anything else, you know, maybe they'll be ready to go. So we'll have to find out. Reddit hasn't announced anything that AI yet. I don't think they have AI. I don't know what they'll use the IPO money for. It's a great question. Probably something for growth or pay off debt because it's an old company. I don't know. We've heard Airbnb with AI. Wasn't Pfizer just talking AI? You guys remember that? Who was that last person? We heard somebody. I think it was Pfizer during that conference. Homie was talking about AI. So I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised. AI Reddit. And then SPY is coming a little lower now. You're back below VWAP again. I want to say pre-Euro close, but we actually have another hour. Yeah, those Pfizers are up like 500%. They went as high as like 600 earlier. 8 cents to like 60. So we'll see. I think it was Google and who's the other one? Apple. I think Google and Apple were the only green today. As far as big tech and NVIDIA. Nope, NVIDIA is back to red, down by 0.63. Yeah, IBM has been doing what? Dude, I know IBM, I feel like, was a leader in AI, but they just either fell behind or didn't get as much attention. But yeah, Watson. They had AI on Jeopardy. They had Chat GPT on Jeopardy like 10 years ago. You guys don't remember that? That was like a big deal. I don't know why. Like growing up, I remember Watson and Jeopardy was like a huge deal. This was like 13 years ago.
Ken, you select again.
Let's go to alternate meanings for 1,000, Alex.
A thief, or the bent part of an arm. Ken.
What's a crook?
Correct.
Let's go to name the decade for 1,000.
The first modern crossword puzzle is published, and Oreo cookies are introduced.
Watson gets owned.
Ken.
What are the 20?
Oh, so he owned him.
Children's book.
I said this on TV. Chicks dig me.
Watson.
What is Jericho?
Correct.
400, same category.
You guys
This
don't remember
mystery
this?
author and her archaeologist hubby dug in hopes of finding the lost Syrian city of Urkesh. Watson.
Superman.
Who is Agatha Christie?
Correct.
Same category, 600.
At the Olduvai Gorge in 1959, she and hubby Lewis found a 1.75 million year old Australopithecus Boise-eyed skull. Watson.
Who is Mary Leakey?
You're right.
800, same category.
Harriet Boyd Hawes was the first woman to discover and excavate a Minoan settlement on this island. Watson.
What is Crete?
Yes.
Let's finish.
What is
Chicks
Crete?
dig me.
Yeah, so that was like 13 years ago. I felt like it was longer than that. I swear it was longer. I remember hearing about Watson like early on in the day. But yeah, that was IBM. They've been doing that for a long time. But that was like AI. That was like machine learning. BTI on the high. Yo, BTI, Big Pop. Check news, BTI, British American Tobacco. Again, we already got MO moving, but BTI having a pop here. Let me see. Options are cheap, but this thing just doesn't move. I'm checking news on there. But that's a pretty big move. Again, we already have those plays on MO. I'm not seeing anything on BTI. Again, 1% candle there. And then SPY coming down. Altria got to pop off that too. Yeah, BTI still going. I'm not seeing anything. 3-month bond auction. 5.25. It was a pretty big size, but I don't know what the when issued was. No, Euro closes in an hour. Yeah, all the tobacco plays are going on. What's the other one? Philip Morris. Even they got one, but BTI, that was a big candle. Big move. It doesn't move too much. Those options already went up 200%. Damn. So those options had no move. Damn, I should have grabbed one of those. I said I'll wait and see what's going on. And then we already grabbed the MO earlier. BlackBerry up 8. Litecoin is up 16. Damn. I have not checked crypto. So, BTI still going up. No, Euro closes in an hour. So because of daylight savings, it's going to take a little bit longer until they adjust. Humana and UNH still going. Yeah, that was wild. BTI still going. So those contracts did 200%. Bitcoin's at 73. I think Bitcoin's at a high right now. So Bitcoin's just carrying. Roblo holding. Pizza on the high again. Tobacco plays. BTI on the high. MSTR again. Bitcoin is near the highs right now. NVIDIA. All right, BTI came down. MSTR running there as Bitcoin is breaking out. China plays. They're still holding. Humana's on the high. Again, UNH, more crypto. Coin is doing it too. Again, coin right under 270. THO puts her back. Let's see. Miners still clapped. I have Pfizer. Who's the other one? Pfizer. Those Ferg ones are up. Those JDs, eBay, and then Square. But I think Square, they may have flipped. Yeah, all the Bitcoin plays, 52-week highs. Again, Bitcoin is breaking out right now. So what's Bitcoin at? 72, 735. Again, Coinbase 270. That one's wild. Airbnb on the low. Pfizer holding up. MO came down. Again, so did BTI. Yeah, I don't have any news on that one yet. We just caught that one moving. And what time is it? 8:35. This would be Euro close. 72,700. Bitcoin is still going. Again, coin MSTR. And then SPY right at VWAP. Bonds sold off too. Where's the dollar? Dollar's still actually in the green. But yeah, Bitcoin's still into the high. Bro, Coinbase is at 270. That's wild. So first time back above. I think that was the IPO price. I think they IPO'd around 250. So they just opened up with a crazy premium. The stream alerts. It's the first link on the YouTube. I don't know if it's on the Twitch. You might have to go through the YouTube channel. I know. Dude, I wanted to short it at 190. And I said, I'll wait. I don't want those problems. And then literally it shoots up to 270. Like, wow. I'm very glad I didn't short it. No, I'm very, very glad. Believe it or not, coin will hit 400 by summer. Hey, I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind. Sent the email. We'll get that situated for you. Don't you worry, Ivan. Hope you've been doing good too, man. You sold at 230. I'm just riding it out in the long term now. We literally have almost 9% on Coinbase. I think that's the funniest thing ever. It's a smaller amount, but hey, if this thing goes to 400, wherever, man, I'm cool with it. I'll ride it out, man. I'll ride. And then we got MO. MO's doing a lot of work. We need a little bit more out of him. Pfizer, Coinbase. We jump forward to Arizona time. So Euro closes at 9:30. Yeah, because you guys don't change, huh? So we're on Arizona's schedule now. I'm down. I'm down, but we still do have another hour till Euro. Euro close. I have a video on it. Will be the only market left open. So it keeps things kind of simple, but every market, one thing feeds to the next. Holding coin through the dip. Well, that's just the long term, man. You know, the long term, this is literally why we hold it. It's your money. You know, generally the idea should be, you know, you get small, adequate gains, things stack up and grow while the other stuff doesn't move too much. And, I mean, just long-term plan, you know, comes right back up. Took a while, took 2 years, but at the end of the day now, it's like all that money we invested is there. We get a little bit of a return. It's going to pad the stats nice, and it just, you know, we get those, keep having more, to keep having saving. I do like 3M. I think the spinoff, I think the spinoff shares might be good, but we'll see. I'm not going to buy any more, though, till they spin off. But I do like 3M still. But Pfizer, MO, PayPal, those are the main ones on my list. Even like Nike, Starbucks, and like UPS. If those other names start running. You're not getting them? Yeah, email tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Coin. I did average down. I got in even higher. And then I averaged down like hundreds of dollars lower. My average was still high. Then it kept dumping. And then by the time everything else was down, I bought other stuff. But I do wish I had an average on coin at $40 or whatever. That would have been magnificent. Walmart, they've been holding up. So again, even though Walmart, I mean, it's still near all-time highs, even though they had the split. The world coin in Spain? No, I didn't hear about it. It got banned in Spain. I did not know. I have not been following world coin. What price is that thing at? Pfizer, again, dollar's still up. Altria climbing here again. TSM's down. Micron, where's Marvel? MGPI. Humana is still, again, Humana and UNH. Oh, where are banks? Banks down 0.3. Remember, they were going nuts all day, every day last week. And bonds coming down. Yeah, the world coin, the eyeball one. I have not looked into that. Again, Bitcoin just holding the highs. Is it, what's WorldCoin? Is it WDC? Or is this a different WorldCoin? It's WLD, right? Yeah. Oh, wow. It's gone up $2 to $10. And the only way you could buy it is with your eyeball? Is that correct? New Hampshire GOP governor reaffirms he'd sign marijuana legalization bill with state-run model despite personal reservations. Mara getting worked. Yeah, and Clear Spark and Riot. Check, was weed moving off those headlines? Google going up. Interesting. Yeah, WorldCoin is up $2 to $10. Up 500% all time. But like, you can't buy it without your like iris scanned. It's like a weird rewards card. Tesla, they came down a little bit. Again, Tesla was up 3. Google's up 2.5. They keep going. Apple trying to get a little bit off the bottom. And then SPY just hugging VWAP, baby. Happy Monday. MO. Well, we got good MO shares earlier. Bro, we like bottom ticked the shit out of MO. I'm very happy with that play. Because now MO is at the high of the year. So let's see if it can break past like end of last year. Even then, you're pretty much almost at where you started the quarter. And then again, they have ex-dividend coming up. But we got a good one. I mean, dude, we were $2, $3 lower. We got in at $39.50. 40, so almost $3 a share. Yeah, I mean, I always wish we got more, but that was a good pickup. But then we'll see again if there is more broadening out. I did make an option trade on that one earlier. That was my only play of the day. NVIDIA, TD Cohen speaking on a large opportunity for NVIDIA with healthcare. Reddit now on Hood IPO access. Oh, they're going to let you get in? That's pretty dope. RXRX was up today for no reason. Oh, but then they sold off. So they're on the low. I thought that would have kept going. NVIDIA, yeah, MO's going up. I don't know if the contracts are kind of whack. Yeah, contracts are break even. Well, it's like, bro, almost $3 a share since we picked it up. It's almost 10%. Because, again, I think we were down like 8%, 9% in the long term. Now we're only down 1.7. Yeah, 39.53. So straight up $3 since we got it just a couple days ago. Nuts. And the last time we bought it was January 10th. So we bought some MO this year. And we grabbed Pfizer with the other one. Bought a little bit in October. No, that was Drip. I know we still bought some in October. $43.10, $41.27. Well, this is E-Trade. The one I was just looking at was Fidelity for our long term. And then we also have another account with TD. So I use a lot of brokerages. No one talking about Fang. It's Mag 7 now. Even then, I think they change it every time. They change the name. I'd say, bro, how come nobody is talking about the election? I feel like the election, in a way, has been like, again, compared to like this time last election, I feel like things are more heightened. But yeah, it's wild. MO's dividend should be safe. I mean, it's been around here for a while. I think their payout ratio is even like 60% too. I mean, they've been fairly stable. But, you know, if they climb back up, I mean, that's the thing. Eventually, if those shares do recover, it won't be paying as much. But they've been a high yielder, you know, for a while. So, like, even when rates were 0, they were yielding like 7%. So I have a decent amount of confidence. They're at like 9.2 right now. They were near 10 when we bought it. But like I'm saying, the more the stock moves up, that yield does go a little lower, especially if it gets back to where it was a couple years ago. But even then, I think they have some level of sustainability. They're a high cash flow business. SMCI back to 1100. What percentage is that? Down 375. Not bad. The big CEO selling company shares. I mean, it's been a while of highs, and it took a while to get back up here. I think a lot of people do it naturally, and I think some are just monetizing, you know, stuff that took several years to get here. But I'm not like, I don't think it's anything too nefarious or ominous. Back to open. We're like right below that level. Yes, tomorrow is a very big day. CPI. See, even all week, I mean, you get CPI, PPI, retail sales, consumer sentiment, unemployment in the UK or the euro. And then you also have we also have a potential China rate cut. That could be part of it too. I don't know. You know, we saw China names ripping. There is they're gonna announce the medium term lending rate, I believe. So there's no confirmation they'll get it, but they might have a rate cut. Other than that, you're ending the National Party's Congress, and then they're not doing that press conference. But other than CPI, still a lot of other events that can move us. Celsius on the low. We sold out of that on Friday. WorldCoin. Rivian, I think it was a good trade after the event. And then up until, let's see, I think the delivery numbers were good, but I want to know how much they're going to charge for that cheap car that they made, the R3. I think that'll be it. I'm kind of impressed with how fast they're moving to a cheaper version vehicle, but then again, I do not know the price of that. I only know the price of the R2. Roblo's still up. Oracle has earnings after the bell, so this is kind of earnings pre-run up. And then SPY, NASDAQ, and Dow all down, give or take, about a quarter. Russell's down the worst, and VIX is in the green. I think dollar's still green. Yeah, dollar's still near high of the day. Oracle. Could be worth noting what they make their cars for, yes. But in this EV game, that's the kind of the goal. If they could get to a largely scalable, cheap version, their sales will go up dramatic, like volume. So, they lose a lot per car for now, and that's, like I said, the fundamentals or something I don't like, but would love to see, and I think it's a good thing that they got a potentially cheaper, scalable EV out there. That is like the holy grail for these EV makers. And then SPY getting back to the earlier high, back where we opened up. So, good morning. You've spent about 2 hours going nowhere. 2.5 hours, actually. My goodness. Would you hold VKTX if you got at 4? Yeah, I think they're going to get, or VTY. If you're saying VKTX, yeah, I'd hold it. I'd sell covered calls. I think they might get bought out. 5112. So not bad again. We were below 5,100. Kind of bounced up a little bit. Literally just feels like selling most of the day, but all these bounces have just taken you right to where we opened. A little bit of a breather leading into data tomorrow. Intel on the high again. So Intel's been running all day. I think Adobe could be a big earnings mover. It's kind of been like attached and not attached to all the AI stuff, but I think Adobe could be a big mover. I don't know which way it's going to move, though. We'll have to go over the preview and we'll see the contracts. It's going to be expensive, though, but I do think it will be important. Redfin said rents went up 2% in February, the largest amount since 2021 or since last year. We did play MO today. Yes, and then we played it last week too for the long term. Jaina going great. STI, I see it now. Solidion Technology. STI 170 small cap runner. What was the other one? Wasn't there like TSPB? TBSP? I don't know, something like that this morning. We got it last week too, baby. Shout out MO. Yeah, we just had a nice little discussion on MO. We talked, dude, you guys know on Friday, like, MO used to own Nabisco and Kraft. MO used to even own Philip Morris. So they spun off all of those companies from MO. That blew my mind. Nabisco and Kraft was owned by the tobacco makers at one point. RVNC, was a CEO buyer, and I think, yeah. Revenants, yeah, CEO bought like 30,000 shares. Zeta and Meta. Meta came back up a little bit. Still down 3. Meta was down 5 at one point. STI still going. That's on the high ticker now. So 195 if you want one of those. Yeah, literally, Philip Morris gets spun off and now Zinn. It's crazy. But I like that history with Emo. They have a good one. But yeah, I think we had a good pickup the other day. We'll see. I mean, I still need to grow my dividends on the year. It's a slow process. So we'll see where Emo ends up by the end of the year. But in the short term, it's looking exciting. Egypt received $8 billion IMF loan after $35 billion cash injection from UAE. And then they devalued their currency. It was nuts. Yeah, Google did good. Google and Apple, those are your big tech names that were in the green today. I saw Netflix moving earlier, but I think they're still in the red. No, Netflix in the green. So they're barely hanging on. Microsoft and VKTX on the low. SKX. Egypt did a devaluation. Egypt floated their currency. So it sucks because they're like going through their own thing, but I mean, in the last couple of days, you just saw a currency floated, but it was Egypt. That MPW hasn't announced their dividend. I think everyone's been saying that lately. Remember, we got worried about it that one time. I think you're good. Because I think there's a couple of companies still, like even like blue chip names that haven't announced, even if they're supposed to. Because like Altria just announced a couple days ago. I see MPW. There was a Wall Street Journal thing on them saying that they're going to get like investigated by the SEC. The new disclosure in MPT's language was this in a section describing risks. Yeah, that's all I see. That was from the 5th. I think that's why they dropped on Friday. No, Euro closes in another hour. I mean, the meetings all morning, what's happening, what's going on, man. You didn't miss much. I mean, we had, again, whatever the morning news cycle was, you know, a little stuff out of China, little movements out of Japanese yen, and then getting ready for earnings, you know, and kind of the hangover, getting ready for data tomorrow. Not earnings, excuse me. But we moved down a little bit, broke 5,100, bounced up, kind of holding the bounce, and that's about it for now. Long term for life, baby. Reddit IPO, I mean, I'll wait. I'm not going to try to go for the early shares. They may if you get hooked up with Robinhood, but other than that, I plan on just playing it after, seeing if we actually get the, what's it called? Seeing if it actually meets criteria. And then SPY getting a green shoot. Again, SPY, Dow, everything kind of matched up. Still down about a quarter. On Robinhood, yeah, you have to hold for 30 days or 60 days. Otherwise, they'll ban you from the thing. STI. STI is just going to be a... Have you ever heard of a game called Musical Chairs? So that's what this is right now. So it's not like, is it too late or not? It just, you're up 179. We've seen a lot of these in the last couple of weeks. It's either going to flush instantly or May even go up 300-400%, but there's no headline, no real catalyst. It may be driven by something, but usually just a game of musical chairs. So Lydian, what do I see? I see a headline on the 6th, launch pad to accelerate takeoff of eVTOL aircraft. So they make flying cars. It's one of those. My weekend was great. Very well rested, even though there was daylight savings. White House budget proposal estimates full year 25 deficit of 1.781 trillion versus 1.859 in full year 24, 1.694 in full year 23. White House budget estimates cumulative full year 24-25 deficit of 16.297 trillion versus latest CBO baseline forecast of 20 trillion. White House budget deficit at 6.1 of GDP in full year 25 versus 6.6 in full year 24, averages 4.6 over full year 25 to 2034. Decade, White House estimated receipts at 18.7 of GDP in full year 25 versus 16.5 in full year 23, growing to 20.3 in full year 2034. White House estimates debt held by public at 102.2% of GDP in full year 25 versus 97.3, growing to 105 in 2034. White House estimates real interest rates at 1.2 in full year 25, 1.3 average over full year 2025 to 2034. White House estimates U.S. real GDP growth at 1.8 in 2025 versus 2.0 in 23 or 2028, and then 2.2 in 2034 based on forecasts locked in November. White House estimates 25 employment will be at 4% versus February rate of 3.9, estimates 3.8 for 2028 to 2034 period. White House says GDP unemployment forecast include pro-growth effect of childcare and other Biden proposals to boost labor force participation. So, honestly, that all kind of sounds good. Government saying they're going to borrow less. That all just came out right now. RVNC, the CEO, is 43,000 shares. Wow. It's a lot. But yeah, that's what got it moving up this morning. And then STI, like we said, musical chairs. If that's what you're hot, so is desires. XRP, XLM ripping. Where's Benort? My goodness. Bitcoin, 72,000. It's a little off the high, but still up there. Biden unveils 7.3 trillion budget for fiscal 2025. Voya on the high. And then SPY just hit the high of the day, I think, or near it, and then started selling off. Yeah, literally right at the high of the day candle. 5110. Snow pop. GE, they've just ran up a lot. And then again, GE was even struggling earlier. Yeah, XLM. Yeah, XLM's up 12. All the other currencies, I mean, what? Bitcoin's up 3, Ethereum up 2. Everywhere's in their own little world. SPY coming down, man. The Double Mountain. Sweet Greens, 19. They're doing good. Bro, Sweet Greens, I was just telling y'all. Damn, they've killed it since that earnings. 12 to 19. TCBP. Was that the one earlier? I think this one, again, same thing, game of musical. This was the other one I was saying. This was the one I was trying to find earlier. So I don't know if they had anything, but this will probably be a game of musical chairs as well. What is it? ING. No, I don't see any news on TCBP. So literally it's a biotech. There's nothing. They had a change in their trial a couple weeks ago. But yeah, they're going through a drug trial right now. CP3, I mean, I think it's a good momentum hype play, but say Mira, oh shit, that was the one from Friday, huh? That one's at 1. That's the price I wanted. No, we got a little gain on that, but that was we were in that on Friday. That one's still going. STI, is it doing it again? Yeah, I mean 170. Like I said, game of musical chairs. That's what y'all are into. Is that Nordstrom's on the high? Remember they moved a little with Macy's on Friday. Yeah, Nordstrom's coming up. Pfizer even trying to climb a little bit. STI, just no news on it. Just a random small cap runner. Somebody asked me about it. I just said it's, and then that TBCP, whatever. It just seems like game of musical chairs. If that's what you're hot, so with desires as the market stays pinned there. Opening candle in bonds sell off. ECB is leaning towards keeping 1% bank minimum reserve level. ECB banking requirement news coming out. DB. We had our BNB. Pfizer. All right, what time is it? 9:07. Oh, we missed push-ups, chat. We should do push-ups, but we're in between the push-ups, so I'll just give you the gentle reminder to get up, get the body moving a little bit, all right? Yeah, those Pfizer calls are up 600%. I'm going to get up and move a little bit. I'm going to go to the bathroom as well, grab me a water, get hydrated. Stay hydrated in the land of the free. All right, I'll be right back. I love you. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity in BRB.
And I think they've already had their bear market, and now they're going into another cycle of their bull cycle. When it comes to Bitcoin, it has something that's called the halving. Every 4 years, miners get paid less in Bitcoin. That happens in April. And every time, and we don't have a lot of examples, we only have about 3 of them, but every time we've had it halving, we've seen Bitcoin go up and go up substantially. So I'm not surprised that we're seeing inflows. In addition to that, you now have 11 ETFs. Yeah. And as you mentioned, IBIT is getting a lot of funds. And I think that individual investors now having easier access is also driving the performance.
So one thing I want to bring up here, and Eric, this is something that you've talked a lot about, is this movement towards betting against volatility. Things have been pretty calm. The VIX right now at 15.5. It's a far cry from the low 20s that we saw in late October, and of course above 26 about a year ago. What are we seeing when it comes to ETF inflows, outflows, and ETF trades?
Yeah, so there's a new XIV, but it's pretty small. So I think going short VIX futures, there's nowhere near the money we had back in 2018 when Volmageddon happened. But there is a big boom in using options, like in JEPI, where you sell call options, but they're only exercised if the market goes up. In a way, you're giving up your upside. And Marianne, I wanted to ask you about something like JEPI and this idea of using options to give up upside to get income. What do you think of this trade? Are you in it? I think this is maybe for older investors.
I mean, this process of, selling calls to create income. It's not new. It's been around for a long time. And again, I think it's really important for clients to diversify a portfolio, or if they're looking for income, to diversify their sources of income. So even if they wanted to utilize this ETF, I wouldn't just utilize it by itself. That's, everybody, there's risks to everything. And so I would want a diversified portfolio of income.
All right, Marianne Bartels, really appreciate your joining us today. Marianne Bartels with Sanctuary Wealth. We do have some breaking news. President Biden, of course, releasing his fiscal 2025 budget. It's a $7.3 trillion plan, a proposal really that lays out his vision for his next term. Let's bring in now Bloomberg's Michael McKee with some of the details. Mike, what'd you learn?
Well, Eric was talking about big money flows at the top of the hour. It's really a lot of money when you start talking $7 trillion. You're right, $7.3 trillion is what the Biden administration is proposing spending for 2025, the fiscal year, which begins October 1st. In 2026, that would go up to $7.4 billion. But there's some interesting spin to this because it is his priorities. The deficit would be $1.8 trillion in the next fiscal year, but then drop to $1.5 trillion, even though they're spending more money, and it would fall significantly as a percentage of GDP. Why? Because the president is proposing taxing the rich, raising the minimum tax for people who the maximum tax level to 25%. So they would have to make up a lot of the difference there, and that could that could be something that upsets Wall Street. Except everybody knows this isn't going to happen. This is all going to be sort of dead on arrival up on Capitol Hill. They're still working on the fiscal 24 budget. They haven't gotten that passed yet. Economic assumptions, they do have some new ones, taking into account the fact that we have seen improvement in the economy that wasn't expected when they first put these together. They now think this year GDP will be 1.7%, which is a little higher than they had forecast, but still pretty low. CPI goes down to 2.9. It's at about 2.4 now. The unemployment rate stays at 4% in perpetuity. That's an interesting one. And then when we look at the 10-year note yield, it falls to 4.4%, not much.
All right, so a theoretical budget, but interesting nonetheless. Bloomberg's Mike McKee, thank you so much. Up next, we're going to go to China. More ahead on ETF IQ.
I wanted to hear more on Jeppy. Well, there's your budget. And gold is going up. Is gold reacting to the budget? No, not too much, but still gold at $21.90. Oil's up now. Oil was right on the day, still at $78 though. The government shutdown they signed, they got another 2 weeks or something. But I'm sure in a couple more weeks or by end of next month you're going to hear about it again. So welcome to America, Habibi. Welcome. We've been doing continued resolution. New trend. Jeppy and JepQ. I don't know too much about them. Again, I think a lot of people have brought them up to me. I think it's kind of like a newer strategy. They've only been around for a little, but I prefer equity instead. It definitely caught my attention before. STI still going. I just took that off the screen. Disney going up. Again, Disney's kind of been all over the place, no? Didn't it just hit 109 the other day? Now right back up to 112. Again, it did get above 112. So remember 112.50 here. 112.80, kind of a big level. Skills. The other one, Penn was on the high, and then DraftKings was lower. Disney's still going, and then SPY getting another candle back up, literally just right at open. Everything down a quarter. Bond, we already had it. It was like a 3-month bond auction, I believe. Ooh, the Zaza. Let me double check. I wanted to buy it. I want to go the opposite direction. So I wouldn't, like, literally, the idea with the Zaza is just play the extreme. So in a weird way, like, you could, like, right now, people aren't pricing in more rate cuts on some of them. So we brought up the ZQK24, but I still think they all kind of, like, are holding a probability it's like 20%, I believe. So you could still lose money. It's not necessarily near the floor. Oh, no. This is going to lag my computer. So I think it's May. So, yeah, it's like 20%. But I like, because, like, when we made the first play, it was like 80 or 90. So you want to just go to when it gets, like, extreme. But I wouldn't necessarily short it, because if you're shorting it, I mean, now I think you have more downside than you do upside. So it just all depends, though. You can't go either or, but I think play the extremes, the opposite of whatever the extreme is saying. No news of importance today. There shouldn't be. I mean, we got a couple things off the morning. Again, a little bit of data overseas as well, but today's kind of the breather leading into tomorrow's big data. So we have CPI tomorrow morning. Don't have to wait too long, 1 hour before the bell. What's the advantage of funded accounts? Why would anybody go with one instead of using their own? Oh, like a prop fund? I think they're all scams. So everybody has their approach towards it, but I think your first common sense reaction is there. But yeah. Just hard money for trading. Duke. Draft Kings. I would like Airbnb Kings. Oh, Airbnb came up a little. What's the other one? Pfizer. Disney kind of going vertical. 20 more cents. It'll be at the level. Then SPY just gets those candles. Then stops. Still, high ticker is pretty active, though. If you take a look, high ticker velocity, still doing very good. Estee Lauder on the high. And then again, NASDAQ down 0.3. NASDAQ's the worst besides the Russell. Hershey's. They bounced. Damn, Hershey was at 180. And then Nike, they were below 100 the other day. What's the other one, too? Starbucks. Starbucks dropped. So, again, these are all some of the other value names we talked about we'd be down to add this year. They all pay lower dividends, though. Nike, Starbucks, UPS. What was the other one, too? Hershey's. But all very, very solid names. UPS bounced right away from that 130. Is STI going again? STI, damn. That shot up almost another 100%. It was at 160 last time. So that thing's going nuts. Him's looking to break. Yeah, oil was down 1%. Now oil is up, I think, 0.8 or 0.3. So that's good. And then gold still at the cusp of barely green, or I guess a quarter. Not bad. Rio on the high. And then SPY getting a couple greens now again. Yeah, XRP and what was the other one? XLM. And crypto, I mean, Bitcoin's still at 72,400. So the new high is 72,769, I think. Kind of crazy. Yeah, Bitcoin might hit another high. Because again, every other day, like, Bitcoin would hit a high and then just sell off thousands of dollars, and then that would kind of just kill the general vibe. I mean, all day today, even though we're not going up, Bitcoin has just been melting into the highs. Oil's on the high now. ACAM going up too. STI there. Disney chilled out for a second. Pfizer was near the high, then sold off. MO started coming down. Big tech, Amazon kind of trying to play. Apple still in the green. Again, Google. Meta has a long way to go. Bro, Meta's insane. Was already moved. Open new position in SPY in the long term. Nice. Some ETF. Shout out to long term. Amen, baby. Amen. Gold decent Chicle. Yeah, 21.91 and 21.88. And then again, oil's coming up. Oil's at 0.4. Yeah, we have Euro close in 10 minutes. So again, we have to wait a little bit. Welcome to daylight savings, but yeah, Euro close is in 10 minutes. So that still hasn't happened yet. And then oil's coming up into it. Yeah, you got it trading. You got to change it to +1. Am I on -1? I forgot about that last time. It got me this morning. Or no, UTC or UTC4, I think. UTC -4. Yeah, there it is. That gives it to me in Pacific time. So but then I want it on Eastern. How do I? What is it? UTC -2? UTC -4? Are you sure? I think -2. Oh, no. It is -4. Yeah. 8:30 a.m. That makes sense. Yeah, okay. -4. Yeah, I was confused. No, it's -4. So again, if you do go on the calendar, this is what we're talking about. So here's your time zone. Because then that'll give you different results. And people get like hella mad sometimes. Because then if you're planning for data and then you have the wrong time zone, that's just always awful. So yeah, 1 hour before the bell. 8:30. UTC -4. You will be good. STI still there. SPY trying to come up. Bonds haven't gone. Disney's climbing back up once again. 112.42 again. 112.50. 112.80. And then back to the 114s. Refinery fire at Esso Exxon in Port Jerome, France. Daylight long term. Let's go, baby. Thank you for all you do. I've learned so much through the years, man. Amen. Toast to the long term. Amen. Let's start off the week strong, Chad. Tell him, Bryant. Tell him, baby. Horn. We need a horn. We need a good morning. We got 7 minutes till Euro close. We'll even get some push-ups in. Not bad, Chad Adonia. Not bad. Air Force One gaggle. Oh, do we have earnings previews? I could go get some earnings previews.
That's a very different vision than what Republican elected officials have laid out. They have
go
locked
get the
arms with Big
Oracle
Pharma
preview.
to
You know
stop
what time it is.
Medicare from
Pay the
negotiating
plug,
lower
baby.
drug prices.
God
They
bless you,
continue to
Smash
talk about
Art.
repealing the ACA. They continue to talk about supporting changes to Medicare that would cut benefits and throw people off the program. As President Biden made clear in his State of the Union, if any Republican elected official tries to repeal the ACA or cut Social Security or Medicare, he will stop them. The president won't stop fighting for results in the face of these attacks from Republican elected officials, and as Big Pharma spends hundreds of millions of dollars lobbying to try to stop the administration from lowering costs. That's what you're going to hear from the president today. And finally, I do want to echo the president's deep gratitude and recognition for Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Marcia Fudge, who will be departing the administration later this month. As you will read in the president's statement, no one understands the importance of fair housing market and access to quality and affordable housing better than Secretary Fudge. So I wanted to briefly highlight a few key accomplishments from her tenure. Under her leadership, HUD removed barriers to homeownership, resulting in more than 1.5 million new FHA homeowners and the highest rate of first-time home buyers in 20 years. At her direction, the department worked closely with partners at the federal, state, and local level to increase the housing supply, particularly the supply of affordable homes, while allocating historic resources to address homelessness. And with Secretary Fudge at the helm, HUD strictly enforced fair housing laws and took a stance against racial bias and discrimination in the appraisal market. We are so grateful for Secretary Fudge for her years of public service as mayor, as a member of Congress, and as a cabinet secretary, and of course as a trusted advisor to the president. We wish her nothing but the best in her next chapter. And while Secretary Fudge may be leaving the department, this administration's work to lower housing costs and create more affordable housing will continue. As you heard during the President's State of the Union address last week and detailed in his budget proposal to Congress, President Biden laid out his plan to lower housing costs for working families nationwide by building and renovating more than 2 million homes, cracking down on big landlords who use antitrust laws to price fix and drive up rents, and providing a $10,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers who will sell their starter homes.
Let's go.
And with that,
Hopefully,
I'll
God
take
willing, we get some more. I'm
I'm
pulling up the previews right now.
I refer you to HUD on any of those particulars,
you guys
but
are
as I
listening
said,
to this,
she's led a historic tenure over the last 3 years, and we wish her nothing but the best.
Getting you the earnings preview, so we're ready to go.
She did. She informed the president, and he wishes her absolutely nothing but the best. In fact, this morning you might have heard him shout her out at the National League of Cities speech. We wish her nothing but the best in the future.
Do you have a plan for replacing her? It's kind of late in a fourth year of a first term. Will he nominate a replacement?
Certainly he'll nominate a replacement, but I don't have anything on that front to share with you today.
Does the president intend to watch the hearing tomorrow, the House Judiciary hearing on the Her report?
I have nothing to preview in terms of the president's plan tomorrow.
Does the White House intend to have a Ramadan event this year, given the Muslim community's stance on the war?
That's a great question. Obviously, the president will issue a statement, as he usually does, to mark the occasion of Ramadan. I don't have anything to preview in the way of events, but certainly this is a holy time of year. The president will extend his typical well wishes to the Muslim community here and around the world.
Israel, can you say when is the last time the president talked to Prime Minister Netanyahu, and are they planning to talk in the next couple of days?
I believe the last time they spoke was mid-February, so just a couple of weeks ago. They've spoken more than a dozen times since the October 7th attacks, and our teams are in touch on a daily basis. In addition to that, of course, we don't typically preview calls between heads of state, and so I won't do that here. But, of course, our teams have been in regular touch, and so have they.
How does the president characterize his relationship right now with Prime Minister Netanyahu, given the exchange of some kind of testy comments that they've had in the last few days?
I think we've been clear and consistent in saying the president has held a decades-long, constructive, productive relationship with President Netanyahu. That length of that relationship, that relationship that they've had, allows him to be direct and honest at time where that's needed. But there's no change here in the strength of the two leaders' relationship.
You said the other day that going into Rafah would be a red line, and then I believe the Prime Minister said, "Well, we're doing that anyway." What are his thoughts about the Prime Minister obviously not caring that much about what the president said?
Well, look, the president was clear this weekend in his view that Israel has a right to self-defense, to protect itself in the face of an existential threat that's posed by Hamas. He's also said that he believes Israel needs to do that in a manner consistent with the laws of war and pay greater attention to the level of humanitarian suffering and the unacceptably high level of civilian casualties that we're seeing. The president has also, I think, iterated in that interview that our view is that no military operation should take place in Rafah if there is not a credible and implementable plan to take care of the safety and security needs of the more than 1 million civilians who are sheltering there. And we've seen no such plan. So the president was very clear in his remarks. I don't think it is productive for me to add speculation there one way or the other. I think he has been very clear about what our overall position is, and we're not going to get into sort of hypotheticals or back and forth.
Does red line mean anything? The things about protecting civilian life and et cetera, the president's been saying that since days after October 7th. So what does a red line mean differently than what he's been saying?
I don't think that it's productive to assign a red line sort of terminology to what is a very complex set of policies. So I'm just going to leave it there. I think the president was very clear about what his overall approach and view of this situation is and what needs to happen.
Do you have a sense of whether the White House can do anything to fundamentally change how Israel is prosecuting this conflict? There seems to be back and forth and continued defiance, but does the president have push or pull with Bibi, or any sense that what the president wants will actually happen or be taken into account?
Well, look, I'm not going to. I just said a moment ago that the president, he's had a dozen calls with Prime Minister Netanyahu since October 7th. They last spoke a couple of weeks ago. Our teams are in daily touch, and certainly we remain deeply and urgently engaged in the situation in the region to achieve our goals, which are, as the president laid out this weekend, to achieve a temporary ceasefire that allows the basis for a more durable peace, to alleviate the humanitarian suffering that we are seeing, to get our hostages home, and to make sure that this doesn't bleed into a wider conflict. All the while, we need to make sure that Israel continues to have what it needs to defend itself against a very real existential threat. So that there are a lot of issues here. The president is working on them very urgently. I don't think it's productive for me to speak about private conversations in any more detail than he talked about over the weekend. But certainly you've seen the actions that we've taken in recent weeks with the expansion of humanitarian aid deliveries to Gaza through land, water, air corridors. You've seen the president be very vocal and forthright about what we think about the situation on the ground and what needs to happen from here. But beyond that, beyond what the president said this weekend, I'm just not going to
follow up on that. Is there any consideration being given or any advocacy for tying U.S. aid to Israel to their responsiveness to what President Biden is asking?
The president has addressed this himself before, and I think you've heard him say, and I'll reiterate here, that he thinks that there are other approaches which we have taken and are taking that are more effective in obtaining our goals.
How does President Biden, or how does the United States, we've asked, we're going to build this port in Gaza to bring in aid. President Biden said on Friday that the Israelis would be in charge of protecting that port. How can we guarantee that that's not just going to become another front for fighting instead of a place to get that aid into Gaza?
Look, I think I would refer you to the DOD onto any of these sort of operational questions around the establishment of this pier. It's a process that's going to take several weeks. It will be complicated, but I think it's best left to DOD to discuss the manner in which they'll construct that and provide for safe shipments of humanitarian aid through the pier.
In his interview with Jonathan Capehart, President Biden apologized for calling Laken Riley's killer an illegal. Does he feel like he needs to apologize to illegal immigrants for calling them what they are, or using the term illegal?
Well, first of all, I want to be really clear about something. The president absolutely did not apologize. There was no apology anywhere in that conversation. He did not apologize. He used a different word. I think what we should be really clear about is the facts. So, in addition to the fact that the president did not apologize, I want to make another thing clear. The president spoke directly to this in the State of the Union address not 4 nights ago when he spoke passionately about knowing what it means to lose a child and extended his deep grief and condolences to Laken Riley's family in front of the entire country in the House chamber. And beyond that, I think it's unconscionable that there are some people who are playing politics with this young woman's tragic murder, and particularly at a time when, let's not forget, House Republicans are standing in the way of a bipartisan border security agreement that is the toughest bill we have ever seen in history, and they're doing so because Donald Trump feels that the American people's safety is less important than his personal politics. That's the fact.
Can I pivot to the budget real quick? I know that budgets are a statement of value and all of that stuff, but is there a sense of what, if anything, in this budget is politically achievable in an election year in which, even as you pointed out, Biden is trying to draw contrasts between what he wants and what Republicans want? Is there anything he can tell the American people about what the priorities are, or, if anything actually will come of it?
Well, I think the president believes there's no reason to assume we can't get this done. This is a statement of his values, a statement of his priorities, and a doubling down on an incredibly expansive set of popular proposals that he has pursued to date. Lowering healthcare costs. We continue to hear from Americans all across the country about how important it is that they have a little bit more breathing room on their healthcare premiums, how transformational it is to have insulin capped at $35 a month, to have seniors be able to have their insulin or their prescription drugs capped at $2,000 a year. Today we're in New Hampshire talking about an expansion of what has been already a historically popular set of proposals from this president. So, look, we're going to work across the aisle in good faith to try and get these things done for the American people.
Literally up
we think
$1.50, I think.
The president's agenda is incredibly popular, and we encourage Republicans to join us.
CRM.
The issue of the speech today, and most of his speeches have been about drug costs, the economy, inflation, things like that. But on the other hand, he talks about this election being about the last guy tried to basically end democracy, wanted to stay in power despite losing. Is there kind of a disconnect between such a big issue like that and drug costs and gas prices, things like that?
This is a both and. The president, he took in his State of the Union speech, he focused on three things, right? He talked about defending democracy here and around the world. He talked about defending freedom here in the United States, from reproductive health care to making sure that politicians aren't choosing what books our kids can read. And then he talked really about an expansion of his economic agenda. Rebuilding the economy from the bottom up and the middle out is how we have achieved 15 million new jobs in the first 3 years of this administration, not to mention the strongest post-pandemic recovery of any major economy in the world. And he talked about a series of new proposals like the one we're going to talk about in New Hampshire today to double down on that and take it even further. But the president, as you may know, has also given a series of speeches on the threats we face to our democracy. He's talked about this not being unique to the United States. Certainly the threats to the democracy in Ukraine and Israel and other places in the world, front and center. And you'll continue to hear from him on both the need that we have to continue making an economic progress on behalf of the American people.
Can I ask you, on the trip to New Hampshire today, President Biden didn't, he didn't primary in New Hampshire, but he still did very well there. Why is it so important for him to go back and campaign now?
Well, this isn't an official speech that he'll give in his official capacity. The president frequently travels all across the country talking in coast to coast, red and blue states and purple states, about his agenda and how he's delivering to the American people. I think you've heard me say before, he thinks communicating with people out in their communities is one of the most important things that he does as commander-in-chief. And I would add at this moment that we are incredibly proud to have a New Hampshire delegation that has been at the forefront, really leading the charge on some of these healthcare proposals that have saved Americans money and made their prescription drug costs and healthcare more affordable.
Can you give us a sense of what the president wants to do in his meeting tomorrow with the Polish leader?
I don't have any preview to share with you on that today, but I'm sure that my NSC colleagues will be doing some of that a little bit later this afternoon.
And one other reaction question. Former President Trump over the weekend talked about a 10% tariff and wanting to have his tax cuts extended. Does the president have a reaction to those policy pronouncements?
I'm not sure I'm familiar with those particular comments, and given that you're speaking to the 2024 candidate, I probably should punt to the campaign on that one.
And on you, I understand this is your last gaggle today. Can you say what your last day is at the White House?
Wednesday is my last day, and it has been a huge
said
honor
punt.
to work with all of you.
And she's quitting.
You know, I've been in this town a long time, 20 years, and it has not jaded me a bit. I'm very proud of that. And I think, you know, for me, trying not to get emotional, but participating in this tradition of the White House press briefing, the White House gaggles, I still believe this is one of the most powerful expressions of how the world's greatest democracy views its commitment to the American people and to a free press. And it's been an enormous honor to be part of that, a bit part of that, for this administration and this president. And maybe that's a great place to leave it.
Can you share anything on where you'll go next?
I don't have anything to share with you now, but I'll keep you posted. Thanks, Jen.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
That was a weak ass clap. That's it. All right. That was kind of sad. They ended it on her leaving. Well, Bitcoin's about to hit another high. I don't know if that's any positive. Any more positive? MSTR. Well, Bitcoin's still running up. Again, MSTR, don't they have $10 billion? I don't know what they do, but I know what they own. They own $10 billion of Bitcoin. Bonds are catching a bid here, too. And then Dino, that was running up earlier. Again, CRM called that one out. SPY's trying to go green. Same thing with the NASDAQ. Dow, surprisingly, is the closest one. Yeah, Dino, up 1.5. Bitcoin, I think, is $100. Dude, Bitcoin's not selling off either. I just said this, but like every other day, Bitcoin has hit a high. It would hit a high and then sell off thousands of dollars. This time, you're like hitting a high and like gently working your way up. You'll come down a little bit, but it's like kind of a straight up stair stepper. Oracle. I got the earnings previews. We still got to wait a little bit. I got to indoctrinate you with some PHILO on Monday. You know what I'm saying? Get you smiling, get you thinking positive a little bit, and then we're going to go over previews. But still, we got to do push-ups. No, don't let me forget. It's 9:40. Hold on. You need to get your ass up. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. Make sure you are subscribed, okay? There's a bell, too. It's good for you. It wakes you up with daylight savings, daylight long term. You want me to explain it again? No? Okay. Anyways, Chad, but we've been here for 3.5 hours. We got 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank, the worm, anything. But get the body moving. The SPY just moved to a new high of the day. So there you go. And then listen, I need you to relax. Okay, you're holding a lot of trauma in your shoulders. No one's attacking you on this fine morning. So please relax your shoulders. Help your posture out a little bit, but calm down, man. No need to scrunch up your shoulders, man. No one's hurting you, man. You're okay. You're safe. And then chest to the sun. Then flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Boom, baby. You look good. Honestly, your posture right now, you look good. U.S. House to vote on Wednesday on bill giving ByteDance 6 months to divest TikTok or face ban. Whoop. Check Snap and Meta. But yeah, man, good posture. You look great. Then relax the jaw. Go blah, 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 blah. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Just like that, baby. All right, I'm going to get my resistances on. You, in fact, do not look good? Well, because did you get your posture looking good or what? You get that chest to the sun? Come on, man. If Bitcoin could do it, so can you. Don't let anybody tell you anything. If Bitcoin could do it, so could you. Bitcoin could go to the moon. Why can't you? Why can't your chest be to the moon if Bitcoin could go to the moon? Allah, we can do it, Habibi. Hey, man, you can do it. Oh. It's good, man. Good. Monday morning push-ups, move around, posture a little bit. I got to balance it a little. Rawr. Alrighty, all right. One more wall stretch, and then we'll be good, baby. It's only 9:30, man. Europe just closed too. I can't believe it. Daylight savings. Oh man. Ooh. Child, I'm still here. Oh, I'm still here. Oh, it's good for you. It's good for you, man. All right, now we get the foot balance and we good to go. We good to go. MSTR, man. It's a good time. That stock is crazy, though. It just sold off really big, too, before that run-up. Is Pfizer going up? I can't click on it, but the option's moving a little bit. Just did your LT deposit. Got to see what place to make and hold. Amen. There's a lot of things have moved recently. We got a couple of ex-dividends coming up. A couple of growth names did go down after earnings. Some went up. Some are still holding up after earnings and splits like Walmart. So there's a nice little list. Nice little list. Cash is still paying 4.9. That's the other thing in the background. Gold miners finally catching steam. All the Bitcoin miners are down, and then like MSTR, they own the Bitcoin, they're up, and then Coinbase. Coinbase is doing good. Oh, Kroger, I forgot we have those options. Where are they? Hold on, I got to switch legs in a second. I'm going to try to go for a minute and a half here. You re-entered Bill, nice. I've been using SPACs, but then again, I have been using my cash. All right, oh, that was good enough. Fed bids for 3-year notes, 0? Or? I thought we already had the auction. We should look at micro cap crypto that incorporates AI. Well, I'm sure there'll be hype around it, but I don't know if there's going to be anything that like I don't know. Are you saying like a new product, technology, a coin? But if anything, I think Ethereum and Bitcoin, you'll get AI hype again. Once Bitcoin really starts running, it's already past highs. I mean, I do think the altcoins are going to catch on in a little bit. All right, balancing complete. We good, man. So hopefully you moved around a little bit. Again, you got a big day. You got a big day coming up tomorrow. I hope you're locked and loaded. We did hit a new high on that. And then Dow is the closest one to going green now. Only down by 0.05. Not bad at all. HIMS is climbing up. HIMS 1460. Let's see the volume. Volume at Euro close. Again, Europe just closed like 18 minutes ago. 27 million. I mean, not bad. We've been here for 3 hours. About 10 million an hour. So honestly, it's been worse. I feel like we saw some low volume days last week. IPO, I mean, so Reddit, I would maybe put in an order just to see if you get lucky on the shares and could flip them. But other than that, I'm going to wait for the earnings to come out, and then we're just going to run the criteria. That is my view towards it. Oh, Kroger. Sounds like a Bible verse. HIMS 1460. That's pretty funny. Sounds like a hymn. Hymns 1460. Thou shalt save 10%. PHILO. It's almost ready. We could skip PHILO too. Just go to the previews. I don't know. I don't know if you guys are ready on Monday morning. I don't know if you could handle a little Monday. I got a little one for you. It's not anything too crazy. Always ready. Yeah, well, ready. I mean, it's right around the corner if it comes out on the 21st. That is going to be crazy. Hams. Another high on there. Up 3%. Somebody was talking about that earlier in the chat. I think they said it's going to $20. And then Dow's still trying to climb. DraftKings finally moving up. They were in the red all day. They're back to green. I think Penn and some of the other gaming stocks are up. Hims. Now it's Hims 1475. Hims 1460. Amen. Amen. Reddit for the long term. I mean, if you use it and you like it, and then once again, whatever name you buy to the long term, but like especially if it's like really risky or it's kind of a little out there, whatever, make sure you have your balance in check. But as long as you don't make it your number one position, and as long as you control the sizing, you should be good. That's all it comes down to. But we talked about it early. The only problem I don't like about Reddit is that more people use Snapchat than Reddit. And that is, I don't know, man. My whole life I've been told Snapchat is dead. Snapchat is dying. Who uses Snapchat? But I think there is more daily users on Snapchat than there are Reddit. No way. I use Reddit daily. Yeah. Crazy stat. Yeah. That's crazy if true. I'm pretty sure it is. Is there a Reddit, what's it called? Is there a S1? Yeah, 73 million daily active uniques. Yeah, bro. That's insane. So, like, Snapchat. So, like, Reddit, literally 73 million average daily active uniques. 73 million. Snapchat has 414 million daily active users. So Pinterest had 465 million. Even Pinterest. So Snap is like, what, 5 times bigger than Reddit in terms of daily active users? And then same thing with Pinterest. So you got more kids sending snaps and more girls looking at decorations than going on Reddit for anything. Kind of wild. Yeah, it's wild though. So we'll see. Reddit, just play the criteria. If you think it'll have premium, you can try to get shares and flip them. That is up to you. Because remember, like ARM, I think ARM was it ARM or Birkenstock? One of them got clapped, but then they ended up going high. And then CART, if you got shares, you did a lot better. You use email mostly. Nice. Not as many daily active users. 22% of adults say they ever, you say never, used Reddit or Twitter? I'm assuming you mean never. No, it's crazy. I did think, what's it called, was bigger. I did think Reddit was like, I thought it was more active. I don't know. Reddit always seemed like a big place. I've known I don't really have a problem with Reddit, but I just don't know if I would, it just all depends on the IPO. We'll see. I'm just used to these IPOs coming out, crazy valuations, and everybody just like, you know, really hyped on it, and then they don't really offer much, and then it levels out. That's how I played CART a little later, so we'll see. I don't know if I've ever clicked on an ad on Reddit. I don't think I've ever seen an ad. Oh, a Samsung ad? I don't know. It's kind of like Twitter. I mean, but then again, I think there's way more people who use Twitter than Reddit. Reddit's just a lot of words. Makes sense. People don't like words. People really just like pictures and shit and coloring books. Reddit has like a lot of text. You feel Reddit's like PayPal. It's been around forever and been surpassed, but has upside. Yeah, I just don't think it's that big. That's all. I think it's just kind of inflated in our minds. Because, like, again, PayPal still does, like, what, $500 billion in volume a quarter? And they have, like, 500 million people or more. So it's just like, Reddit, I'm very surprised. 75 million daily people. Still a shit ton of people. I mean, that's 20% of America? But it's just like, it's small. So they have upside. I don't know. Maybe if you get the rest of the world, but it's big in the new. But even then, for like, there's like, bro, 75 million. Like, I feel like more people play fucking League of Legends. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like you could go on Twitch and find a game with, I guess not 75 million, but I don't know. Something trips me out about that number. It seems very low. Because it has, like, I feel like Reddit has net recognition, a name brand. It's been around, but that number seems surprisingly very, very low. Yeah, the largest forum in the world has less users. Yeah, exactly. Doesn't that seem a little weird? Bro, that hymns is still climbing. It's reporting unique, not general active. Let's take another look. Oh, it says 267 weekly uniques. No, that's... These all say weekly uniques. I don't even know what weekly uniques even means. They have a footnote. For the 3 months ending December. They have 850 monthly active users. See, that would make more sense. Oh, where's it? I see a website. It says they have 850 million unique users or monthly users. But I don't know if this is... No, it says March 5th. The S1 just came out. That makes a lot more sense. Yeah, so daily active users 70. Monthly active users 868 million or 850. 850 in 2023. So then it does have more than Pinterest, Snapchat, and LinkedIn, if that's correct. More important to know time spent on the platform. I assume it's way higher. The daily actives might not matter as much. Well, you need size though. So it's like it is good because if they spend time on the platform, they're more likely to click. But for sheer like volume, if those numbers, if it was only 70 million, I'm like, dude, that made no sense. But I think that 850 million makes way more sense. Is that more than Snap? I do think it is. I don't know what Snap's monthly users are. $800 million. That was in February 7th. But it doesn't show the monthly actives in the S1. That's the only problem. They have something written about their month. I don't know. Where is it? Global monthly. Oh. Monthly average DAUs was 76 million. They have something. They have some chart. This is the S1. Quarterly. All these numbers are just so much lower. Oh, but I guess like they're saying 200 million users in a week. And then this is per quarter. See a little Chicle, him still going up. Yeah, their S1 doesn't include the monthly number, though. Week 267 million weekly average users. But they got some size. I don't think it's as small as we were anticipating initially. But even in general, I do think some of the numbers so far are surprising. And they had a higher valuation. They've raised money before at like $10 billion. And I think they're IPOing for even like a tenth of that valuation now. daily active is average. You multiply by 30. But that wouldn't work in like Snapchat's case. Would it? Snapchat's is like 400 million daily active users. And then their monthly was like 800 million. The bond auction, I think it might be coming out now, but I don't think it's going to move us too much. Oh, yeah, I see 3-year note. Pair gain after 3-year note. Last 2.4 basis points. Primary dealers accept 10.46 amount. 3-year notes, 43%. What's the one issued? 4.256. I don't see the one issued, though. Versus 4.269. So they came down, so people bought them. So a little bit of demand on the 3-year. Where are we at? 5116. We did not fill the gap. You're right near the high. I mean, this is even higher than the opening candle. We had some trouble getting above here earlier. Not bad. Again, I didn't think that bond auction was going to be that important, but actually came in slightly positive there. So not bad. And then where's the other one? Pfizer. Where's the eBay? eBay did good. And then Square scammed us. Eli Lilly, NVO. Remember, those were on fire on Friday. The SPY, it's trying to come back up. Again, bonds moved a little bit. TLT's back to green. I mean, the high ticker is very active. There's a lot of names. NVIDIA stopped moving. Barely red, but I mean, there's a lot of things that are up. BTI, not. It held up 1%, but we have no idea what it was. Again, a lot of the other value names went up today. Again, and the Dow kind of recovered. Disney's back up 112.70. I'm on that JD. I'm in the option. Oh, no, the average, I flipped out of that. I made a good amount of money on that one. So I got out of the overall position, and we made a lot that one day. I sold out like $2 earlier. I would have made like another $4,000, I think. Time to shorten NVIDIA. If you got it like that. Some people think it might come back up to test that high. I mean, $1,000 was knocking on the door, but I mean, NVIDIA has a wicked range right now, so very, very hard to say. Hasbro on the high. They have a lot of highs already, but they're moving up even more. And then Wells Fargo, a lot of the other big banks, they were way more active on Friday. But Wells Fargo is going green now, and Bank of America. I don't know if JP Morgan, they're trying to climb again. Banks weren't doing much, but they were pretty active on Friday. And KRE, real estate. Ionic, wasn't their earnings? I thought their earnings were good. But I think this is just kind of like a flip play. I wouldn't fall too much in love with it. Airbnb came up a little bit. Again, Hasbro still on the high. And CLH, we sold out of those. Is this bad for the SPY? No, I mean, even then, remember, we sold off Friday, and Friday was generally good. We hit another new all-time high, but, you know, whatever we do today, unless we sell off 300, 200 points, I mean, this is all just setting us up for tomorrow. So I think that was just the whole vibe all day today. I mean, we have spent so far like 3 hours kind of going nowhere, a little bit up. Again, more names I think are red still. I haven't checked, but earlier, most of the day today, most names are red than not. So I think we're just getting ready, but I wouldn't read too much into today's movements. Some names might have their own, again, whether they have earnings or if they're kind of more tied to an industry. commodities, oil. And oil came back down. Oil went green to red. Gold is still barely hanging on. GTES, pop. GTES, Hasbro still going. GTES, Gates Industry. What's this? It like kind of has premium, but it looks like it doesn't really move. Gates, GTES. MSTR, I mean, is Bitcoin still climbing? No, Bitcoin sold off a little from the high, but hey, man, they're still killing it. Weird how REITs are going up with rate odds getting cut out. Look at Vino. Oh, there's because there's a lot of money coming into REITs all of a sudden. So REITs are the no landing play. I think it was Goldman or Bank of America. I think they're the one toting that idea right now. But the general idea is right now it's like 75% chance of a soft landing. So in a soft landing, I forgot what the play is, but in like a no landing scenario, so they're drawing a distinction between soft landing and no landing. But in a no landing scenario, REITs are considered the number one winner. If you think there's going to be a no landing. Yeah, so right now, it's hard landing probability is 5%, soft landing is 75%, and no landing is 20%. Which one is it? Where there's another, I have a chart on it, I think. Yeah. So hard landing, buy bonds, sell stocks. Soft landing, buy stock breadth, trade bonds. No landing, sell bonds, barbell stocks with NASDAQ, and then something distressed like banks, REITs, speculative tech in China. Bonds say soft landing, but stock price action year to date leans to no landing. That's from Bank of America. No landing means that the economy, that inflation goes away and the economy has zero pullback. Which kind of, that's the crazy part, because I was looking at it. I don't know. Some of you may like this. Some of you may not. Where is it? I don't know. I don't know if you can handle it. I don't think you can handle it. I don't think you're ready for this power. I don't think you're ready for this. Cause my power's too rate hike. Dog. Sorry. I don't know. Beyonce would be proud. So this chart, so literally the last 5 months, we've went up 25%. This has only happened 10 times since 1930. But I was looking right here, May 1975. And even December, it's kind of crazy. So I'm going to pull my favorite chart out here. Do you guys remember this one? The S&P from back in the day. You know, way back Acura days. So the last time the S&P, well, like one of the only other 10 times, well, like, again, remember that like 1970 to 1980s? Well, 1975. So after getting clapped and then that run up there, that was 1975. And then even if you go to like 1982, part of like the extended rally, that was the next rally that took you to the next leg. So if this does end up good, I mean, in a weird way, I mean, the market may be setting up for, I mean, technically 1970, we've spent almost 4 or 5 years. We're on year number 4 now. So it brings up a lot of interesting implications. But that's something to keep in mind. So anything could happen. Yeah, we've had vast moves up and down too. That's the crazy part. So we got this set a peak, came back down, and now we're going up, and then this is peak number 2. We'll see where this one ends, but we're just doing it a little faster. That one was, again, 1975. I think we're just under 4 years into this. Good health insurance to Cobra, $500 a month. No, I have no idea with health insurance. All I know is like business health insurance. If you do anything like self-employed and then you buy it for like your company, it's cheaper. Other than that, I think it all even depends on like location too. DOJ convenes grand jury for criminal investigation in the Boeing blowout. Or RTX on the high. Boeing stopped moving again. SPY off the high. They try to kick you out of Cobra. Cobra is terrible. Oh man, so Chad doesn't like Cobra. VNV, you need to, come on. BTI News selling India unit. Oh, where'd you get that? Well, I haven't double checked since. Good call out if so. Yeah. I see that 4 minutes ago. Oh, no, I even see it like 15. Yeah, British Tobacco confirms it's evaluating possible disposal of a small part of the BAT shareholder in ITC. Notes that press speculation regarding potential disposal of part of its shareholdings. So yeah, ITC shareholding of Indian conglomerate ITC. So that was the headline for that. No, I sold out of Mira. That one kept running. We only flipped that one for Friday. I even got out of the Apple too. But all out of Mira, that one went up a little bit more. Yeah, and BTI, that one came out over here. Remember, we saw the pop and the options went crazy. So they're selling off a unit. Again, MO was doing good too. Vanny, I saw Vanny on the high once today. Yeah, below $2. So again, I think 170, it fills that gap from the data. So I think that'll be the perfect average. FCPT. And then Apple's coming down. They're still green. SPY right at VWAP. Vanna. VRNA. That one's flushing. Looks very liquid though. And the video slipping. I mean, SPY just came right back there. We're literally right at open. A little bit lower. But we have not done anything. SPY puts, I mean, somebody brought it up earlier. They said, should we do a 2 standard deviation on the SPY for tomorrow? So, like, towards the end of the day, we'll price it in and we'll see. But, I mean, if you're playing SPY puts, SPY calls for tomorrow, I mean, you're just playing the CPI. So, I think there's a decent move priced in, but I don't know if it's going to be more than 1%. We'll find out by the end of the day. Because even if today moves 1%, then it's pricing in 1%, you know. That could also say a lot. But for now, we're not moving too much. I haven't checked, but any of those plays, it'll be upon that logic of whatever the CPI does. You're doing TLT calls and SPY calls. It's playing both sides. Get a little bit of both. Everybody in the TLT. CPI is going to leak. We're going to get a big move. And did it leak? Did the CPI come out? I think it leaked. But which one was it? Was that the non-farms they leaked that one time? Remember that one morning? And there was that, like, unusual bond activity. When was that? 2022, I believe? End of 2022? I know. I haven't heard it in a while. That used to be commonplace. It was leaked. It's everywhere. It got leaked. All right, little green shoot. Oh, there, little green shoot, dude. Oh, there, little Bitcoin climb back up, dude. Oh, dude, Bitcoin, dude. Little George of the jungle, dude. Little, swinging from Bitcoin to Bitcoin, dude. Fresh swinging from blockchain to blockchain, dude. Oh, dude, it's gone, dude. No, dude. That's what I'm talking about, dude. It's good. I do have to go pee.
First time
I'll let this guy talk to you.
Interest rates.
He seems
what are they going to do? We started to see mortgage rates go down, but I don't want to see down payments being siphoned away in closing costs that don't make sense.
And what's the U.S. Chamber of Commerce's beef with this credit card plan?
Well, you'd have to ask them, but here's what we're seeing. A lot of challenges to rules across the board that protect consumers. And it's a classic story where those companies who have built a business model on these fees, they are ready to push back hard so that they can hold on to those billions. At the end of the day, I think regulators, policymakers just want a competitive market where people know the price up front and that everyone is following the law. So, Brian, we're just going to keep doing what we're doing on bank accounts, credit cards, mortgages, and all the other products that we have to serve as the watchdog for.
Well, listen, 32-8 sounds pretty good to a lot of people, especially that get whacked with those. Rohit Chopra, Consumer Financial Protection Bureau Director, really appreciate you coming on. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Brian.
All right, be well. All right, in the meantime, bank stocks under a little pressure today, along with most of the rest of the market. Following a very volatile week, shares of New York Community Bank, well, they are down again, all as we hit the one-year anniversary of the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank. But your next guest sees some optimism for mid-cap banks with potential rate cuts expected later on this year. Jared Shaw is a mid-cap bank analyst at Barclays. He just initiated on the group with a positive view, and welcome him on, Jared. It's a bigger story than just the stocks that you cover. I think New York Community Bank really shook a lot of people up. We thought the worst was behind us a year ago. Now we have this again. But is NYCB an NYCB-specific issue?
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Brian. Good afternoon. I do think it is. I think there's some very unique aspects to the NYCB story. The first is they have grown over the $100 billion threshold very rapidly over the last year and a half, partly from 2 acquisitions. So as they've grown into this bigger size, they also changed their regulator to the OCC. And with that comes different requirements and maybe a different way of looking at things. So I think part of what you've seen with NYCB is growing pains as they've grown into this bigger size. But it's really not reflective of the broader market. You brought up the 1-year anniversary, and you saw the strain that a liquidity crisis put on a handful of banks last year. And when you look at the group overall, the banks have been very resilient over the last year. They've continued to grow capital. They've implemented a very strong, robust liquidity plan. So I think when you look at the mid-cap banks overall, they are in a very strong position to be able to go forward. And I think, NYCB is dealing with some idiosyncratic issues that are unique to them.
Yeah, and one of your key overweights is a bank that really got kind of caught up when the tide went out last year, and that is Western Alliance Bank. Did they fix something, or were they just misunderstood by much of the market last year, Jared?
Yeah, I think, when you look at what happened last year, it was really the banks that had disproportionate business tied with the innovation economy. So with the startup tech companies.
Bro, spies ripping? Yep. Someone in State Department says $2 billion to outcompete China. Something just got approved. You thought that was me talking? Well, thank you. Thank you. I'm glad that you thought that was me. That's good to know. That's good to know. And the banks, too, I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know how I sound. I don't even like hearing back my voice, to be honest. Did you miss the PHILO? I don't know. Or do you feel lucky today? Do you feel like you have that type of timing today? Or I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. You may be lucky. You may not be. The market is up, so I don't know. It's hard to say. It is hard to say. Phase, I have no idea. They didn't do a reverse split, did they? I don't know, my friend. I don't know. I don't know. I think you're lucky, bro. I think you're lucky. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you're having a wonderful day. I hope you are feeling good. I hope you had a great weekend. I hope you are excited to be back. I hope you're ready for these next few weeks. We are going to have a lot of excitement here in March. So, honestly, it's my honor here every day. Thank you for taking this little break with me, this little PHILO break to discuss a couple of things, to go over it, man, and just big shout out to those staying in the game, letting the PHILO bear fruit, letting it show everywhere in life, outside of the market, in the chat, outside of the chat, everywhere you go, some progress in fruit, baby. You know what I'm saying, man? But good work to the Chads, man, and thank you guys for even giving me this time here, and even, like I said, sharing it with me. Because this is it's a great thing we focus on, and there's a lot of different topics. So without further ado, let me get into one of them, man. I got a quick little mini one. I just got and today, man, it's very, very simple. I don't have anything crazy for you today. Today's PHILO, I got nothing insane, nothing too deep, no story about a forest and bears or nothing like that. Nothing. No Bible. No. But I do got I got something for you. But the main goal today, on this beautiful Monday to start off March, the main goal is that you are encouraged, my friend, okay? So with that being said, let me just tell you the first thing. The armor is amazing, ladies and gentlemen. And I hope you guys wear the armor, the chest plate, the belt, the shoes, the helmet. Oh, I don't know if they feel me. The sword, the shield. But I've told you this before, and that's why I just want to give you a reminder. What good is the armor if you never bring it into battle? And I don't know what you want to think about it. Maybe you could apply this in many ways. We all have different armor in life. But what good is the armor if you do not bring it when it is time to go to battle? I'm talking about the people who leave everything that right when the trouble hits, you forget everything you trained for, everything you practiced for. Something unexpected happens, you get punched in the face, the plan changes. You see, and I brought something. This is kind of what I was talking about last week. I was telling you guys, view things in that long-term view. And I gave you that little reminder, like, again, are you viewing things short-term or long-term? That I was talking about the helmet, man. Protect your head. You got to think in the right lens. Do you know what the right lens is? It's the long-term lens. God's plan, baby. That's what I would always say. Things happen. You don't I'd say God's plan, man. It's like a more fati. But for real, man, I think this comes down to it, no matter what you're going through. And I hope during all the moments, the long term, when it's going good, when it's going bad, I hope your helmet is on. And I hope you do think in the long term lens when you're looking at things now, the rest of the year, where you're going to be moving forward, next couple months, next year, next decade. I do hope that you have a long term lens with all of it. But once again, what good is this stuff you're learning if you leave it at home when it's time for the battle, baby? So, Chad, that's the first thing. That's the first thing, okay? That is the first thing. And now here's the second thing. This is the second thing for the PHILO. Are you ready? Are you ready, Chad? Like I said, I'm here to... I hope today's PHILO can encourage you a little bit, okay? Because I want you to think about something, man. Can you think about this? I want you to really just breathe in real quick. Breathe out and breathe in and relax and just... I want you to accept this as truth for a second. Just consider it. Humor me. All right? Have you ever considered, for a little bit, that you are okay? That everything is fine. And everything is going to be fine. Have you considered that the problem that you think you have, the problem that you think you are, is not as big as you think it is? So what I'm trying to say is something very simple. Along the road, you say, I don't know. Oh, I got something for you, man. Come on. I hope sometimes we just don't forget a little thing of life. That trying to figure out what is wrong with us is what is wrong with us. Do you feel me? So I hope you had a good weekend. If not, maybe use this Monday. Because I hope you didn't spend all weekend. Oh, man, I keep doing this. I keep doing that. Oh, what if I don't do that? Oh, what if I do that? NVS, big pop. Even the whole market. Yeah, NVS, pop. I don't have news on that yet. I don't see a thing on NVS, but that's a dollar pop right there. CPI leak. March 5th. Yeah, I don't see anything. You said cancer drug approved? Did I get halted? Chad saying cancer drug approved on NVS? No, it's not halting. Interesting. Good looks, Chad. But yeah, like I was saying, man, sometimes trying to figure out what's wrong with us is what is wrong with us. And I don't know. I know at least one person probably spent the whole weekend, instead of relaxing, that's it, you going through whatever setback it is, whatever problem, or you think you're not doing this, you're not doing that, you're not living up to this standard, this bar, and you just over and over again in your head. And like I'm saying, man, maybe have you stopped and thought a little bit that like maybe you're going to be okay? And that maybe it's not that bad and it's not as damning as you think it may be? Like I said, humor me on this thought. It may be something to think about. But also at the same time, it's a good reminder. Don't forget about all of the energy that you could put towards, oh man, what's wrong? Or you're spending, I think it reminds me of, what's it called? It's one of the Bible verses where it's like when you like rid a demon and then like once it comes back and it notices everything is swept in order and it comes back with like 5 more. That's what it reminds me sometimes. I've seen some people focus so much on what is wrong or what they think is like, oh, this is the issue, that they make it wrong even when it wasn't. They'll bring back, and again, it's a weird level of manifestation, but at the end of the day, sometimes the biggest issue is just spending time thinking that you have an issue. So, Chattadonia, I thought we'd start off the week with a little bit of encouragement, man. You know what I'm saying? I really hope you keep the armor on. I hope you don't forget these little things when it's time for battle. You keep that helmet on. You keep the right long-term lens in view. And make sure that long-term lens, you know, it's easy to navigate when you know there's a bigger plan. And again, even think about the mountain. Remember the mountain and the river and the guy in the point of view, But all in all, man, be easy and think for a second. What if the biggest problem you have is thinking you have the biggest problem? And now where can you focus your energy and attention? So Chattadonia, be encouraged, my friend. Go on, start off the weekend or the week great on a Monday, but take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watches and main channel. First link for the Scribble Art Support Campaign real estate course. Chattadonia, I think that's it. You know what we need? We need some country. You know, we're about to spring. We're springing forward. We need some country music. Huh? It's amazing. Oh, Airbnb trying to come on next. Good guy. Do-dee-dee. Do-do-do. Alrighty. So give it a little bit. We'll stick to tradition. We got a little bit. We got like 10 minutes to kill. And then we'll get into the previews. Well, that's it, baby. PHILO's wrapped up. Monday is almost over. Daylight savings, you made it through. Some of you woke up. Some of you didn't. You got data tomorrow morning. We're going to have to wake up. Oh, my goodness. CVS, they're at the high, 1.7. I guess Walgreens is up today, too. Investors favor the healthcare sector. Now, Novartis had that pop. Somebody said it was a cancer drug. I was not able to confirm. Yeah, MO went a little high, then slowed down. Again, value play is doing great. Dow is actually in the green. So, again, Dow was, I thought there was more names red, believe it or not. Let's see the breakdown. So, Dow Jones, 18 in the green, 12 in the red. NASDAQ 100, 60 in the green, 41 in the red. So that's flipped a little bit. And then SPY, 279 in the green, 223 in the red. So market did get a little bit, it eased up a little bit. You had a lot more red earlier on in the day. We still got like half the day to go. But then again, I mean, today's flowing. It's already 10:30. A little bit. You went to Santa Cruz, saw your first Cybertruck. I saw one the other day, too. I've seen 2 of them so far. They're pretty cool looking. They're not cool looking, like they're in like an ugly way. Like I'm sure like it'll probably be how when you first see me, you'll be like, oh, that's cool. I've never seen that before. But, yeah, it has presence. Definitely captures your attention. Yeah, pre-CPI. So maybe, I don't know, maybe we'll do it right now. We'll come back to this. Just come back to this later in the day because that's like kind of the whole point is that it could change. But let's see what we're priced in for tomorrow. So March 486. So where are we at? 510. We're at 511. I'm getting 478. We'll go with 478. Just under 1%. Apple testing AI-powered AI products. What? Ad product for App Store. Apple popping off of that. Again, Apple testing AI-powered ad product for App Store. Oh, these are even cheaper than the other day. I'm kind of down. I don't know if it'll get up that high. All right, I grabbed one. You guys have the likes. I grabbed a 185 for next week for 28 cents, 27 cents on Apple. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I was going to buy the ones further out the money, but I figure I'll do $20. Because literally, even with the card news, I think it moved exactly the same. But then you do have CPI tomorrow. Only one of them, $27. You did miss PHILO. Cut today before PHILO, or cut today before CPI. Depends on the risk and the type of play. Like bond plays on the SPY, the indexes. I mean, that's going to be totally up to you. So, because like again, right when the data comes out, it has the potential to move things. I mean, lately, I guess what? It was you're pricing in. So right now, that's what I just showed. Right now, it's pricing in 0.9% is the expected move for tomorrow's CPI. We'll see where it's at by the end of the day, but I mean, lately I feel like we haven't moved too much. Like some of the moves, I want to say non-farms was like 1% back and forth, but generally, like the moves haven't been too crazy. So it just all depends, but you know, people are expecting tomorrow morning to be a catalyst of some sort. You have SPY calls for tomorrow. Well, that's the thing. We'll see by the end of the day where it's pricing in, but right now it's pricing in about just under 1% is what's priced in for tomorrow. So pretty much tomorrow's expected move is 1%. That being said, play accordingly. If tomorrow surprises, we could get more than 1%. If tomorrow comes in line and nothing, you know, core comes down a little bit, headline stays the same, then, you know, 1% is what will be expected either direction, up or down. Yeah, only 1%. Well, lately, you haven't really priced in too much. I want to say one of the last ones, it was like 0.55. It was like 0.5% for the last CPI or non-farms. And then we'll see, even by the end of the day, that pricing may come down. That's why I want to do it at the end of the day, because it's still, whatever you get now is still like pricing in all of today's movement too. Fiber or Pfizer. So we hit a new high, then coming right back down to open. And VWAP, Dancing Queen. We are SPY puts. Ministers say slight Eurozone fiscal contraction in 25 appropriate. Yahoo. I think right now we're pricing in about 3.5 rate cuts. So a little bit more than where the Fed and the dot plot are at. But that's why, too, Saturday, next week, 2 weeks, the SEP, that's going to be very important to see if there's going to be a change. U.S. Transportation Secretary Buttigieg says Boeing must cooperate with all investigations, including Department of Justice. The CPI been spot on. Yeah, I think they have been. Or they've been, everything has been within like 0.1, 0.2. And then any sort of surprise, the market gets surprised for a little bit, then kind of falls back in place. Gallagher and Krishnamurthy urged TikTok to stop misinfo over the bill. Maybe 1 or 2 rate cuts this year. Watch. Well, people are bringing that idea up. And again, even last Friday, we were just talking. We were saying, you know, some people were discussing how the market could even stay up even if we had no rate cuts this year. I know. It's amazing. Apple News was, they said they're testing an AI ad product, but they're kind of coming down. They did that on the car news and then went crazy, but then Like Snapchat and Meta didn't really get clapped on that. I think we're still kind of in the other one. Yeah, MO hit another high. I don't think those options really went up though. Yeah, my MO option didn't really work out, but hey, shout out the shares. You have 10K to add to the long term. Cheap companies like PayPal, 3M, Google. I mean, that's what I've been doing. So, I mean, and whatever amount, if it's a bigger amount and you're getting an influx, space it out over time. You know, you could always space them out over the months, but I'm still been in a mentality of going after the value plays. It hasn't been too bad. I mean, I've been like that since last year, but I'm not really in the habit of trying to buy anything at an all-time high right now. But if you were, make sure you got a good balance, and as long as you're not making it your biggest position, I mean, you could balance anything. Everyone's scared of CPI. Why are the big chip stocks selling? Well, some people are a little nervous with the chip stocks just in general. Again, I think it's making up like 36 or 37% of like the NASDAQ gains right now or something like that. But, you know, people got a little hesitant on Friday. And then in general, some people are kind of bracing themselves for a hotter print, but I wouldn't say anything too fearful. I mean, we are still above 5,100, I believe. You know, we're not at 5,200, but we're still generally decent, a little off the highs. Hello. Long time. You're fighting today, brother. Fight. DraftKings. Coinbase came down a little. Is the Marvel put up? I don't think it did go up. The Marvel dropped. Yeah, Disney. Well, Disney just today. Remember last week, Disney sold off. Disney outperformed for a little bit. Then last week, like it was just almost every day, I guess, from the second half of the week, you sold off. And then now it rocketed past the level. So like 112.70 is like actually kind of a big deal. Again, remember, you hold above like 112.50. That is a good sign. We topped out last time at 114. About Bolt Baba not performing? No, why would I be worried about that? I mean, I'm worried about the risk. I mean, I'm worried that it takes another year or two and that, you know, China gets worse. But right now, I think we're green on Baba. It's really fluctuated between like up a little bit, down a little bit. Yeah, I'm up like 1% on it. Something very small, but yeah, not too worried. And if I am, it'd be time. Apple, they had AI news, AI ad product that they're testing. I don't know if it's still holding. I made a play, but they already went down a little bit. Bitcoin. Where's I have a Bitcoin chart. Yeah, 72,600. It's literally like $100, $200 off highs. So watch like MSTR and Coin again. They may move up. MSTR is up 15%. You just DoorDash some baby formula faster than I could have packed up the kids and got it myself. You might need some for the long term. DoorDash is very convenient. You could have bought like 18 baby formulas, but it's, you know, it works. Oh, I did not try to go to Cava. I did not. But I watched some of the GameStop movie. I told you guys I would eventually do that. It was actually really good. I like the GameStop movie so far. But yeah, I did not go. No Cava. No Cava. I'm sorry. A stop loss on my Baba? Why would I have a stop loss on my Baba? It's for the long term, baby. So anything in this count, I have no stop loss. I usually don't have a stop loss in general, but for this, I mean, again, we don't sell out from the long term. So Baba's in the long term, not going anywhere. I mean, worst case, I lose on it. Again, Coinbase, that one went green for us recently, but like that one went down really, really bad. But you know, the whole never sell, and then you just add to other stuff. The bag. That's why you never know. I've seen a lot of crazy things in my years in the market. But Baba, I'm just gonna hold on to it. I don't know if I'm gonna add to it, but we will see. I used to have a terminal. I got banned from Bloomberg. Yeah, Dumb Money was good. I liked it. I'm not finished with it, but I enjoyed it so far. It was a lot more entertaining. Still in MPW. That's actually one of the worst in the long term now, besides like big commerce. Am I worried that Baba's trading 2.5 times cash? No, it sounds like a good thing. Average down, because they're still a little sketchy. And there's other names I'm still building. I mean, again, I averaged down on MO the other day, and that was a great pickup. But I still like MO. Even Coin, I was going to average on Coin. I never did. I kind of regretted it. So maybe I'll regret not averaging on MPW. But in general, if there's other names I still want that are good deals, you know, keep it in the portfolio. Let it balance itself out. I mean, in this case, it's not like, you know, Coinbase came back. It's not like it's big in the portfolio anymore, but I got $4,000 back now. Small gain, and let it do its thing. So just balance it out along the way, and we add to other stuff. Comment on MPW not issuing dividend. I don't think that they just haven't said the declaration. So they paid their latest dividend. Like, you know, they're on that schedule, but they haven't declared the other one. They did that last time. It took a little bit of time. People freaked out, but I wouldn't be too worried about it. Beto to the long term? No, not at these prices. I mean, somebody asked me about that back in the day. I said that with the dividend, and I wasn't like too opposed to it. Yeah, so MPW, yeah, their last dividend declaration was November. And then the dividend was a month later. So they got a little bit of time. I even think last time they waited a minute. And then again, the thing, they dropped Friday. There was a Wall Street Journal article that clapped them. Where was it? Yeah, this was on the dividend thing. People were worried about the dividend, then they declared it, then it popped up. They paid it on the 6th. Then it dropped. BXMT, I haven't really looked into it. Baba has the 5th, 6th biggest cash balance in the world, 70 billion. Really? Well, that's good. Alibaba, very good, Habibi. Very good still. A lot of China headlines you got to get through. Again, China is still in, they had a good CPI today, but otherwise still in deflation on PPI. Ulta on the high. Does Ulta have earnings, or didn't they already report? Roku. Yeah, a little cheek laid down on volume. I don't know. Is there presentations going on? We had that other move, that BTI move earlier. Took a while to confirm. Apple trying to come back up. Palantir. I think it's good to trade, but I don't know about longing it at these high prices. We had it at $10 on the IPO, but I don't really follow Palantir as close. But I know Karp is pretty intense. The CEO and their AI prospects, a lot of people like them. Ulta's Thursday? Oh, so they haven't reported this week. See, I knew they either coming up or they're right or they already had it. Okay. MO's still holding. Pfizer too is all beautiful. Garmin on the high. Square, you need to go, Habibi. No, I had free shares of Palantir and I sold out of them. I took them as part of loss. I wanted to get rid of them during the 2022. I regret it though. I got out with a little bit of a gain. That Marvel put hitting, is it? Mine, I don't think mine went. Yeah, mine didn't go. JP Morgan on the high. The banks weren't moving earlier. Sound is moving nice. Almost time for earnings, baby. It's good. I think it is. Actually, perfect timing. Perfect timing. Perfect. Long time to get good bounce. Good for you, Habibi. Oh, Tesla, hold up. I do have ON. Yeah, we already did PHILO too. Alrighty. All right. What does Palantir do? They make weapons, I think, and buy gold. You guys remember when Palantir bought all that gold? I remember that. I remember waking up one day and everyone's like, Palantir just bought a ton of gold. Fubo, I never had Fubo shares. Alrighty. Biden tax plan calls for 44.6% levy on investments. Hikes corporate rate and private jet taxes. Oh, there you go. Making some moves. Bonds selling off. Bought and sold one day. I might have flipped Fubo, yeah. I think the other day, but I never had Fubo in the long term. Run JGR short report. JGR. Run. I think solar names were doing good earlier. And then weed stock still kind of holding up. Ball on the high. You did miss PHILO, yes. We are actually about to get into earnings previews in like 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Gira, I'll give you this for a second.
Week's read on prices, courtesy of that CPI report that will be out at 8:30 a.m. Wall Street time tomorrow. So that's kind of our big focus point.
We're also focused on Boeing. Shares down close to 3% as we speak. This is heightened scrutiny on it. Opens up the runway for its lone major competitor. We're talking about none other than Airbus. We're going to dive into that a little later in the program.
We will indeed. And stopping by, Mark Zagorski, CEO of the $5.5 billion market cap company, Double Verify. We're going to talk about the digital ad spending business. Get into into everything. It was certainly a focal point when we got into the big tech, mega cap names, whether it was Alphabet, whether it was Meta, whether it was Amazon. So we're going to see what he has to say, but kind of the health of that overall environment.
Also, for one more thing, we're talking about the latest venture capital funded craze, I guess you could say, now worth over $1 billion. We'll tell you what that is a little bit later in the program. First up, a check on the day's trade and top business stories. Here's Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much, Tim and Carol. Here's what's going on. We've got the Dow higher, the S&P, NASDAQ. They're both in the red right now. Traders finding little encouragement to keep pushing the stock market higher at the start of a week that's going to bring us the last inflation numbers before the Federal Reserve's next decision. Here's where we stand. The S&P right now down 8, a drop there of 0.1%. Dow Industrials up 26, a gain there of 0.1%, very close to session highs. NASDAQ right now down 46, a decline of 0.3%. 10-year at 4.10% with a 2-year right now 4.53%. Spot gold is a little changed, up $1 the ounce to $21.80. West Texas Intermediate crude down 17 cents, down by about 0.2%, 77.84 a barrel. But the big story today, the move higher in Bitcoin, up another 4.5%, now with a 72,000 handle, 72,500 on Bitcoin. Oracle will be a name among the names reporting fiscal third quarter results after the close of trading, and investors do expect to see a stabilization in the company's closely watched cloud infrastructure unit. Oracle right now ahead of earnings, up by 1.9%. Recapping stocks are trading mixed. The Dow higher, S&P lower by 6, down 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much.
Thanks, Charlie Pellet. Good guy. So, Chattadonia, I hope you guys are locked and loaded. I hope you are feeling good. Happy Monday. We are starting off this Monday with a bang because we actually have a couple of earnings after the bell. We got a couple of more for tomorrow morning. So I got a whole list here ready for all of you. But before we do any of this, before we begin our tradition, we've been doing this since the end of last year and then a little bit at the beginning of this year. I figured we would go over and do our earnings previews. So what we are doing here, we are going to go over every single company that I have the preview for. We may skip a couple of them. We're going to go look at some of their past earnings reports, and then we are going to go look at their option chain and see what the market maker is pricing in. That will let us know what the market thinks the stock will do for earnings, and once we have that info, we are going to double it up, do the ghetto standard deviation, and then we are going to determine whether or not we think those options are cheap and make a play going for a high reward with a high risk and hopefully a low amount of exposure. So all that being said, we're going to go over some pretty important info. If we do make plays, we are going to be going after low probability plays. So make sure you do not gamble on these. Do not blow up your account on these plays. And if you need a big play and your account needs it and you're going for your last breath of air, I don't know if I would go for the low probability plays there. So be wise, my friend. Be wise. So that being said, you could use this info, apply it to any strategy, and make the most of it. We will be going over some good info. We will be having some plays. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know if I'm going to play anything here. Again, earnings season has winded down if you're not aware. But that being said, don't blow up your accounts. Be wise. Do not use this to gamble. And remember, money that you need is cursed, Chattadonia. Money that you need is cursed. The phrase of the year so far. So we all on the same page? You feel me, buckaroo? You understand? Buddy? Scout? No, what do they say? Champ? Troop? No, what do they... No, I'm not good at these. I don't... Buddy? Buckaroo? Are we all on the same page? Everybody ready to go? Yeah, you're going to be wise. Nothing crazy. Lil bro, nephew, old sport, that's the one, sport. Champ, boss, buddy, pal, bucko, buckaroo, chief. Yeah, pirate? I don't think, no, I think we're going to end it with pirate. Okay. Well, I think we're all on the same page. That being said, Our first earnings of the day. Oracle, the one and only. Fun to say, fun for the whole family. Kind of near all-time highs. Oracle. They've had some wicked moves in the past. They have recovered, but Oracle, they are expecting quarter 3 revenue of $13.29 billion, non-GAAP operating margin of 43%, EPS of $1.38 versus guidance of $1.35 to $1.39. Cash from operations $4.96 billion, short-term deferred revenue $8.9 billion, and share repurchases $427.4 million. Next quarter revenue expected to be $14.72 billion, non-GAAP operating margin 44.9%, EPS $1.64. Cash from operations $6.36 billion, short-term deferred revenue $9.47 billion, share repurchases $336 million. Since last quarter, December 11th, Oracle is down 2.5%, S&P is up 10.4%, and XLK is up 10.0%. Near-term options imply 8.4% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 12, loss of 13, break even, and loss of 3. Revenue has beaten 13 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters, with 1 in line. Oracle. So pricing in quite a bit, but they've moved bigger than what they have priced in on like 3 of the last 4 earnings. So that's kind of good. I think they moved up a little bit here today. Oh, they're right there in the middle. So TD says $10.21. I'm getting about $10.15. We'll go with $10.20, make our lives easier. So $10.20 priced in one direction. That's just under 10%. So now, yeah, it's pricing in a little bit more juice on the chain today. So we said, what, $10.20? So we are going to double that up. That'll leave us with $20.40. So $20.40 on the option. That's 2 standard deviations. So again, 1 standard deviation, what's priced in is $10.20 either direction. The ghetto standard deviation, doubling that up, that'll leave us with $20.40. So that would be $134.80. That's very, very high. Oh, 68 cents for the 135s. Kind of not bad. And then what? $20.40 to the downside. That's like 195 flat, I think. Or 95 flat. 39 cents. Honestly, it's not that bad, but they just don't move 20%. But then again, Oracle is at this level. Wait, 135? That would be a new all-time high for them. And then they would have to break lower. Yeah, I don't know. Kind of cucky. They would need to bring out a big earnings. And again, they're kind of in like a recovery story. I'm torn on that. I don't think it's that bad of a price, but you do need a 20% move. It has moved pretty big last time, but 20%, you're like, right, you have to either break a new all-time high or break out below the low of December or November, which might be possible. That's why I'm like, again, I'm kind of torn. I'm in between both of them. So that one's tough. Micron on the low right now. Why are they flushing? They died. But yeah, Oracle, no play for now. But again, 95 or 135. That's 2 standard deviations. $10 priced in for 1 standard deviation. Oracle. All right. You guys know what the next one is? Any questions on Oracle? Any questions on Oracle? Could be like Snow or MDB. Those have had some pretty big moves lately. No questions on Oracle? Yes, the next one. Asan Derulo. Asan. You remember this guy used to go crazy. End of 2021, it was at 140. No way. Asan, bro. Dustin. Remember Dustin? Oh, they forget so fast. So, Asan, next quarter, this quarter, They're expecting 167.7 million in revenue versus guidance of 167 to 168. Non-GAAP gross margin 90.2. Non-GAAP operating loss of 13.1 versus guidance of loss of 13.8 to loss of 12.5. EPS loss of 10 cents versus guidance of loss of 10 to loss of 9. Cash from operations loss of 8 million. Free cash flow loss of 9.4 million. Deferred revenue 268.5 million. Billings 180.6 million. Next quarter, expecting 168.3 million in revenue. Non-GAAP gross margin 89.9. Non-GAAP operating margin loss of 11.2. EPS loss of 8 cents. Cash from operations loss of 8.6 million. Free cash flow loss of 12.1. Deferred revenue 295.3 million in revenue. Billings 195.3 million. Since last quarter, December 5th, ASAN is down 20.8. S&P is up 11.8. XLK is up 12.4. Near-term options imply 17.9% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 17, loss of 13, loss of 3, gain of 19. Revenue has beaten 13 of the last 13 quarters. EPS has beaten 13 of the last 13 quarters. Short interest, 13%. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 12 of the last 13 quarters. Forward quarter EPS has beaten 7 of the last 13 with 4 in line. Not bad. They're underperforming the SPY, pricing in what they moved at the last one, and then they've moved a little higher a year ago. So 2 standard deviations may be out of the question, but they're pricing in what they've moved the last couple of earnings. ASAN, remember, they used to be a mover. They kind of got the pin. So I don't think puts will be a viable play, but let's see. You're pricing in 285, 220, like 260. No, 360. Again, 352. We'll go with 350. 352 is in the middle between here and my number. So 350 priced in, yeah, that's about 20% one direction. So 1 standard deviation, about 350 is what's priced in. So double that up, that leaves us with like what, 704? 704 to the high side. It's like what, 25.90? So about 25, 35 bucks. You could just buy a share. So a little pricey. I mean, ASAN, I think if you ever get lucky and they just start getting hype again, this play could be a real big mover. And then again, I don't think the puts, I didn't even look at the puts. I just know it's not going to be worth it. But yeah, you could just play this. I think shares would probably be better if you want a 10, 20% mover. This might be your better bet with shares. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if Asana is involved in the AI trend for now. I don't know. I don't know if they've been keeping up. So that is Asana. Any questions about Asana? Any questions about Asana? Hey, son, do you love me? Are you Dustin? Are you buying all your stock when it's at the highs, but you don't buy when it's at lows? We don't even know what you do. Okay. eBay's still going up. Next one is Casey. Casey. Hey, son, Derulo. Casey General Stores. I've never been to one of these, but I know about them because of the stock market. So Casey, they're expecting same-store sales of 0.1 for fuel, grocery 3.3, prepared food and fountain 5.9, revenue $3.53 billion, gross margin 22.7%, operating expense $581.5 million, adjusted EBITDA $210.6 million, adjusted EBITDA margin 6.0, EPS $2.13. Full year guidance, April 24, EBITDA growth 8 to 10%, same store sales 3.5 to 5%, net interest 53% or 53 million, tax rate 23 to 25%, expects to add at least 150 stores, depreciation and amortization 350 million, initial margin improvement 40 to 41%, same store fuel sales loss of 1 to gain of 1, purchase of property and equipment 500 to 550 million. Since last quarter, December 11th, KC is up 9.9, S&P is up by 10.4, and XLY is up 3.4. Near-term options imply 5.3% move. Last 4 quarters, break of even, gain of 11, loss of 3, and then gain of 4. Revenue has beaten 11 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. EPS has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters. So, good news. There's one thing of good news on this one. Only one thing of good news. Kind of. So they don't have weeklies. So the good news is that 5% is not pricing in that much. It's easier to get a 10% 2 standard deviation move. The bad news is that KC doesn't really move like more than 5%, even though they did it last earnings. So that's going to be the caveat. Damn, they're at 290. So it's a 1790. I'm getting 1970. Wow. My number is very, very far off. Give me 20. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll go with 18. We'll go in there. $18. So yeah, it's pricing in less than 30. $6.2%, so you need a 12% move. 2 standard deviations, so $18 though, so 36. So literally like 235 or 335. 60 cents. And then how much is this on the downside? $36. I don't know. That doesn't seem that bad. I've heard of them. I've just never been to one. I'll be cheap, but the last time I did this and it was cheap, it didn't end up working out. But I actually kind of like it for like the price of the stock. And then it's not price. Again, it just doesn't move much, but it did move this amount last time. Oh, the put we need is like a 270. We'll go with the cheap ones. I kind of like the other one, but these are far out. I went with 1 call, 1 put. I went a little bit cheaper. I went with the 350 call. 2 standard deviations would be like 330. I think they sell gas in groceries. But it's a $300 stock. That's the thing I like about it. XPD, yeah. That was my first play. Well, we made a play today on Altria and Apple. And then I just did the KC play right there. Went both ways. It was like $30. Honestly, didn't even spend that much. So that's kind of the good news with that. All right. Any questions about KC? Any questions about KC? We are done with that one. Exact date is March 15th, my brother. Strike price, I think 350 call, 250 put. No, that's just an option trade for like $30, $40. No long term. Roku going now. Roku the end. Oh, Roku woke up. Hi. All right. So next one is MTN. Vail Resorts. I confused Valet with these guys the other day. These are the skiing resorts. So they've been clapped. I'm surprised. They're still clapped since COVID? No way. Very interesting. So MTN expecting $1.15 billion in revenue, EBITDA $440.7 million, EPS $6.04. Full year guidance reported EBITDA at a lower half of prior guidance range, 912 to 968. Net income 316 to 394. Since last quarter, December 7th, they're up 5.4. S&P is up 11.3. XLY is up 4.2. Near-term options imply 5.9% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 4, loss of 8, loss of 7, loss of 3. Revenue has beaten 11 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line, and EPS has beaten 11 of the last 20 quarters. So they're expected to lower guidance. Interesting. So I think their guidance is pretty bad. And then they're not pricing in too much, but they also haven't moved too much. What is that? 15. Yeah, my numbers are, I'm getting 15.10. This is saying 13. That's saying 14. Again, they don't have weeklies, so I guess we'll just go with 14.05. Priced in one direct. That's about 5%. So less than 10% priced in one standard deviation. 28.10 would be 2. It'd be like what? 48, 55, 255. 260, 20 cents. And then we say 28 to the downside, 200 flat. Those are expensive. Honestly, the calls aren't bad. Oh, did it fill me? Oh, yeah, I got one. I thought it was at a lower price. I got MTN. I'm only going with the call. Call a little bit out there, but $20. Honestly, I think the upside on that is way, way better. What did we get? 260? It's not bad if they wake up, do good. Wasn't it just winter, too? But and then again, guidance is expected to go lower. No put on that one. The put's kind of expensive. But again, it is a $300 stock. That's why I like the call. A Hail Mary. They're all Hail Marys. Again, these are all 2 standard deviations. So if nothing unexpected happens, you're not going to get paid out on any of these. So that's why we go over the 1 standard deviation, so you know what's expected, and then know kind of the general idea of where we're operating from for the 2 standard deviations. MTN, Vail Resorts, $260 for 20 cents, 19 cents. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. Any other questions? That's for MTN. Who's next? Oh, no. All right. No questions. MTN. Yeah, they don't really move too much. Again, I think that's why the option was $20 on like a $200 stock. Its last earnings haven't gone that crazy. So I got bad news for you, though. Good news, I still have more previews. Bad news, all of these companies, I don't know if we're going to go over them unless any of you guys want these. I don't have previews, but I could price in the options. Is anybody in Ocular Therapeutics? So they report AVO and LFMD. LifeMed and AVO. Is there any other earnings for after the bell? We already did Oracle. So if you guys have any after the bell you want me to go over, now is this time. CTMX. Yeah, these are all like really like small cap buy. Again, these are even hard to price in too most of the time. Yeah, Oracle no play. ONON, we haven't gone over it yet. Play Studios. PlayStation. Roku still running up. Nobody else. Alto after the bell. What's Alto? Alto Ingredients. Oh, I don't have a preview on them. NXC. I thought NXC already reported. Next gen. All right. Well, I guess we'll move on to the morning then. So the next one, this one I think is going to be really big. I don't know if I'm going to play it, but Archer Daniels. ADM. So ADM, they're expected to do $23.79 billion in revenue, adjusted segment operating profit $1.41 billion, EPS $1.43. Price history since last quarter down 21.1. S&P is up 21.4. XLP is up 11.1. Near-term options imply 0.5% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 4, gain of 4. Loss of 6, loss of 1. Revenue has beaten 11 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters. That's weird, is it? Why is it only pricing? There's no way it's pricing in 0.5. I'm seeing 5. They probably meant 5%. $70. So I get 335, 349, 320. We'll go with 340 priced in. Yeah, that's less than 10%. Are they not like expected to like? Is there something we're missing? I feel like, with all things considered, 6.1 is not that big of a move. Yeah, they have like a weird investigation thing, like the CFO like lied about like numbers to reach certain targets. It was like an accounting thing. They like shady accounting, and then they delayed their earnings, and then they finally announced that they're going to release their earnings here now. Yeah, it was an accounting probe. But it's weird they're not pricing in that much. So again, 340 is what's priced in. 680. That's going to be 2 standard deviations. So one way, 340. 680 would be what? 60, 61, 6170. 35 cents. And then the downside, 680. We like 58 and some change. 48. No, 38. No, 48. I need the calculator. I just glitched out. $48.12. I was close. It's not bad. So 61 or 48. ADM. I feel like I'm missing something, but I'm gonna have to go for it. Damn, I got filled at 24. The puts are priced really weird. I'm try to save money. Scammers. Might as well get this other one. They're making us spend 20. So 24 and 18. So almost $50. I like that one though. But like I said, I think I'm missing. That seems way too cheap with everything going on with that company. Again, they have like all of this crazy stuff going on. This probe, they're down like 20-30%. I don't know. It seems kind of weird that the options aren't that much money. I spent 18 on the other one. Chart looks different. They got clapped there with their earnings lately. Oh shit. Oh dude, I'm an idiot. I didn't go for next week. Oh. Oh. That's the one we wanted. Dang. Well. ADM. Because, dude, I've been doing all of them this week, huh? Oh, I got way too used to the March 15th. Yeah, that one's foolish. All of them are weeklies. Yeah, the other twos didn't have next week, but no, that's kind of botched. All right, well, any questions on ADM? I think that one it's so weird how it does not move with such a big story. Hola, what up, Murky? All right. Next one up on the list. is ONON. Shout out to Switzerland. The running shoes. So they've been doing good. I don't think Foot Locker did. But ONON, they're expecting 450.9 million Swiss francs. Gross margin 59.3, adjusted EBITDA 64.9 million, adjusted EBITDA margin 14.4%, EPS 10 cents a share. Since last quarter, November 13th, they're up 20.6. S&P is up 16.9. XLY is up 11.7. Near-term options imply 13.8% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 3, loss of 14, loss of 10, and then gain of 26. Revenue has beaten 9 of the last 9 quarters. EPS has beaten 5 of the last 9 quarters with 1 in line. Short interest is 18%. ONON. So not bad. They haven't had a good earnings in like a year, and then the one before that, they went crazy. I didn't know a lot of people were shorting this. So they're pricing in more than 10%, it looks like. 475, 480. Go 480. Yeah, so they're pricing in more than 10%. 480 is what's priced in 1 standard deviation. That is the expected move. So double that up. That would leave us with 560? 560 to the upside would be 39.80. 91 cents. Woof. A little up there for a $30 stock. 680. I'm not good on the reverse. $28.63. Still kind of expensive. The puts more than the shares. Why is that so expensive? That's pricing in a lot. Honestly, you got to pay for that. You're pricing in more than 10%. So high break even, high cost. I think there's a lot of juice on that. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to go with that. I'm going to skip that. That's pricing in a lot. ONON. ONON. All right, the next one. This one's another good one. Kohl's. So we got a lot of these are all for tomorrow morning. Unless is there any questions on ONON? eBay on the high. Pfizer new high. Any questions, ONON? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Mo Newhart, all right. So Kohl's. Oh, that's ONON. ONON shares. Maybe. That one's pricing in a lot. That one could be a good share mover. The options are crazy. I don't know, but I don't know if I'm still waiting to play Marvel. But that could be a good share moving one. ASLN halted. I don't know what that one is. So Kohl's, they're expecting comps loss of 3.1, revenue net sales 5.71 billion, gross margin 31.6% of net sales, SG&A 28.4, operating margin 4.7, EPS $1.28 since last quarter, November 20th. They're up 7.9. S&P is up 13.4. XLP is up 9.1. Near-term options imply 13% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 9, gain of 5, gain of 8, loss of 2. Revenue has beaten 5 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. EPS has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters. Short interest, 27%. So they're pricing in a lot. I thought Kohl's has moved more on earnings, but apparently not. They do have a high divvy, yeah. 27. What is that? 350. I think it's like we'll go with 350. Pricing in a little bit more than 10%. So 350 is priced in both directions. That's one standard deviation. What the market maker is expecting, $3.50 either way. So 2 standard deviations, the ghetto standard deviation, that'll be $7. So it'll be like what, 34? 34.23. Oh, 19 cents, a little cheaper. But it needed to go high. Not bad. I mean, Kohl's has a pretty big story tied to it. That's not bad. But that's like a 20-something. High break even, but at least it's cheaper than the share price. But that's still like a 20-something% move to break even. And then $20 on the downside, $12. Limited though. I could maybe consider a call on Kohl's. That one's not too bad. It's just you need a big ass move. But again, they have a big story, recovery, all that good stuff. So that is for Kohl's. Any questions on Kohl's? Any questions on Kohl's? The next one's Workhorse and BZ. I don't have a preview for Workhorse. I don't think we're going to do that. BZ, this is a China stock. I could just price this one in if you guys want. They're pricing on $1.60. $1.55. We'll go with $1.60. About 10% priced in. So $3.20. $20.80. Yes. Maybe shares. This thing hasn't moved in a while. All right. And then this is the final one I have the preview for. There's no questions on any of them. Again, Kohl's or anything. Kohl's, I like the calls, but I'm not going to play it. All right. The next one is IGT. So this is the last one here that I have a preview for. They're expecting $1.1 billion in revenue versus guidance of $1.1 billion. Adjusted EBITDA margin 40.3%. Adjusted EBITDA margin $446.3 million. Operating margin 22.7%. Since last quarter, October 30th, they're down 4.8%. S&P is up 23.8. XLY is up 19.9. Near-term options imply 7.3% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 4, loss of 2, loss of 2, gain of 3. Revenue has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 13 of the last 20 quarters. So that's weird. I don't know why they're pricing in so much. They haven't really moved like this in a while. IGT. Everybody in the IGT. So 178. We'll go 170. 170 is about right. So it's actually pricing in less than 10%. But again, it doesn't really move that much. So 340 will be 2 standard deviations. That'd be 28.50. 40 cents expense. And like 22.30. Damn, still expensive on the puts. Yeah, that one's expensive. So that's IGT, Workhorse, and then there's Haggerty, Manchester United, Blade, and AAWH, but I think we're going to skip those. Is there any other ones? That one is a monthly, yeah. You could go for the weeklies, but even then, IGT's kind of up there. It just doesn't move that much. Is there any more for the morning? Any other earnings for the morning that you guys would like? That's all. I'm done for today. Haggerty, Root was big. Oh, Haggerty's insurance. I don't have a preview on Haggerty. HGTY. Smaller insurance name. I feel like it's going to price in a lot. So Haggerty looks to be priced 50 to 75 cents. That's a lot. Yeah, I can't even price this in. 75 cents. That's like 10 cents, 10% almost. $1.50. So $10.50. You can play shares. I mean, if you think it'll go crazy like Root. If you think that'll make it go nuts. Otherwise, it's very hard to say. And then Blade. And this is like Uber for helicopters. Or are they like air sharing? Yeah, Blade. This one's hard to price in too. 60 cents. So pricing in about 15%. 15%, 30%, 2 standard deviations. That's all I say. I did not play Kohl's. No, I wanted to, but I don't know. I still think Kohl's, that needs a lot. I just like the story. But because it's at least cheaper than a share. Kohl's is enticing. But, all right. Unless there's any more for tomorrow, I think we're done, Chattadonia. I think we're done. Unless there's any other questions. Again, we made a couple of plays. Was what? ADM and then the other one. I think there's only 2. ADM and KC. Oh, no, MTN. So plays for today. KC 350 call, 25 cents. And then a put for 11 cents. MTN 260 call for 19 cents. And then ADM. But sadly, I went with all weeklies. I don't know what I was thinking. I think I got confused with the dates. So that is it. No plays on ON. ON's expensive. Someone said I should go with shares. I mean, because that's pricing in like a 20% move. That could be an interesting one with shares, but I don't think I'm gonna skip. Yeah, Litecoin went crazy apparently. They didn't have dates. Yeah, I still could have got time on some of them because some of them was only a little bit more money. Like, who was it? Was it MTN? Nah, which one? I think the ADMs. Like, I don't know. I feel like ADM is really cheap. Something about ADM is kind of weird. Whoa, SPY breaking out. Again, bonds sold off and bouncing off the bottom. But SPY is gone green now. So NASDAQ in the red, but Dow and SPY are green. You have now filled the gap. So you're back to where we were on Friday. No, or do they report after the bell? Or are they pre-market? If they're after the bell, we could go over them tomorrow. JPM again, banks were down, so see if that starts getting a lift there. But yeah, SPY's starting to move. Interesting. KC. What is KC? Kingsoft Cloud. I have no idea what this is. PHILO Morris still on the high. And BTI. Where is it? What time? Damn, 9 more minutes till power hour. Oh, today's flying. All right, man. That was good timing. We got everything we needed to. NFL going crazy. Saquon just went to the Eagles. Giants cooked. Oh, I don't know what other thing. I don't have. Is there anything on the wire? Usually the wire has NFL news. U.S. intelligence says China's economy due to slow because economic reforms at odds with leader Xi Jinping's state-focused priorities. Saquon to Eagles. Kirk Cousins to the Falcons. Russell Wilson to the Steelers. Whoa, these all sound wild. Pollard to the Titans. Josh Jacobs to the Packers. Swift signed with the Bears. Like, Taylor Swift got a contract? I knew it, but damn, that was fast. I knew it was going to happen, just not that fast. Well, they got her a kicker or something? She have to be special teams. Tight end. Speaking of Pfizer, where is Pfizer? Pfizer, it went up actually. So those contracts are up 800% now. It would have been nice if we kept both of them. Again, I think those are in the money now. You're in the money by 50 cents already. Yeah, Pfizer, I mean, is getting back into one of these run-ups. Would have been nice for the double dip, but at least MO went up too. Oh, all these value plays. And that's why, again, whether or not we broaden out or not will be very key moving forward. JD, Kaisei. I don't get it, though. Why does ADM look so quiet? Does anybody have any, like, ADM? Is there something where maybe people are waiting for the trial rather than the damn earnings? Does that make sense? Maybe that's why it's not pricing in a lot. Maybe the earnings can't really do anything. Oh, AMD, not ADM. Or no, ADM. China may try to influence 24 U.S. elections. Oh, my friend. All right, well, I'm going to give you my friend Charles. I think that's his name. Shout out Charlie in the tree, too. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Get ready for Power Hour in 5 minutes. Earning previews are done. I was just talking about a play that keeps catching my attention, though. But I'll be Charlie Pellet.
Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stennebeck on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
BRB.
It is Bloomberg Business Week on this Monday afternoon. Let's get a check on the latest world and national news. For that, we go to Amy Morris in the Bloomberg 99.1 Newsroom in D.C. Hey, Amy.
Hi, Tim. As lawmakers continue to work on a budget for the current fiscal year, President Biden has released his aspirational budget for the coming fiscal year. The $7.3 trillion budget calls for major new spending initiatives to lower costs for health care, child care, and housing, and new taxes on the wealthy and major corporations to help pay for it. India has successfully conducted its first test flight of a domestically developed missile that can carry multiple warheads. Bloomberg's Karen Moscow has more.
In a post on the social media site X, India Prime Minister Narendra Modi said the missile is equipped with multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicles. India has been developing its medium and long-range missile system since the 1990s as its strategic competition with China grows. In 2021, it successfully tested a nuclear-capable intercontinental ballistic missile with a range of 3,125 miles that's believed to be capable of targeting nearly all of China. India is also able to strike anywhere in neighboring Pakistan. Kara in Moscow, Bloomberg Radio.
Democratic Senator Robert Menendez of New Jersey has pleaded not guilty to revised charges in an expanded bribery case. The judge rejected Menendez's request to delay the May 6th trial in light of the revised indictment. It added obstruction of justice charges. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. Let's go back to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol and Tim.
All right, Amy Morris, thank you so much. Well, now to our one more thing this hour. And so, once again, we have another beverage company that is valued at more than $1 billion.
Okay, here's an idea.
Yeah.
Okay. You get water, you put it in a can, you make it metal, and you raise money valuing the company at $1.4 billion.
I feel like this has been done before, no?
Yeah, but this company has been so successful. I mean, it's a case study in brilliant marketing, no question.
Liquid Death.
Liquid Death is the company we're talking about. To be fair, it's not just water anymore.
No, it isn't anymore.
They've got some iced teas, some flavored waters.
Yep.
But I remember when this first came out a few years ago, I mean, it was kind of just really funny, and that's how they wanted it to be. The slogan was "Murder Your Thirst." I think it still is. And it's funny. It's increasingly sold at big venues where they sell alcohol, and if you want a water, you're buying a big can of Liquid Death, and you're paying a lot of money for it, and you're drinking it.
So here's the deal, guys. It's LA-based. It raised new capital that values the startup at $1.4 billion. That is double its $700 million valuation back in 2022. Here's some of the distribution or strategic investors, if you will. Actor Josh Brolin, the NFL, Live Nation Entertainment. They sell the product at its concert venues. And then there's a couple of it sounds like VC partners, Siro Capital Science Inc. and Gray's Creek Capital Partners. They also participate in this latest funding round.
All right, the company attributes much of its sales growth to its marketing. It's got 7.9 million followers across both TikTok and Instagram.
I wonder what it costs to acquire people.
It's amazing. I think
is
it's
their
such a
biggest
fascinating space because it's literally a commodity.
Yeah.
Right? So you're going somewhere and you're buying a water, which is something that's free available across the United States when you turn on the tap. So
remember what I said in the newsroom? I remember Penn and Teller years ago doing this like fun little show, and they did this skit of people at a restaurant in New York and basically giving them the water menu and having them order it, and then out in the back there were folks just with a garden hose filling plastic bottles all the same, and people were like, yeah, I like this one, it's fruitier, or like it was crazy.
You know what I'll say?
It's just funny.
It doesn't get any better than New York tap water.
Exactly.
Truly.
No, that's why the pizza's so good.
That's why the pizza's so good.
I'm not saying anything about Liquid Death. There you go. We love our beverages, but it's just kind of interesting. All right, for those of you staying on TV, coming up next is The Close. For those of you on Bloomberg Business Week, a lot coming your way, including the latest on the market trade as we get ready for CPI.
Everything for me starts with my Dell. It allows me a platform to dream without boundaries.
Just everything.
They just do that in there. They really wanted to throw that in real quick.
Live from Studio 2 at Bloomberg headquarters in New York, I'm Scarlett Fu.
And I'm Alex Steele. Did you watch the Oscars?
I did.
I spent
the whole thing.
2 hours on radio trying to find someone who watched the Oscars, and all
We'll
you
talk
needed
later.
was Scarlett. All right, let's get you a check here on the U.S. markets and where they stand. So it was kind of a heavy trading day. We are well off the lows of the session. The S&P now pretty much flat on the day, which is quite interesting after the last couple of days of relative weakness. The 2-year yield is seeing more significant selling in the front end, up by about 5 basis points. The 3-year came in okay. Demand was okay, but indirect bidders were actually quite solid, and we get $39 billion worth of 10-year treasuries coming tomorrow. Dollar yen, I just wanted to highlight this one. Yes, I appreciate we're flat, but the yen has been kind of the one thing that has changed that dollar weakness story as sort of gains in strength there. So that's quite interesting, particularly as we go towards that March meeting. And Bitcoin, it's hard to get weird about risk, Scarlett, when you have Bitcoin over $72,000. I think, is it a safety or is it risk? And that's going to dictate, how you see the rest of the market.
Yeah, it depends on who you ask, right? right? Here's what else we are watching today. We're searching for value in a growth-driven market. We're going to go live to Chicago, where Romaine Bostic has an exclusive sit-down with John Rogers of Ariel Investments to get specific stock picks, of course, and also John's
we have an exclusive sit-down with Bradley Frizzle and
now,
the Peach. Are you kidding me?
After the collapse of Silicon Valley.
Oh, it's here, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Monday. Oh, no, let's go. Oh, Chattadonia. Chattadonia. Let's go, baby. Are you kidding me, Bradley Frizzle? God bless you. God bless you, my friend. God bless you. Oh, that's glorious. That's glorious. Are you kidding me? We did it, y'all. We did it. Oh, my goodness. All right, here. Hold on. Let me see this.
Doesn't seem to say it's all about tech. And these are names like GE, potentially, Caterpillar, Eaton, those guys, not just Uber, which makes up a large part of the industrial index.
I sold out of the
of course,
Pfizer.
You do get technology.
We were in the money on that. I wanted another 1,000%, bro.
Same with healthcare.
Let's
same with
start off the week with 1,000%.
Of those stocks hitting 2024
I sold out of the Pfizer for 81
Scarlett,
cents.
You could make the argument
we
that
bought
from this
those
point
for
of view,
8
yes,
cents.
you are seeing a healthier
was
broadening
last
out
week.
of the
We
rally,
made it
which
free,
even tech is weaker.
and then we were able to get
the
back
indices can hold up.
$80-something.
Maybe. This is the question, and it's one that we're going to attempt to answer. So let's kick things off with Joanne Feeney, partner and portfolio manager at Advisors Capital Management. Joanne, it's always good to see you. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. The big question here, whether we're in a bubble or not, whether the market has peaked. There are some magazine covers that have suggested that perhaps stocks have outpaced their fundamentals. You've got Barron's saying bet on the bull. You've got the economists asking how high can markets go. What's your feel here as we start to see the general public talk more and more about the stock market rally?
Yeah, Scarlett, you've just hit on my reading list for the weekend. Those are a couple of questions. We have to put in context what the market has done and what companies have delivered in terms of actual earnings and reasonable forecasts of future earnings. So, when you look at even the Mag 7, arguably some of the most expensive stocks out there, not all, but a good chunk of those, even they are not trading at ridiculous multiples, particularly when you compare it to the bubble we actually know and remember from the late 1990s. Right now, the Mag 7 is trading at about 28 times future earnings the next 12 months. The market, excluding those guys, is trading about 18.5 times. Now, those are definitely above historical norms, but they're not ridiculously high. And when we look at the run-up in a lot of those bigger tech stocks, we see that they've actually been driven by significant increases in actual earnings growth and even forecasts just for the next 12 months from some good drivers, solid, observable, real customers, real products, as opposed to what we saw in the late 90s, which was a lot of slideware or phantomware, companies that didn't have products, didn't have earnings. That was really quite a bubble. This doesn't seem to be anything like that.
Right. So real earnings as opposed to let's count the number of eyeballs following a certain website, which was, of course, pets.com and so many of those other names back in the day. When we talk about the broadening of the rally, and this is something Alex had mentioned, we had noticed that industrials started to see a lot of improvement, but at the same time, they're leading declines today. And this comes right as strategists are increasing their forecast for the S&P 500 at the end of the year. What does it tell you when you have industrials like Caterpillar, like GE, doing better in an environment like this?
Yeah, so one of the things we've been talking about and we've invested in for quite a while is the structural need for greater infrastructure spending, not just in the United States, but around the world. And we're seeing that come to fruition. Now, last year was a tough year for the industrials with that steep and quick increase in interest rates. It made the cost of doing projects much more expensive. There was a time to absorb that, to reevaluate the timing of projects and how big they could be. So we did see a pause. But behind that is the infrastructure spending legislation in the U.S. that creates more funds to spend on bridges and railroads and airports and rural broadband, right, that is going to support spending for the next several years. And so I think one of the things we're seeing this year is a combination of secular secular growth prospects being now factored into valuations for the industrial companies, but also now coming out the other end of that pause in 2023 where inventories did build up, and now those inventories are being worked down. And so even if we don't get a big reduction in interest rates this year, which we are not anticipating, we do have that reduction in inventory, which sort of clears the decks and allows those companies to return to growth. And we think that's one of the reasons why the stocks have moved higher on recognition of greater earnings potential to come.
So Joanne, does that mean you just said you don't
Power
expect
Hour. We got some
all
time.
the cuts? So it's 3 cuts
and then
this year,
again, just
not your
sold out
base
of
case?
Pfizer for 1,000%.
It is not
That
our
one's
base
still
case.
running.
We think that it's not impossible that we end up with 3 cuts, but right now the data don't seem to suggest that that's going to happen. The reason is because there's still an awful lot of tightness in labor markets that's still creating wage growth that's really higher than what would be consistent with 2% inflation, as is the Fed's target. And we just think that the Fed is going to be particularly cautious about moving too quickly to reduce interest rates. They've signaled very clearly that they want the data to be more confidence-inducing. While Jay Powell last week did say that confidence is growing and it's not that far away, it does suggest we'll get some rate cut this year, but we think the market might still be a bit too far ahead of what the Fed is likely to deliver. So don't count on that.
That was an
but
option.
There are plenty of ways to invest
nothing to
around
do with
it.
the stock.
So I wonder, though, if that means
Or
that
just
you
riding the
expect
stock.
a better
Which is good. It's about
economy,
to go
or
green
that
for it.
inflation picks back up. I just was really interested by the New York Fed inflation expectation number, that the 3 and the 5 year actually increased by a good amount. Which one is it going to be?
It's, I think, probably that the wage growth being a bit higher, job market being a bit stronger, is causing folks to recognize that inflation may not come down as quickly as they had expected. So our view, as you suggested, is one that where we think that the economy is in pretty good shape. Right? Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Job creation is strong. People's real incomes are rising now. That is, their nominal income is staying ahead of inflation, so the amount that they can stick in their grocery basket is higher than it used to be. And the productivity seems pretty solid. Firms are recovering from a tough time in some cyclical areas of last year and are now seeing those inventories clear, whether it's in retail, industrials, as I mentioned, but also in the tech world. PCs, smartphones had seen inventory buildups in their supply chains, autos as well.
Yeah.
That's now clearing out. So there's a lot of good things happening in this economy that creates a good long-term investing environment for investors.
So it sounds like you're comfortably bullish when it comes to U.S. equities, and that goes beyond the big tech names. Having said that, there are still plenty of risks, plenty of things for investors to worry about, whether it's the wars taking place over in Europe and in the Middle East, or the threat of cyber attacks. How do you position for that? How do you hedge against those kind of black swan events while making sure that you are collecting income and investing in good quality companies?
Yeah, Scarlett, one of the things I want to make clear is that we are really focused on those risks, and we want to build portfolios that give investors and clients a chance to have some insurance protections in their portfolios in case those risks manifest more strongly, right, than we'd all like to see. So it certainly is the case that there are pockets of the market that are expensive to a degree that makes them unattractive. So one has to be really careful about where one invests at this point in time. That's why we do like individual stock and bond investing. We can avoid the stuff that's too expensive relative to growth prospects. And then we like to build in those protections, like, for example, own some defense companies, ones that pay a dividend in addition to being a buffer against, say, geopolitical tensions flaring up even more than they already are, might be one way to go. Or own some, pharmaceutical companies like an AbbVie that has feet in both worlds of aesthetics and pharma.
Joanne, we got to leave it there.
Tell
really
him,
great
Joanne.
stuff. Thank you very much for
Tell
joining
him
Joanne
about
Feeney of
AbbVie.
Advisor Capital Management. So if 2023 was all about the Magnificent Seven, this year may prove to be the Magnificent Many, M&M, a broadening out of the rally that's the Russell poised to outperform the S&P for a second straight month. We're going to go right to Chicago with our co-anchor, Romaine Bostick, with a very special guest.
Yeah, thank you. I'm here in Chicago.
This is like
with
the
John
longest they went
Rogers.
without
He is the
commercial.
co-founder, co-CEO
Amazing.
of Ariel Investments. John, pleased to have you here.
Great to be here.
Your firm started, 41 years ago, has always sort of had this ethos of patience, of stock selection, of value. Where do you find that?
And then Pfizer keeps doing that thing, went up another
as you know,
10
our
cents.
logo is a turtle, so we really are patient investors.
Yeah, she
And
said
we're finding our
AbbVie
values
wrong,
in
but
a
don't
couple
hold
of
it
different
against
places. You know, one of our favorite
I know what
areas
she
is
meant.
the healthcare area. You know, we have a company, Invista, that's a great dental manufacturer and helps people, you know, make sure they keep their teeth healthy.
Bitcoin's
It's an
still
extraordinary
going.
brand, a real moat around
Oh
it.
shit, Bitcoin
Other favorite healthcare companies,
72,855.
They are the
Yeah, Bitcoin's
largest
hitting another high
provider,
right now. So
for-profit
again, SPY was
education
just
schools
green
for
there.
nurses,
Nasdaq's still in the red.
doctors and veterinarians.
But Power Hour Bitcoin
really,
is climbing.
As you know, there's a shortage of nurses, a shortage of doctors, shortage of vets. Adtalem is extremely well positioned to do really well. Less than 10 times earnings. Great CEO, Stephen Beard. So healthcare has been an area for us. Another area is just the sports-related, entertainment-related companies.
Well, let's talk about sports,
Well,
because when you
Pfizer's
look at the
killing it.
ethos
Even
of
MO's
this company,
going
the
up.
idea of patience, I think
But
nowhere
again,
was that more
Bitcoin, it's
represented,
kinda
at least in
chilling
recent
out, but it
years,
just hit a
than
new
your
high
investment
today.
in Manchester United, the soccer club. You still have a pretty sizable stake in that, though I know it's down from what it was. But there are a lot of people who questioned that investment at the time. What gave you the confidence to stick by that?
Well, we think professional sports is a great, great place to be. And Manchester United has one of the best brands in the world. And more with the technology, and you'll be able to watch games on your phone at a moment's notice, whatever's happening around the world. We think Manchester United is especially well positioned because of its strong brand. It's hard to replicate that. It would just take
Pfizer does have a
to be able to
conference
do that.
tomorrow.
Now,
They're
the stock
speaking,
has
but it
not
might be like
performed
the last
well.
conference was
they
a
put
dud.
themselves up for
But that's why I
sale.
made those
They had a
first
partial
place.
sale, and
We
so
just
the
got
stock
lucky
was
with the
sold at
CNBC
33.
pump.
We were able to sell
But
a
yeah, Pfizer
significant
does have
amount
an
of our
event
stock
tomorrow,
at
I'm
higher
pretty sure.
prices. Now it's drifted lower because people presume that there won't be another sale for quite a while.
All right. Do you think there will be a sale?
We don't think so right now. We think it'll take a while for everything to settle down, but we know there's real value at 33, and the stock at under $15 here recently. You're buying the stock at a 50% discount to what we think the private market value, and we know that the company's worth $33. So we think if you're patient, to your point, you can buy it today at less than 15, and 5, 6, 10 years from now, be able to get full value for it going into the future.
You mentioned other stocks in the sports and entertainment area. You've also been involved with Madison Square Garden, and I guess partly through the spinoff, you ended up as an investor in Sphere.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, we love all three parts of the sort of the Dolan empire. You know, there is a Dolan discount, which we think is overdone. We think that's given an opportunity to invest in
Because of who he is, or at least the perception of who he is.
The perception.
Yeah.
Because he's done extraordinary things. You know, Madison Square Garden
Pfizer's still
is the
going?
world's greatest arena. It's
Chilled
iconic.
out.
You're saying that sitting
And
here in
Google
Chicago with the
LVS and
United
Win.
Center
Those
in the
have been going all day
background,
too.
but go on.
Well, it's true, but there's no comparison to the Madison Square Garden. It is a truly special place, and you know, right in the downtown in New York City, and you know, they executed.
I think he's talking about Manchester
refurbishment
United
more than 10 years ago that was done
Madison
very
Square
well.
Garden.
It's exceedingly profitable. They do own the Chicago Theater. They own the Rockette Show, the
I think he's
Christmas
talking about
Spectacular at
MSG.
Radio City Music Hall. So Madison Square Garden Entertainment's a great business. We think 20 years from now will still be there. People watching concerts, watching games.
Right.
Madison Square Garden Sports, where you can actually own the teams, the Knicks and the Rangers.
Sure.
Two iconic brands, both selling at less than 50% of we think the value of those businesses. So when you look at Madison Square Garden Sports, we think you're going to get, if you're willing to be patient, you'll be able to get full value over time. And then, as you mentioned, the Sphere.
What's the ballast, though, there? Because, I mean, on one hand, when you look at sports and what you would make from ticket sales, that can't be it. That's not enough of a business, is it? I mean, I know Dolan has done a good job. I mean, you mentioned, what was it, the Christmas show or something like that, where he has done a good job with intellectual property and basically seizing, or at least holding on to the rights to certain things that I would think would give currency down the road.
Well, I think in both the businesses that I mentioned, there are opportunities, there are hidden opportunities. So Madison Square Garden itself, one, gaming is going to be very helpful to them as more and more people gamble, and you'll be able to have a sports book inside the garden, like we're going to have here at the United Center. You also, because above the garden, there's a lot of value there. Whenever they renovate Penn Station, we should be really beneficiaries of that because we own the rights to that airspace. When it comes to the sports teams themselves, it takes a long time sometimes, but television, that's where it's really kept them generating all the cash flow. Seats are important, sponsorships are important, naming rights are important, but what the major networks pay and now the streamers are paying for that sports content, because people want to see live sports, and it's the one thing you don't record and watch later. You watch it live.
Absolutely.
So it's so valuable.
What's the future of that, though? Because the demand is certainly there, but the mechanism for delivering that, as you know, has become a lot more fractured. I mean, what is the future of television? Last time I checked, Ariel still had an investment in Paramount, which is obviously going through a lot right now, trying to figure out what its future is going to be.
We understand there are a lot of challenges with linear television, and the traditional bundle has, of course, completely fallen apart. But we still think that Sumner Redstone was right. The content is king. So if you're Paramount Global and you own the rights to CSI and The Godfather and Mission Impossible, and you've got the NFL and the Super Bowl and the Grammys and all these extraordinary brands that are there, all the active, 60 Minutes and CBS Sunday Morning and all the different things that you can watch, we think that content will be valuable however you end up getting it, whether it's through streaming, whether it's on your phone, streamed onto your phone. You're going to be in a great position. So we think content will still win out, whether it's sports or entertainment, whatever types of content that's there. And we think Paramount Global has the best content.
Okay.
And
do they have the management to actually execute on that vision? The idea, they have the great content, but as you know, it's been an underperforming stock, primarily because it is still very fractured, and who knows, maybe you end up with new management once Sherry Redstone finds a buyer. How confident are you that she can pull that off?
Well, we think that Bob Bakish has done an excellent job under enormous amount of pressure. He used to run Europe, and he's great at understanding the international values there. I think Sherry's going to do what's right for shareholders and understands that it's what's right for her family. If you're going to sell that company for its maximum value, you're just not going to sell the part that she owns, but you're going to want to sell the entire enterprise where you'll get the synergies and the benefits. And there are so many large technology companies as well as traditional media companies. It would be natural to want to buy Paramount Global, and you can get it for such a we think it's really selling at a significant undervaluation here, and there's so much negativity around it. Everyone hates it. And you remember the great John Templeton always used to say you want to buy when there's maximum pessimism. Clearly in broadcast television now there's a maximum amount of pessimism, which we think creates opportunity. As a value investor, as a contrarian investor, we love this.
Do you see a future of, I guess, traditional linear TV, or do you think all of this is going to migrate to a more streaming, sort of evergreen type of format?
I think eventually over the next couple of decades it'll get moved over to a streaming. But the nice thing, again, there's going to be all kinds of creative ways that you'll be able to access content, on your iPad, on your computer, on your phone, and there'll be ways to be able to sell advertising in all kinds of different types of ways, and to be able to just get what you need when you want it. I think ultimately it's going to, if you have the right content, it'll be
I don't know why this is going on so long.
Way. I think that's really important.
Do you or your folks?
I used it for the bathroom break, and I was like, all right, we just got done with earnings previews.
From time to time, you have a
I'll let it play for a little bit.
4.5%, I think,
but like usually they go to like 18
I'm not
commercials
exactly sure the percentage that we own now, but we've actually been buying stock as it was making new lows the last few weeks.
I saw that.
Seeing that we think there are bargains there. We've happened to know we've had a couple meetings with management in the last several months that have given us confidence that they are on top of their game.
72,951
board members and others, and trying to make sure that they're going to be doing what's right for shareholders, and have come back convinced that they understand they have a responsibility to all shareholders, not just Sherry. And I think that's something that maybe is not well understood on the street, that people think there could be a deal that would be Sherry friendly and not be friendly for everyone else. But as I talk to my friends like Mario Gabelli and others, we have confidence that the management of the company will do the right thing.
Oil
for
games are
shareholders.
climbing up a little bit, but again,
take it, Ariel.
should see
Is it
some
more
of the Bitcoin.
advantageous
It's
for,
hitting
say,
a big
to be
candle
on
now.
that board, or
so again, we're coming
with your
down,
current
but it's
situation where you
doing
just
that.
have a
Literally,
sizable
it's down
stake? I assume,
$1,000 now.
given the stake, they'll take your call any
Hit
day.
a new high. We'll see where it goes from
We
here.
always have taken sizable stakes as a small, mid-sized value specialist. We would never go on a board of a company that we own stock in at Ariel. It would really tie your hands to be able to move in and out when you need to be. But we try to act like an independent shareholder would, or independent director would, by giving management our best thinking, and not in a confrontational way, but in a collaborative and constructive way. Have you thought of this? Have you thought of that? here are things we're hearing, here are things that we think can be helpful to you. So we want to be a part of that management team's advice-giving teammates.
It's interesting to go look through the holdings at Ariel because you do get some real insight into not just the
Coin
strategy
even giving up a little
ethos,
bit.
but where you maybe see the puck going. I thought it was interesting. One of your largest holdings right now is a Jones Lang LaSalle, JLL, big commercial real estate company at a time where commercial real estate is really hurting.
It has been a very difficult time. As we know, all of our offices, so many offices now are
35.
People
I think
going 3 or 4 times a week. It's just not like it used
somebody
to be.
gave him shit
But JLL
for
has
interviewing
diversified dramatically. So they're not only
Some
just
people
doing
didn't like
leasing,
the whole Trump
they're
interview.
doing
I only got to
sales.
listen to clips.
They outsource real
But I
estate
do this
for
interview.
large
I've never
corporations will take care of all their
for
real
somebody
estate
just like
needs.
random low key.
And
I don't know
they're
why
global.
this.
So people
they
maybe
are
are not back in
interviewing the shit out of this
downtown America everywhere. But that's not to say that over in Europe that people aren't back, or over in Asia.
Is
people
gold
are
going
not
up? I
back.
saw some of the
And
gold
fact
miners
that
move up.
JLL has become
I'm
a
looking at
global
Bitcoin. I want to
enterprise.
see if it's going to be
We
its
think it's
first
really
little
helped to
sell-off here.
balance out the risks and challenges that have happened here.
If it goes right back
because of
up, I
COVID.
mean, that'll
So
be
can
a
that,
nice
for
one
other
today. Gold
companies
is
out there in
creeping
the
up,
commercial
and
real
oil
estate
was
space,
too.
can that diversification that you see at JLL, could that be the model that maybe helps some of these companies weather this storm?
Well, I think the big guys are the ones that will
Again,
be able to weather
Pfizer
the
got
storm
out of that with
best.
1,000%. They're still holding up.
competes with JLL.
MO value
They're
names
the
doing
two
great.
largest by far. There are a couple
Airbnb
of
kind of
others
down.
that are,
Other travel's doing
have
good.
scale.
Booking
The
came back
vast
down
majority
though. I
there
think
are
Expedia.
locally focused.
Yeah,
It'll
they're
be
in the
hard
green.
for them to be able to have the kind of international benefits that a JLL or a CBRE has.
How do you feel, though, when you look at the current economic environment and this idea that given that interest rates, which may have contributed to some of the pain we're seeing in the office space, obviously the pandemic is largely to blame. But if interest rates remain high, as a lot of people think they are going to remain, is there not going to really be that lifeline for maybe some of those legacy buildings and those second-tier buildings that are facing a refinancing coming up?
Well, I think we're getting used to interest rates where they are now. They're not, they're not dramatically high on a historic basis. They just look high because they came from zero, up to where they are today. So we think where we are now is not bad, and we think companies in real estate and other business will be able to learn to make do as we get used to where rates are.
I don't see
But
anything
also, we
with
think the
BB.
Fed's on top of their game now. They were late to the party.
Yeah, value's doing great.
but
I mean,
now
Dow's
they're
actually in
doing
the
right
green.
things.
I mean,
Inflation's
Russell's
back
down,
under
but
control.
I mean, a
Interest
lot
rates
of
will go
good value
lower.
moves.
And so we think real estate will be a place where you're going to be able to benefit. People, I think, have gotten too pessimistic, too gloomy around the real estate, and often, again, because they're looking just around their own neighborhoods. But it is different. Not only is it different around the globe, but it's often different. It's also different in small towns, Peoria or Rockford or whatever it is versus Chicago or New York or L.A. And we have to take that into account for these significant real
Pfizer's up
estate
a ton.
companies.
It's good. It looks good on the daily.
Historically, interest rates aren't terribly high, but obviously there's a whole generation of folks that really only knew basically 0 or 1% interest rates. And this gets to a broader question, though. What do you plan for longer term right now? That we have to get comfortable with 5% or 5.5%, wherever the Fed takes us, or do we start to look longer term to an interest rate environment that could go back down, maybe not necessarily back down to 0 or 1%, but something significantly below where we are right now?
I think something significantly below where we are right now, and that gives us a lot of optimism in real estate-related companies. Some of our favorites, whether it's Leslie's Pools or Residio or ADT, companies that are supplying products, and whether you're building a new home or just expanding an older home.
Green, that has
These
to be.
buildings-related products, these home-related products, we think will do
Wells
quite
and
well.
Bank of America both
So
on
you're
the high right
relatively confident in the job that Jay Powell is doing right now. The economic conditions, this soft landing, this Goldilocks scenario that the market at least seems to think we have. Do you think that, Jay Powell delivered that or is on his way to delivering that soft landing?
I think Jay Powell and the Fed have done an excellent job getting back on track. Once they realized that inflation wasn't transitory and they had to get serious about it, I think they're doing all the right things, and I have a lot of confidence that a year from now rates will be significantly higher. We haven't gone into a recession. We've really been able to balance everything in a very, very effective way.
And are you confident that, say, within a year from now, the U.S. will still be a better place to invest than overseas?
I'm very bullish on America. As Warren Buffett always says, we have the greatest system in the world.
All right. John, always great to talk to you. John Rogers, of course, the co-founder of Ariel Investments. Back to you in New York.
I didn't get up.
Right,
I was
Romaine
going
Bostic,
to.
thank you so much. Romaine in Chicago speaking with John Rogers of Ariel Investments. And Alex, one thing I really liked what John said was he was referencing their corporate logo, which is a turtle. And in fact, if you look at it, it's a turtle, a really strong turtle, holding up a trophy cup, and it says, "Strong and steady wins the race."
I love that image too. And then Scarlett came up with the great idea that we should ask every company's CEO what their animal equivalent is. And I actually think it's quite brilliant because it's a turtle, so clearly it's strong and steady, but like it's working out.
It's
working
putting
out. Muscle behind it.
Yeah.
But
I mean, some growth investors might decide to go with a rabbit, or maybe you go with a frog that jumps on lily pads before the lily pad sinks.
Yes.
There's all different ways of playing this.
You can tell where her mind went for like a good 10 minutes there. She was all spiraling out into that. But I also found the point on Paramount was actually quite interesting.
All right. Well, on that note, 5 more minutes, baby. And then it'll be 3:30. Halliburton running up there again, a little bit more aggressive. Again, oil names. We were saying a couple of those, but 30 minutes left. Big data tomorrow, 1 hour before the bell. Some of you were asking, and yes, I will be live early tomorrow, even though it's daylight savings. Very unfortunate for the calendar there, but yeah, we will be live. Should be a good time. Again, the data is core is expected to come down, believe it or not. Headline is expected to stay sticky. If everything is status quo, we're screwed. It'll be harder to read, and then above all else, you'll be able to punt until you get into the SEP and Jerome Powell the next week. You looking cute? You looking cute, man. You looking cute. Thank you. I appreciate it. I said I got ready today. I like before I went downstairs and pressed start stream, I got ready. I put gel in my hair. You know? It's good. It's good. How you doing? I'm good, man. I'm excited. I think today, Monday, flew by. I was excited this morning. I thought there would have been more of a daylight savings hangover, but nah, man. I was ready to go. I was excited. Still excited. Again, even tomorrow, even the Japanese yen, that's getting quite exciting too. Other than that, it's good, man. It's good. What gel? I don't use, that was a joke. I don't use gel. Yeah, I don't have any gel. Yeah, the KCs went up. All the plays went up, I think. There was KC. I still like the, what's it called? ADM. That guy still interests me, you know? MO, because MO doesn't really move. Even then, I don't even think my MO contracts, like, the stock went up almost another 1%, but it's, if they're far out the money and it's a slow mover, they don't really hit. All those just gapped up in the morning. Yeah, I went weekly on Casey's, sadly. All the plays I did weekly, I didn't really realize it till the last one. Where's ADM? Archer Daniel. Archer Daniels Midland. What a name. When did it all get clapped? They filed delay March 1st. And Halliburton and Energy still going? Because, bro, this thing's like pinned. January 19th. Yeah, so was it CFO administrative leave? Shares were down 23. Vikram has been placed on administrative leave pending outside investigation. This is old. Yeah. Oh, Andrew Stein. Mr. Stein. God bless you, my friend. Thank you, Mr. Stein. Let's go, baby. You just joined today, too? And showing love, man? That's what I'm talking about. So, man, you got a long term? Make sure you get the long term. Because you just birthed a Chad in here, man. So make sure you get a long term for every Chad you birthed. You don't need 5 long terms, but it's good to have one at the very least. Market will be available for download. Oh, yeah, they just got subpoenaed. That's why. I think that's why it's not pricing in a lot. Because it was just March 7th. Remember, they got subpoenaed? All the employers. Then there's that. There's another headline that day. We just reacted to it. How to short the CMBS market, KRE regionals. Yeah, I would find a bank, whatever bank holds the most amount of debt. Or, I mean, you could just short bonds to a degree. Encinitas or in Santa Barbara? I know Encinitas, but not Santa Barbara as much. I know about Santa Barbara, but I definitely could tell you more about Encinitas real estate. Yeah, so I think that's why the ADMs aren't pricing in a lot. Because they just said there's a subpoena and then another action from the government still. So I think that's part of it. Yeah, Airbnb today, they announced that they're banning all interior cameras, I think, starting March 30th or April 30th. Wells Fargo, but ADM. That one tickles my fancy. Well, I'm cool with the plays we have. We made a move on that one. Tesla selling off. They were up 3% at one point. Now they're up under 1%. See if, what was it, Google? They're holding. Netflix was barely green, but now they're red. Who was the other one? Apple. 1.2, Habibi. Still very good. You wish you had one. Airbnbers trashed your place? No way. What happened? You could have outside cameras. You went to one this weekend. They had an interior camera facing the door. Yeah, that's how I had one there too. It was good. Yeah, the accounting probe. But then they're still getting subpoenaed. And then there's like one more pending thing. MO's hitting another high, 42.71. The options still aren't moving. No. How do they scan to find camera? I think it's just if someone reports. So if a guest stays at your house and reports a camera, you'll probably get in trouble. ADM, nice pump? No way. We were just discussing him. I like MO, man. MO is getting me excited. But yeah, ADM, I don't know. It's not pricing in a lot for all of the drama. That's the thing that's making me like, wait a minute. Because like straight up for how much like it's moved and how many problems there are, it's very interesting. It's only pricing in 5%. After being down 25% in one day off the news. So we'll see. What are your thoughts on that, being someone that does Airbnb? On the cameras? Sadly, I think it kind of sucks for the homeowners. You know, it's very hard to be a homeowner on Airbnb. That's what I always say. Like Airbnb, although I love investing in the company, like, you know, the funny part is that, like, when you want to complain about Airbnb, what does everybody complain about? They complain about the cleaning fees. They complain, oh, I got to take out the trash. You complain about people watching you, whatever it is, right? But I think the issue is that Airbnb, like, oh, dude, they use and abuse their hosts. I don't think you realize. So, like, what you have to do to stay competitive on Airbnb, they hoe these hosts. And they got you taking on people and doing this and that. So, honestly, I think the camera rule and, like, limiting certain things like that, I think is just one more thing that now makes it a little harder for people to host. Because, like, obviously, you don't want to, I'm not trying to spy on people, but I have a camera at my door on my Airbnbs, like, because I want to see who walks into my house every single time, if it's the people or if anything else happens. So now it's just going to be, if you want to rank up, if you want to get bookings, you got to accept everybody. You have to have auto book, instant book. Now you're not going to be able to monitor your property. So you pretty much, hosts are taking on more and more liability. And it's kind of a lot. But other than that, I mean, I guess, I don't know if it'll stop hidden cameras. But then again, I mean, there's big laws for, like, hiding cameras, though. Like, state laws. But I don't know. I've stayed at Airbnb. I've stayed at Airbnbs and I've looked for cameras. I've hella watched TikToks. I'll be walking up to every mirror, putting my finger on it. I'm like, is it double-sided? I'll be like, I got, like, black lights and shit, bro. I'll be looking for cameras, but I haven't found one yet. I had one Airbnb. The house was super nice. Oh, GCT getting clobbered. Whoop. GigaCloud. I had one Airbnb I had, and the house was beautiful. But then they had really weird stuffed animals of tigers. So this dude's living room was probably like 35 stuffed tigers. And it just gave the place a different vibe. Like, they were everywhere. Maybe one of them was a nanny cam. He blended them in with the other 25. There's no way those were all cameras, dude. Because I'm telling you, that was a lot of tigers. No cameras here. You had an issue with damaged missing items covered by Airbnb within a few months. That's good. Usually it does take some time. My insurance claims would take time, but they would pay you. They just make you jump through a bunch of hoops. You don't book Airbnbs with cameras? Same. I only do the ones that hide them from me. You get it? Yeah, I'm joking about it. See if I joke about it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Coin's dying. Oh, no. Guess we're not going to Chuck E. Cheese. Oh, okay. Stuffed tigers for kids or taxidermied? I think, like, stuffed. Do people do taxidermy lions? How many people getting lions and tigers all taxidermied? That's crazy. AMBO, INMN, and then there's Coin too now flushing. I've seen like 3 or 4 names just flush across right now. Yeah, we got 20 minutes remaining. Damn, Coin's red. Habibi, Coin, you were just at 270, Habibi. Now you 250. Japan looking to create posts at its embassies dedicated promoting international business ties, Foreign Minister Yoko Kamikawa said. That's crazy. Coin's red. It really is. JPM. Bank's still going up. Again, the market's not moving that much. It feels like the high-low ticker is, but, I mean, generally, SPY, bro, 7 hours, right at opening candle, 20 minutes shy of 7 hours, and we really did not do much. Bonds break even. Oh, my goodness. And then I just think the dollar climbed. Fly like an eagle into the Bitcoin. No? Dollar did come down, though. It was a little higher in the morning. CPI positioning. Should we check back? We got 20 minutes till the day ends. We run a little checkup here. Remember we did this earlier in the day? Do you guys remember the amount? I think it's the same exact amount. And SPY's pretty much the same. No way. Damn. Talk about pinned. I think it's the same amount. 511. Wasn't it 480? I'm getting 473, 475. It's about the same. 4.75 divided by 511.08. Yep, about just under 1%. So the daily options, so remember, tomorrow is an event. CPI tomorrow morning is an event. We could use the option chain like we do for earnings. You could see what the break-evens are on the contracts. So when you go to tomorrow for break-even after, so tomorrow expiration, you look at the straddle price, the break-even's about like 470, 475 or something like that, but comes out to, or what I put? Yeah, 475. Comes out to about 0.9%. So just under 1% is priced in for tomorrow. This is one standard deviation. The market maker is expecting that tomorrow we move 1 point. So literally $4.75 on the SPY either direction. That means depending on tomorrow, if it moves as expected, SPY could end up at what? 515, 516? So SPY could go as high as 516 tomorrow. So back up to here would be 1%. And then 5 points lower would be like 506. You'd be like, come back to this low. So you wouldn't even break out of this range that we've been in the last couple of days. That's if you get expected move tomorrow. So we'll see. If the market moves big by the end of the day, we'll come back to this, but we only have 20 minutes left. So that's what we're pricing in. If you wanted 2 standard deviations, you would double that number up. So 475 times 2. I don't know what that would be. 475 times 2 equals 950. So 950. So $9.50 from 511. That'd be like what? 520? Like 521. 11 cents for the daily. If you wanted one extra day, how much would that be? 34 cents. The dailies aren't bad. The dailies aren't bad at all for 13 cents, but you only get a day. You'll literally only get a day. That's kind of the downside. MO popping. I hope the options go with it. Yeah, hit another high there. MO options are just same price, a little higher on the ask. ASON, yeah, we went over ASON. I don't have them in the long term, no. Imagine. Oracle, we went over that. No play on Oracle. I made a play on, what was it? MTN, KC, and then Archer Daniels. Bullish tomorrow. It all in the hands of the data. But hey, man, a 1% swing priced in. At least we got some juice. Unless tomorrow is like painfully just disappointing and we get absolutely nothing from it. No. Damn, those KCs went up 200%. We'll grab the put on that too. I did play ADM. ADM, I think I played it both ways too. Those didn't move. The KCs moved, and then what was the other one? KC, ADM. I keep blanking on the other one. Oh, those eBays. I still have those. I like the eBays. Those expire this week, but they were just in the money. Biogen. And we only got 15 minutes left. Where's volume? Not bad. 45 million. Not the lowest, not the highest. Still got a little bit more in the day, though. So we'll see. I played ADM. Yeah, we went both ways on that. You got the ADMs. Good luck. It's still a weird one, though. But I'm very interested, Habibi. Very, very interested. You have shares. ON. That one would have been, I think, the best share one. But that one's like a 20% priced in. Oh, and then MTN. That was the other one. MTN, I only went one way. 20 cents. But KC, that one moved a lot. So KC, the stock didn't move. The options went up 200%. So that one, again, and all of these are higher priced. That's the crazy part. We played KC for $20, and that thing's a damn $300, $400 stock. Do you think we're in an AI bubble? Do you like how the chip stocks are moving? There's a couple of laggers. I mean, I may want to go for some of them, but I think really you trade it. I don't know about owning them yet, but as far as bubble, yes and no, they're getting there. And but as far as bubbles are concerned, people have studied this already. If you compare even how much things have moved so far compared to other bubbles, there's still room to go. So I think chips can almost double up again before they get to the same level of dominance that tech had in the 2000s. And even then, the forward PEs and everything else, although valuations are high, as far as a bubble is concerned, things can go up a lot more. So it's not really a concern yet in that sense. Murdoch News Corp to join Telegraph, bid with rivals NWSA and NWS. Oh, NWS, it said 27.90, but it's not loading up anymore. They look like they went crazy on the high ticker, but the charts don't look too nuts. Tesla raises prices of Model Y long range to 48,900 from 47,900. All right, there it is. NWSA and NWS popping. News Corp, Murdoch to I joint Telegraph bid with rivals. And then Tesla price raise on Model Y. Everything chilling out. 10-minute rig. There it is. 51080. You're literally right at open. Like, actually, like, right in the opening candle. So 10 minutes left in the day, and you were right where we started off. My goodness. Oh, the MOs, they're popping on the ask. Is MO going higher, or is that just 10-minute rigged? Yeah, MO, the options are starting to widen out on the spreads finally. Activist Third Point has a stake in AAP. Oh, that's big. AAP popping. Yo, Third Point in. Third Point on AAP. A lot of those options already went. Oh. It gave me 2. Alright, I'm down. Those are damn daily. These are just a flip. I got filled on 90 calls for 5 cents for the week. But then again, I don't think those aren't going to hit at all. That just, the whole chain is just messed up on that. So I only spent $10. Yeah, AAP, Third Point taking a stake. It's popping. No, that's big, bro. AAP, we've talked about even adding that to the long term. Again, they have a good dividend. That's like a real big value play. I mean, the idea is not bad. Again, it's hard to play. I just made a play, see if we could snake the chain. Oracle calls went positive. All right, so CAAP and then NWSA. Again, you have that Rupert Murdoch news. Okay, dude, Casey, I don't know, man. I think we got that play very cheap. So it's kind of just like, I don't know. It's like, do you want to play it or you want to take it? I just think the chain was just pricing in a $300, $400 stock way too cheap. And that ended up happening. No plays on Coles. I liked, was it Coles? That was one of those I liked, I think. I want to see AAP. That one's, it's only up 1%. I guess it was down a lot more. That was a huge candle. Those contracts I got, they went up a little bit, but then they're all over the place, actually. Yeah, AAP, Third Point took a stake in them. That's why they popped. Again, even MO, I don't know if those chilled out, but those contracts on MO, those spreads started widening out too. CPI Lake. We're already back down to VWAP. Again, you just got individual news on a couple of different plays there. Pfizer's still up. Yeah, Mar is getting murdered, and all the other Bitcoin miners, they didn't do as good. GLD, oh, it's kind of chilling out, and then oil, they're kind of climbing. Arm plays in the lock. Is the lockup tomorrow or this week? Next week? I feel like we've talked about that a lot here. MO, the ask just went up. They went up a little higher earlier. Tomorrow, the 12th. Well, we'll see what happens. Oh, that's SO. I always confuse SO with Square. AP still fighting around there. Again, it's really not up that much considering. I mean, it has gone up a lot on the year from their low, but it's only up 2. Now it's at 3. Now it's breaking out a little bit more. Not bad. SPY even bouncing a little bit. Walmart on the high. Walmart low-key running. Pretty good candle. They're in the green. Oh, my goodness. I didn't even know. Look at that, Jad. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we may have been getting a little too excited here because the day is about to end. Look at the time. So the new guy's about to get on here. This is my moment to warn you guys that it is about to get very, very loud in here. And you guys have been such a great and awesome audience that I want to make sure you're safe. So when you guys hear me say earmuffs, that is your warning. That is our safe word for you to protect your speakers, protect your ears, mute your speakers so that you are not exposed to any of the abnormally loud noises that will be displayed on the stream. You know, we give this warning because a lot of people have reported many other personal problems and issues caused by the loud noises. A lot of dormant issues have come back to life. So we just want to make sure you're safe and protected. Want you to have an overall good experience. So when you hear me say earmuffs, just know that's your moment to mute your speakers, okay, and protect yourself. Mute, protect, you'll be good to go. All right, buddy? All right, sound good? Sound good? All right, earmuffs. Earmuffs, earmuffs, earmuffs. Yeah, earmuffs. It's going to get loud. It's going to get loud. Earmuffs. Yeah, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats, or we'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking out promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So you make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 63 degrees and sunny, looking like a good day, especially if you sold premium, because the market did nothing as we get ready for the CPI tomorrow morning. So we'll see you bright and early in the morning. Good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys in business. If you're interested in a Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Wow, Chad, look at the time. You have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures. You have data tomorrow morning. CPI 1 hour before the bell. Make up your mind. Make sure you're in the appropriate play. Earnings, calls, and a few others before the bell even goes ding ding. A couple more after the bell. You have less than 10 seconds. Finalize those plays. Wrap it up. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna. Let's go, baby. Oh, Chatadonia. We did it. We made it. Happy Monday. 7 hours in the books to start it off. I don't care if you just got here now. I need a good game in the chat right now. Let's go, baby. Drop that GG. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that participated, contributed, brought something to the table. Plays, news, vibes, personalities, good questions. Answer the questions. Show love. That's what I'm talking about. Good game, baby. That's how you play. Way to hold it down. Show love to your fellow chads. Listen, without a GG, you're most likely going to get banned. Without a GG, I'm just saying, drop a GG. Show you got good sportsmanship. Show that it's bigger than you. Show that you got love like that, man. Drop that GG. Let's go, baby. Yeah, I see you too, Twitch. Way to hold it down. Members, non-members, stream alerts. It don't matter. Honorable members. You doing a dono today. You didn't have to. You supported. You answered a question for the chat. You are positive to a chat. You encourage somebody. Part of the PHILO. Stop it. Good game. Start talking about GG, baby. Way to play. It's how you play, man. Get that long term. I'll see you tomorrow. Good game, man. Good game. Not winning. I'll see you tomorrow. Good game. GG, bro. GG, bro. GG. Need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk. Oh, we didn't get to hear this one today. I might let this one play. We didn't get to. Do we have any? We do have a couple of earnings, I think. What do we have after the bell? Oh, Oracle? I don't know. I gotta go though, Chad. Again, we might be on another week of dipping out right away. I know you got Oracle out the bell. I don't want to rock that. Oracle. I'll try to kill some time, but I love you. That's the day, baby. Thank you all for being here. God bless you.
I was never greedy, I just never fucking had shit. Now I bet that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop backing, y'all need man skin. Little more balance and a lot of bit of can. Pull it to the valley, got these motherfuckers carrying. Pulling up the line, so got it looking like a Marion. Remember when I put them on the motherfuckers daddy? But it's some more fighter, y'all don't give a fuck about it. I'm still in the game like a screaming athlete. Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing about me. Nah. Same OJ, you smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think it before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, don't I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tenth and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't gave us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from them. They was took a shit, but we still try to love them. Got so many wins that I can't trip about a folly on my wrist. Nah, rather get a B&B and running for the scenery. And maybe live the seasonally and keep on buying stats every month. Spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully and same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just G and me. And when we done with that, we going back to the reality. Yeah.
It's a good one, man. It's a good one. Where are these earnings at, bro? Oh, I see Oracle moving. I don't have it. I want Casey, but I gotta get going.
Yeah, we like this one. Got blast like Nancy, tips like Ramsey. Wish a motherfucker would, and you could call me Kathy, Ashley. All these bars, I feel like Johnson Matty. Damn me, then you'll buy it later with a taffy. I ain't worried about a dip, I'm never selling. I ain't worried about a bitch unless it's yelling. Why you chicken and you talking like you did it? You was bitching, I was shopping while it's dipping. Hope you know not everybody make a lion. They some shit, but that don't make your ass a lion. Think it's cheap, but they don't know what price implying. Think it's like, but they don't ever mention timing. Bitch, I slept on, I ain't overrated. Got a lot of cribs, but I don't got a lot of payments. A lot of wishes, making shit look like inaugurations. Motherfucking selfish, how I list my occupation. Yeah, I thought this stupid shit was working. A lot of shit was moving, I ain't nervous. Bruh, it was like me before I learned it. Duh, taught about investing with a Birkin. Why? Cray like Kramer, coins like Sailor. Take you to the gym, I could probably be a trainer. Waiter, let me buy a drink for all the haters. Made that shit a double if they asked me for a favor. I don't want no trouble, so I gave it to the savior. Money out these bubbles like I was a toy maker. Word was always firm, but I never paid later. Young enough to learn, but that long-term agent. Face it, y'all could probably do a little maintenance. Those are the requirements before the bank takes it. Hope this shit inspiring, the only way to explain it. Little about environment and more about what you thinking. Thought I told you that we keep it peaceful, chill. I don't really like you cause you evil, ew. Made it off the ether, not the Sheba, real. Got a lot of stuff that I could teach you, still.
Made it. Oh, Oracle, there it is. Ooh, revenue $13.28 billion. Service revenue $1.318. Let me check the estimates, but here's everything now. They had a little bit of a drop in pop there, scaring everybody. 13.29. What did they do? 13.28. Cloud licensing net $2.4 billion. I don't know what their net was supposed to be. EPS 141. Estimate was 138 to 139. And then 85 on the unadjusted. I think they beat their revenue was slightly off. And then I don't know what their guidance was. And then MTM came out, MTN. So, again, Oracle, I don't know what guidance was. They beat on EPS, missed slightly on revenue. ASON with the beat. So that one could even be a good shares one. They're moving up 7. Wow, 4 cents loss versus 15. Revenue 171 versus 168. LFMD, that was on the list too. We didn't price that one, I don't think. Yeah, ASON beat, and then Oracle. I don't know what their guidance was on Oracle. So 13.28 versus 13.28. EPS 141 versus 138. Performance obligations up 29 over 80 billion. Operating margin 44. Estimate 42.9. That's probably why they're popping. Again, Oracle is pricing in like 8 or 10, I think. That's the only problem. And again, Oracle hasn't moved too much. Did Casey come out? Casey, do you love me? Are you riding? You never have my long term, because it's saving, and I'm never going to sell for 10 years, so I'm holding on the long term. Oracle. What's the other one? Casey and, I think Archer Daniels came out. Archer Daniels, Midland. Was it ADM? I don't know if I'm tripping. No, ADM might be in the morning. Casey. Yeah, I don't have Casey. Oh, MTN. That was the one. MTN, the mountain. Oh, I don't have easy numbers. 219.3 million. Where is MTN? They don't do good. Oracle's still going. Okay, Oracle's above 10 now. That's one standard deviation. EPS 576 on Vail. 219 revenue. Nothing good. Oracle, again, I think margin beat is what has everybody crazy on Oracle. Otherwise, I think in line, I don't have their slight beat. I don't have the guidance there. But not too bad. Casey. Yeah, Casey was good for the price. Those jacked up, though, at the end of the day. Life MD year-to-date sales of new weight management rate in excess of previous guidance. LFMD, what the fuck is this? Yo, are they selling Ozempic shit? Hold up. What is this? LifeMed? Fourth quarter revenue up 60% year over year. Weight management subscribers exceeded 20,000 as year end. Telehealth grew 27 to record 215. I'm looking. A GLP weight management program. Yeah, led by business. They grew a lot. I don't know. I think they are. I think LifeMed might have a little bit of the, what's it called? A little bit of the Ozempic. Small cap with good earnings, but then again, they've been kind of all over the place. Damn, that thing was at $2. MTN flop, yeah. I think Oracle was the good one. I don't know if Casey, I don't think they came out yet. LifeMed, that was good. MTN, I think they barely beat, but looks like they're dying. So 7, if they move more than that, I don't think I played it to the downside, though. We'll see. I think Archer, we did both sides. I don't think Casey is out yet. Yeah, Casey's not out yet. No, I think Casey's after the bell, but Chad, I love you all. I hope you had a wonderful day, but I need to get going. It is time. Was that Oracle? They said demand for generative 2 AI infrastructure substantially exceeds supply. So Oracle with very bullish AI comments about supply and demand. Wow. Not bad. Oh, they missed on both for MTN? Well. Well, Chattadonia, on that note, I will see you guys tonight on the watch list. I will see you tomorrow morning, bright and early, 1 hour before the bell, because we have the CPI. So you have a great sleep. You have a good watch list. You drink that water. You watch the watch list, okay? You go second link. You could go fill out the prayer request wall. Pray for me too before you go to bed. I'll pray for you as well. Pray for your other Chads. Finish your day out amazing, but that is all I have for you. So go read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't never going out of style, why we bring in our armor to the battle. And why sometimes we know maybe we thinking we the problem the biggest, so we just get out of our heads and only work, baby, and do some good progress. Focus on a job well done, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. So, Chattadonia, enjoy your day. Make it peaceful, okay, man? Okay. Okay, you have a good one, man. Bye. You always want me to end with Biden, huh? What about Pony Montana, huh? Okay. Everybody want inflation. Okay. You have a good day. Goodbye. Peace out. Hey, come on. No, I can't get up here for election. Come on. Hey, come on. What are you guys doing? I don't want to know. I don't want any illegal short selling. Calm down. I said illegal short selling. Hey, I'm gonna ban all the illegal short selling. Can't get Gary getting on Bitcoin and bid any fuck. Why are you even here right now? You shouldn't even be here. All right, I'm leaving. Bye. All right.